shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find we'll meet again. Can't you hear them? me stronger.
파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is time for the final match in the first round robin of this new format, new season. No spring and summer, nothing like that. Gone with the seasons. It is Spirit Blossoms forever. In fact, it's only for one season, actually, and there are seasons, but it's just a little bit different.
Yeah.
This is going to be the last time that we see, the first time that we're going to see DNF versus T1.
That's right. First of 5 round robins that we have for the year. Of course, once we move into round 3, we'll have 2 different isolated groups, the Rise and Legend groups. But we'll talk about that closer towards the end of round 2, where it looks really solidified who's going to be in which group, as we do have some favorites, of course, on the west side of the bracket and standings at this moment in time, because there are some teams that are ahead of everybody else. And their names may be Genji and Hanwha Esports, and I don't know if they're ever going to find their way down to the Rise group. I think for Nongshim and D+, you're feeling a little bit confident, but it's not a sure thing just yet. For T1, really going to start having to find that consistency, start racking up some big wins here if you want to make sure that that spot in the Legend group is secured. I think they'll make it. I think they'll bounce back, but only time will tell.
And it's also very early. They don't necessarily need to do all of their bouncing back right away, but it might help alleviate some stress if they do start now. Of course, they're not going to be making it to 4th place or anything like that. It's impossible for them to catch up to DK's game score, and we're looking for the opposite perfect season here for DNF, unfortunately. The winless round robin could be upon them if they fall here today, and that is the expected result moving into this one. And it is about bouncing back for both teams. It will be a lot more impressive if DNF managed to do it here today.
Yeah, trying to avoid that scary own niner. It's not where you want to be. It's not what you want your fans to go through. As you take a look at some of the unfortunate round robins that we've had in the past, we always got to pull this graphic up.
I love this graph.
You got to see the Spenu Sonic boom.
Exactly.
The Kongdu Monster, the Jin Air Green.
Baby.
And if you're a newer fan, you know, the APK Prince and all that.
Yep, the BBQ Olivers as well. Oh, man. You remember, like, the Chicken Galio skin came out, like, right when they rebranded? Yeah. Oh, what a time to be alive.
Even Incredible Miracle, Hirai's old team, had that rough round in 2015.
Yep, of course, then became Longzhu and was pretty successful from that point onwards. Not necessarily winning Worlds when they were expected to, or MSIs or things like that, but still being a formidable squad. They started off with some rough beginnings, you could say. Teams, though, making their way out into LoL Park here today. Already, fist bump meta looking pretty good, as Gumayusi and Berserker obviously know each other pretty well, coming up together in T1's system. And that was a very pointed fist bump is what it seemed like to me. Big grin on Gumayusi's face as well, and that is great to see because, of course, there's a lot of pressure on these players, especially that man sitting in the AD carry position.
100%. Same with the one on screen there in the mid lane. For the DN Freaks, expectations are low. They have Punyan starting here again tonight. But with low expectations, sometimes the pressure falls away. Sometimes that's when you perform at your best. We will see if that ends up being the case here for these two squads here. As the key player matchup, one that we'll be focusing on today, while there is a weak point here for T1, a weak point that has been criticized, one that's been subbed in and out, a player who has had some lackluster performances throughout this season, is trying to bounce back. On the other side is a strong point for DN Freaks in Berserker. I love this is our key player matchup because Gumayusi has had some really rough laning phases, but outside the laning phase, still top 3 in damage percentage, top 2 in the role, damage per gold. It's just getting out of the laning phase, not giving too many advantages over. That's the hard part. Whereas Berserker, highest damage percentage in the LCK for an AD carry. He is the one man on this team you can trust. He is the only one getting it done consistently, and he's getting out of lane with leads. Small leads, but leads nonetheless.
Yeah, this is actually the really important part, is to have a look at those laning stats, because in isolated lanes, Berserker has been doing fantastically well. It's just unfortunately not something that can be followed up on later on in the game. And a lot of that isn't, he's not blameless in a lot of those situations as well. Oftentimes there's some desperation. There's a feeling like he's taking on all of the responsibility and trying to hold up this team, and that leads him into poor decision making as well. So obviously not blameless, but this is a team that is really struggling to find anything positive to talk about after they walk out of LoL Park, and things, as they've said, have been going differently as to what they've seen in scrims, and it's trying to translate that success off the LoL Park stage into success on it. It feels like this is always the story. From Afrika to Kwandong to now DN Freaks, it's always, oh, but they were so good in scrims.
But it feels like it hasn't ever been this bad on the stage, at least not in a really long time, sitting at 0 and 8 here. After having a lot of time. I mean, to be frank, if we were talking about round robin for LCK Spring #1, you'd be like, okay, well, they've only played a few weeks, right? And then we'll move into round 2, maybe they'll bounce back, and there's still summer, right? But we had an entire LCK Cup. We had the lead up to LCK Cup where there was Kespa Cup. There was a ton of time to scrim. This roster was formed pretty early compared to a lot of our other rosters. So you would expect that by this point, some of those problems would have been ironed out, and yet here we still are. The laning phase, though, not an issue here. The drafting for DNF, there have been some good ones. I feel like it's been overall somewhat mediocre, but I think that we just got to figure out why this team can't take what happens with a pretty stable laning phase and turn it into 5 players walking to an objective and coordinating a fight.
Yeah, and this is a big problem because they're up against T1. And T1, even if there has been some shakiness, often that is in these individual matchups rather than, all right, we just need to get ourselves together and let's find a pick and take a Baron. Even in games that they've lost, they've managed to do that. They were just too far behind when they did. And so I think up against DN Freaks, it's sort of like their kryptonite. Yeah. So we'll see whether that is actually going to be the case. T1 definitely the favorites here. They just lost to Pro. They lost to BNK earlier on. We don't know how far down this team can fall, and it's hard to hear, but they're going to have to come out with a victory here today to at least help alleviate a lot of the doubts. As the Talia already banned away, the Vi is going to be the answering ban as we jump into Champion Select. And there goes the Sejuani as well. Let's see what Pyoshik is actually going to be on. Of course, the man who has copped a lot of criticism this season,
certainly
you could say.
Has. And we'll see what they decide to do here. Like Gwen and Jace is a strategy that a lot of teams have adopted. You could go for the Kalista ban instead. I don't think you want to ban the Fury here, even though owners had some pretty good performances on it. They will opt to ban the Kalista. So we might be looking for a trade of top laners here, and they ban neither. I think the Jace is really scary.
Whoa.
Varus taken away here.
Oh, okay. So now, I mean, Doran was on that list of Jace losses.
Yeah, he was.
So you could imagine that he's probably angling for the Gwen. Let's see what the DN Freaks actually decide to do here. The Jace is going to be banned, and so Dudu, I think, is happy to take the Rumble into Gwen matchup.
That's what I think is exactly what's happening here. Although Faker wants the Azir. Now, I was thinking maybe Pyongyang grabs the Azir here in the second rotation if they do take the Gwen. But now they could take the Gwen themselves. Will Doran be able to play the Rumble into it, though, is the question we have to ask. And Dudu's performances individually haven't been that great this year, but Doran,
yeah,
I do worry about this choice.
Because also now you can Gwen's in. And Gwen's in has been relatively strong from what we've seen. There's also nothing stopping Pyongyang from taking the Rise, which has also been pretty powerful alongside the Xin Zhao. That being said, when you're staring down the barrel of an Azir, it is more difficult to pick up a Rise, but it is still such a powerful core.
There's kind of a saying that even the most expensive and most powerful tool is not useful in the hands of an amateur, but to take the Xin Zhao away from owner feels like a huge win, but they decide not to go for it and lock in the Fury here instead. This draft looking very interesting here for the DN Freaks. This just allows owner to say, well, thank you very much. Thanks for the freebie. And they look for the Rumble pick into the Gwen. So what looked like a risk here taken by the first pick Azir, I feel like with the Fury lock, it feels fine. Yeah, it feels totally fine here now. See what they want to go for in this mid position. We've seen so much Naafiri Ahri, but it's a lot of magic damage in this comp already. It doesn't have a ton of synergy with the Gwen in terms of setting up picks.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to have a fair bit of damage coming out of the Naafiri just in general. Berserker is also then going to be on an 80 carry, so I think you're okay for physical. The Orianna hasn't really worked so far.
Yeah, this pick has a lot of synergy with Naafiri, of course, because she's a great ball carrier and can secure really nice engages. And you know also that with the Rumble here, there isn't really a strong front line necessarily for T1's comp outside of the Xin Zhao. So if you hit the right targets that aren't Xin Zhao so far, I mean, I guess it could work in theory, but I'm not super sold on it myself either, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried. Jin going to be taken away from Gumayushi, and I think this is where things start to get interesting, because is it going to be Gumakeria on something like Azaya Rakan that they've been fantastic on in the past, something they've been well known for, or is it going to be something more akin to a kill lane, trying to go aggressive up against arguably the best part of the DN Freaks, who have also held these picks until last?
Yeah, I think that you're probably on the money with that. The Xayah pick seems really strong here. Jinx, I think, also could be pretty strong with what they put together in terms of scaling. We know Guma's probably not going to play Ezreal, right? And I don't think you need to play Ezreal in this draft, although I think a lot of people would enjoy to play Ezreal here, given the Naafiri and the Gwen and the space you can buy. But that's just not a pick that he normally does go towards.
Yep.
See if he decides to change that up today or not. This final ban is really interesting here because you already have the Varus gone, maybe an Ashe ban. They'll take the Ezreal away from Berserker.
And now we just hope that Berserker doesn't play something like a Corki, which we've seen him gravitate towards in the past. Corki 80 carry just doesn't really fill me with joy, unfortunately. But let's see what he does decide to go with. I think I'm expecting counterpick for life, but instead, the priority Alistar.
Yeah, the priority Alistar, which is a pick that's been bullied in the past, but with the weak 2v2s we've seen from Gumakeria, and just how great Alistar has been as a tier list support, it feels like the most safe blindable support here. And it will just be the Xayah Rakan.
A billion miles away.
We knew this was likely, right? It's super safe into the Naafiri. And, you know, this is a very T1 draft across the board. As Tristana, I'm not sure about that. But this draft can be quite explosive if it can get an early lead and you can start getting the resets.
Because like explosive, and she's got the explosive charge
and the rocket jump.
That's
kind of explosive.
That's
as well.
Pretty explosive. I like that. There's also a Rumble on the other side, so there's even explosiveness. This was actually one of the picks into Xayah back in the day. You know, people used to pick Tristana into it. Of course, you can, with the draw bead passive, scale a lot of range, and so you can really get out of the way of the feathers later on in the game. Berserker can then become a real threat in late game team fights, and you have early laning power. I mean, this used to be a kill lane.
No, it was in the past, and I think a lot of this game here for DN Freaks is going to be about that stable lane phase, how they get out of it. You know, will we see actually Faker feel the pressure of Pyongyang's Orianna? Such a niche pick right now. Faker's handled this matchup so many times across so many different metas, across so many years. It was often the Orianna on the other side himself. But getting an early lead and then trying to leverage that into early fights for objectives, and getting those resets for the Tristana could work out here. My biggest issue that sticks out like a sore thumb, which is the main problem for this comp, is going to be owner Xin Zhao. I mean, the fact that he got it just holds this whole comp together. What otherwise feels like a fairly, you know, risky draft because it's low-range Xayah, you've got Doran on the Rumble. I feel like owner can fix all those problems with just a really well-placed ultimate and good objective control.
Not to mention the fact that it's Pyosik on the Neferi one more time. This is a champion that really needs to make an impact, and he's been failing to do so. See if it works. We dive under the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, going for a different chroma here. Looks like a chicken dog. As far as the hot dog skin is concerned, I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's a healthier variant.
Yep. As the Matador Alistair, we haven't seen that one in forever. Everyone's just wearing the cowbell skin like every time, and so you just don't really see that. Apart from Beryl being like, I'm going to be the cool guy Alistair.
Yeah.
Which I think Lehens also uses. But I haven't seen Matador for a really long time. That's very, very fun.
It does look very old school.
Yeah, but there's something refined about it, you know?
Yeah.
Because this one was the one that it also got a rework because it came out on the old blocky Alistair that happened initially. Good times. Memory lane once again as Doran is going to land the first harpoon, connects it onto Dudu, who does have the exhaust. We have kind of seen the flashless Gwen go out of vogue. But he's going back to it here in the Rumble matchup, and I think you can understand why, because Rumble was picked as a champion that can actually hold his own in the lane against the Gwen. I don't know how it necessarily stands right now after a couple of taps to Rumble's laning phase.
Yeah, I don't think that it's necessarily a matchup that Rumble wins the way that he would have a few of his patches ago. They nerfed his Q specifically, which does hurt how much damage he can apply there. We'll have a look here into the bottom lane with some of the crazy 2v2s we've had with Guma Keria so far this season, where we've seen some crazy all-ins on both sides. Yeah, I think it's wise to check in and see who does end up getting that level 2 first. Currently looking like Guma and Keria have ultimate control, and there's no way that this Alistair lane is going to take that back here at level 1. That's going to be the case.
Yep, level 2 going to be gained, and the level 1 for this combo is very, very powerful. Gleaming Quill going to allow Gumushi to heal himself back up again, but looks like Berserker and Life are going to be okay hanging out underneath the turret, as Life is just making sure he's keeping that headbutt on cooldown, and Berserker going to do his best to pick up as many of these minions as possible.
Yeah, very annoying sometimes with Tristana to clear these out into a lane like this, but they end up
and also
majority of those.
You can see hasn't actually taken explosive charge yet.
Nope.
And so, sorry, is it explosive charge? It's explosive something, because I get confused because
I think it is explosive charge.
Yeah, it is explosive charge because it's satchel charge that I'm getting confused with
Ziggs, yeah.
Which is the Ziggs situation. Ziggs actually providing a lot of confusion because Mega Inferno Bomb and Super Mega Death Rocket can easily be confused as well, at least in my brain. They belong in similar segments. So
against Closer, Faker did end up falling behind in all 3 games by about 500 gold. I don't think Punyan's on Closer's level right now, but in this matchup you can push advantages if you can get some extra autos weaved in as well. He took Comet and does find himself getting a small lead here over Faker's Azir in this early game. Talking about the exhaust, you get a few resistances in your mist even if the Rumble is inside, and when you have exhaust on top of that, you can just kind of keep pressing Q and take that all in on the Rumble if he does commit to it. So I do like the exhaust for the matchup in that regard. We'll see if it does end up being a point of target though for Owner, and that lack of flash could be problematic later on if he does want to push those advantages.
I think Owner was actually seen on that ward as well. So actually I really like that Pungyan, instead of playing back, he just plays towards the Neferi and says, we'll accept this 2v2 if it does happen. You can see Dudu having to play very carefully here underneath this turret though, and if they do manage to put him behind early on, this could be an absolute disaster. Ward goes in, spots out Owner immediately, and he's not going to be able to clear this one out just yet. Still committing to a potential dive though.
Yeah, Dudu of course needs to stack his Q, doesn't have any stacks right now.
Oh man, this could be really problematic. Let's see how he does manage to do this, as Doran actually tanking the turret, has to flash to get out of the way, and Dudu has survived for now. But now it's going to be Owner starting this one off. Can he actually tank this effectively, as the answer is no.
Okay, well, it ended up working out. Flashless or no, the exhaust gets a ton of value, forces Doran to flash. They get the trade here of kills. A kill going over to the Gwen, one going over to the Rumble, but this is not going to be that snowball you were talking about that would have been disastrous. as we might be seeing one down here if this doesn't change, as they do swap the lanes back now with Dudu teleporting to the bottom lane. But you're starting to see a small CS advantage stack up, but that was pretty well played by Dudu, all things considered. Really nice redive for T1 as well to make sure that they at least get something out of all that time spent on the top side jungle. Pyosik just spent the time power farming, finds himself ahead on farm, but didn't get any sort of cross-map action.
Yeah, I actually think it was a little bit unfortunate because T1 could have gotten themselves a really big advantage there, but the fact that Dudu gets that follow-up kill, the fact that Owner does go down in the exchange really does mean that they're going to have to put in a little bit of extra work to put him down. Teleport is on cooldown for him though, and Doran does still have his. Might give him a little bit of control as
he's hiding in this brush. He does have normal flash here. Faker's pretty far up in the lane.
Oh, level 6 is done here as well for Pyongyang. Does have that for a little while. Faker needs one or two.
Going for it.
There's the shockwave. Just throws it down where he can. Heba Pulv in from life as Pyoshik's coming on over. They get the flash out from Owner. Didn't have to use it on that top side of the map. In fact, probably could have perhaps saved his life, as there's a flash out from Pyoshik as well. He's level 5. Another Pulverize comes in as Gumayusi in trouble once again. Explosive charges on in the rocket jump from Berserker, and Gumayusi in so much trouble. There's the battle dance as we've got the flash through from Pyongyang, and Pyoshik takes down Guma. Headbutt to push Carrier back as well. It is going completely ballistic here, and it's DNF that are getting all of the value. Looks like Pyoshik gonna let his former teammates survive and will back away, but man, DNF
this is
finding some angles.
This is the exact kind of way you want to be playing this early game, though, as DNF, to try to get these advantages and snowball the game. They look for the ult onto Faker, push him down. They have that hiding Alistair there. They can challenge Owner. As we'll hold that thought until the replay here, as we are going to have a bit of a contest from Owner. Yep. One Grub did, of course, go over to Pyoshik, but he does not stick around to try to smite a second, which I think is wise in this case. Didn't have his flash.
Yeah, able to just get himself over the wall pretty comfortably. I think he did actually have his flash available, but just didn't want to take unnecessary damage. As life is everywhere on this map right now. The needlework coming on in is now Doran. He throws down the equalizer, but it equals nothing, ladies and gentlemen. He's on the floor, and Dudu is now in the lead in the matchup.
Yeah, this is a really big problem here now for the side of T1, as the Rumble's no longer going to be able to try to bully or get big advantages like he was before. Great buffer there on Carrier's attempted knockup. So going back to this, Pyongyang commits the ultimate onto Faker, right? So he's incredibly low. Even though he hits level 6, it's really hard for Faker to actually come over here and commit to this fight while Pyoshik is in the area. And also Berserker comes down here, and then they overcommit to this play without Faker. If Faker is actually here, I think this play makes a ton of sense here by T1, but it's a miscommunication, and Guma is unfortunately just going to get run down despite Carrier's best efforts to save his life here. Carrier then has to flash, Life has the follow-up, knocks him back in. He'll trade his life for it, though.
This was a little bit just suicidal from Life, but then he follows up with this sick Hex Flash play, and so honestly, you miss every shot you don't take, ladies and gentlemen. This is a beautiful metaphor for Life itself and himself at the same time. I mean, you just have to go for it.
I will fault T1 a little bit for, okay, we're maybe going again.
Yeah.
I will fault T1 a little bit for how they played out that skirmish after the ult came through onto Faker, because Faker didn't join and they committed to the play. But the Life play, both of them, though, were his proactive plays, right? He set up the play there in the mid lane, joined Pyoshik to try to put that pressure onto Owner with Pyongyang getting the mid prio, and then had the wraparound onto Doran proactively, where Doran had a control ward in the river. Felt safe, did not expect the Hex Flash over the Dragon Pit wall to come and get him. So really great start here for DNF. Only a 500-ish gold lead here, 400 or so, but still, you want to keep that lead rolling when you're running a comp like this.
Oh, 100%. And I also think that DNF are feeling pretty happy with this composition moving later into the game, right? You've got Orianna and Hypercarry, which obviously always feels fantastic. Here's Life missing a combo. As sometimes you just want to send a message, ladies and gentlemen, and the message is sometimes it don't work.
Yeah, it's okay. It happens.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get to the other side of Doran in this case. This pushes him away as Pyongyang is in danger.
Yeah, Empress Divide gonna throw him back as he decides to leave stage right. Faker throwing down a bunch of these Sand Soldier autos into him, but the dissonance movement speed is enough to try and get him out of there, and it does work out in the end. He is pushed all the way out. Faker does a lot of DPS in that instance, but still, Pyongyang survives.
Relieved a little bit of pressure off Doran there on the bottom lane as it requires Life to come up. That was a very scary moment there for Pyongyang, though. didn't have his flash available, but doesn't have to ult or anything like that, so actually has a slight ult advantage over Faker. Does have TP to get back to the lane as well, so it's not a big deal that T1 weren't able to get the kill, but they definitely wanted to trade that one back. It was a really nice set play from Faker and Owner there that does not pay off. And if we see a collapse here for the Dragon, Faker won't have his Emperor's Divide for that fight.
Yeah, it's a big deal. And Pungyan holding onto it is actually fantastic. It's his main form of defense against Owner, right? If Owner goes in, then he can sort of shockwave him around, get the dissonance down, and you can sometimes even avoid that auto attack if you've charged up the Q. So being able to keep the Xin Zhao at bay going to be an important thing here for this Orianna so that he can keep things pushed up. You can see he does have a decent advantage as Life comes over, misses another Pulverize, and wanders around. You know, he's trampling the ground a little bit and all that sort of stuff. It's great to see. But that was once again a little bit of an iffy situation. Kyoshi going to be able to take down the Drake though, and it's all fine.
Yeah, they still end up getting the Dragon. That feels really good here for the DN Freaks as Keria once again coming in here a little
it's
low.
all about perseverance, ladies and gentlemen, as the quickness comes down. Owner going to get the knock up though. It's Pungyan's flashing away already. Only level 5 onto Life here. Is Shockwave going to connect onto 2. Owner unable to follow up on the kill on the cow. There are some grubs that have spawned though. In the second round, likely to go over to T1 as well.
That extra bit of experience Keria had over Life was so important there. He has level 6, Life does not. They can't actually force the play the way they want to. Life still doesn't have level 6 here. He's so desperate for it for this upcoming Grubs fight. And he's going to need to get a wave somewhere in order to get it, and he just doesn't have one. So this Alistar without level 6 really hurts their chances. Remember, Keria doesn't have his ult, though, because he used it in the last exchange. But I think with T1 having Faker here, full control of the entry point of this Grubs, it's going to be really hard to fight this one out as DNF.
Oh, here we go. They did manage to get it. Let's see whether T1 just make out like bandits. Try and take just that one, but instead they're looking for a team fight. Faker with his ultimate back up again. And Gumayusi this time thankfully has Featherstorm. Owner comes in. Dudu on a flank angle. Life gonna have to use that ultimate. Does do so here. As Pyoshik just taking his Raptors, it looks like these Grubs aren't something they're interested in right now.
Berserker is getting some plate gold here in the bottom lane, so that's a consolation prize. So keeping T1 interested does pay off in that regard, but otherwise, it felt like a big commitment to kind of showing up to a Grubs fight, but not committing there. I think it was the right choice because Berserker, or rather Pungyan, was down ultimate. Berserker decided to stay, but it was a very risky situation there considering Faker did have his ultimate. If DNF had kind of played with their food a little bit more, teasing that they were going to contest Grubs and gotten caught, game might have just fallen on its face right there. But they still maintain that 600 gold lead now over T1's 5 Grubs to 1 here. Does deny the Gwyn, a lot of side lane pressure, the Tristana as well, 2 champions that can destroy turrets incredibly quickly. So a very valuable exchange here for T1.
Being able to get the Dragons, though, I think pretty important here for DNF. I think T1, a win condition with this composition which does lack a little bit of range. Yes, they've got DPS for days in team fights, but I think DNF do have tools to try and keep them at bay later on in the game in front-to-back team fights with a level 18 Tristana. So I think the late game insurance is there. I think Dragons would have been a great way for T1 to solidify that win condition, and DNF have at least denied the first one. 2.5 minutes on the second, though, and I expect that T1 are going to use their mid-game power to lock that one down, see what the soul's going to be, and then try and utilize that going forward.
Yeah, this comp is very strong in mid-game T1s, especially with the control they have over set objective here on the blue buff.
All right, Life is just getting on in there as Pungyan going to get flashed on by Faker. The Shockwave does connect, and now they do manage to at least go 1-for-1. Or do they? Pyoshik trying to get himself out of there, but that is somehow Keria surviving. I have no idea how he lived there. The rest of DNF making their way in, though, as Life once again starting this fight. Over the wall is Keria, finds the knock up there onto Dudu, who now puts down the mist. He's trying to stay alive, but it's not quite working. The needle work! Oh my god, he manages to get one as Owner goes down and Faker is on the floor, and now the rest of T1 are on the wrong side of the fight. Untargetable as Pyoshik's able to take down Keria, and now Guma with no friends left has nowhere to go.
And they save the turret.
Doran's getting the turret. I don't know whether they're going to be able to save it as he takes a lot of damage from the turret and Pungyan, as now he's going to try and cook him, and there he goes.
Oh, Pungyan, no flash in this exchange, can't get away. Thought he had the damage there to take Doran out. He loses the turret, his teleport, and his life, all in one fell swoop. It looked like maybe it was going to be a nice turnaround there for DNF on the fight. Ends up being another kill going over to T1 in the end. At the beginning of this fight, they collapse onto Pyongyang, right? And we see a teleport come through from the Gwen. Doran does not join the fight, does not have teleport, right? So you can see that TP coming through. Pyosik is able to survive and get away, but now T1 are on the wrong side of this fight because Doran can't come here. I think this is the right call for DNF to heavily commit in. Guma ults early, though, and so eventually they are going to be able to collapse through here. The needlework ended up being really huge here due to just not having the best time alone here, but is able to still take Owner out. See that little zoom in there as he goes down, but this is a 3v2 fight that T1 will not be able to win. All the while, Doran is pushing that top turret, and that's the tragedy of this, because when we see the respawn of the Orianna, Pyongyang decides to go straight up to the top lane here, and Doran already has a ton of heat built up. Takes a lot of damage here from the turret, but once the turret is down here, he's like, all right, I win this auto fight. Sure, your autos are ramping, but mine ramp as well. And I think if Pyongyang didn't cancel a few of those, it could have been a little bit closer there, but it is kind of a disaster. Like, he committed TP and still lost the turret and still lost his life.
Do you know what it did, though? It kept everything exactly as it was.
Yeah.
So despite there being that big scuffle, the kerfuffle, DNF being able to win out there, Doran was able to equalize it, grab himself a turret, and first turret blood actually went over to T1 as well. Of course, 5 Grub's going to be helping out with that one. That is going to help them on their journey towards feats of strength. As there's the Chemtech Soul once again. I can confirm, Orcs is in the building, but maybe wasn't paying enough attention.
I will say, though, I feel like this comp here for DNF loves Chemtech Soul. Like,
honestly, with the Gwen and stuff, I'm kind of there with you.
Like, the healing for Gwen is cool. It's whatever.
Shield power for an Orianna comp?
I'm not talking about the individual dragon that they're getting on third potentially to get that soul, but the soul itself is actually super powerful for Gwen that's going to get low and be in that big brawl and is going to be able to get some of that healing back. Is just going to do a ton of damage. Same with the Tristana, who's just looking for a reset into a reset into a reset. For T1, it's decent as well here, but in terms of the healing, they're going to have to pick up a lot of that on the way. Not necessarily going to be game-changing. Some Gleaming Quill value and some Scrap Shield, I suppose.
The Riftmaker as well, like once that comes in, Doran.
I mean, that one Doran does have the Riftmaker there, and he is big and in those team fights trying to clean things up with the Q. Potentially Azonia's in the mix. Like that does end up being huge for him as well. But yeah, like you said, still a very even game. Just 100 gold between these two as the lead has started to fall away a little bit. And with this attempt on the turret, might be T1 pulling in the lead if they can secure it.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be getting it off this one. Minions have ran away, and then the Rift Arrow will be taken down swiftly with the help of Pyosik. So T1 just getting a charge, trying to get some damage. They really do want to be able to break that one open as soon as possible. It's a composition that doesn't siege very well, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have a lot of range. You really want to be fighting around objectives, so it's about setting up for exactly that. And speaking of setup, that's what they're doing here to Dudu, as over the wall goes Ona, and they look to just take down the turret immediately. The knockup does connect, and now Dudu's going to try and get in there. I don't know about that one, as Doran's already flashed away. Huge pulverize as the Gwen does go down, but the Equalizer positioned pretty well. Buster Shot gets Carrier out of there with his life, and the Featherstorm will eviscerate the Tristana. This is the kind of team fighting we wanted to see out of T1.
This is exactly what you were talking about in terms of this, as Doran gets 3,000 finally. Was waiting for a while for this one.
Man, we've been talking about that for weeks.
Yeah, but with the bad matchup here for DNF into T1 in terms of their kind of lackluster team fights and their inability to group, it's T1's clutch factor in team fights like this that you always want to trust. In T1, in fact, they use the pressure in mid to pull people away. Now Dudu's isolated here in the bottom lane, and obviously in the initial parts of this, it looks like it's going to be pretty free for T1. The shove comes out here, and then Life gets a big knockup. Berserker goes in, but it's just collapsed on. Carrier's knockup going off before the Buster Shot is so massive. Then the root comes through, and as you said, Guma eviscerates him with a final bit there, but if he gets a Buster Shot off and Carrier doesn't get that knockup, maybe there's a world. If he has Flash there, which he's about to get back online, maybe there's a world where he has some resets there in that fight, and DNF were able to clean up, but T1 out clutch again, and now it's no longer just DNF with a small lead, it's T1 with a large lead, 2,000 gold off the play.
Yeah, and I don't know whether I really want to talk about it again, but Pyongyang straight up missing the Shockwave.
Yeah,
a little bit of anti-synergy with the Buster Shot being pretty unfortunate. You can understand why he was going to go for it, because there were 2 people there, but then they flew away. And so that would have been Carrier dead. There are actually a few implications of that one. We'll see whether DNF can find a team fight where that key ultimate is actually going to work. because that's going to be a really important thing. Pungyan really showing some of his rookie tendencies later on in this game. His laning phase, once again, was good.
That's the DNF motto, you know?
Yeah.
We don't lose lane. That's the end of the motto.
Yeah. Yeah. They need to add "or the game" to the end of that, but we just haven't quite got there yet. We don't have the paint. All right, Pyosik going to be able to get out after securing his Raptors. There's at least a little bit of something. As Faker's rotating over, Otacon has spawn. It's going to be the Ruinous as well, which would be really good for DNF if they're able to pick up their dragons that they already have. But I think that's going to be a tall order in this game.
Well, now they just don't have any control at all. Like, so little that, you know, T1 could practically force a take and then look to turn. I don't suggest that they do, but like they're that ahead in terms of map control right now that DNF would have to bring a lot of resources over to deny an Otacon take. They're always going to have to be thinking about that potential as the vision is now sweeped out completely on that objective. And this is a comp that for DNF doesn't scale the same way. And by that, I just mean it doesn't scale as well, like straight up in terms of what it does later on in the game as T1. Sure, T1 has somewhat of a range problem here, but they have so many ways to mitigate that problem, and vision control is one of them. You know, if you have to walk so close to the brush to even check, you're going to have big problems. As Guma has his IE already, so that's feeling really nice here for the Xayah.
Yeah, and you could imagine that Berserker would be pretty close as far as what his coffers are looking like. T1 going to utilize that reset advantage to be able to take down this dragon. DNF not really up with the timing on that one, and with the state of the game, it makes sense. This is something that DNF are going to have to forego. So the first Chemtech Drake going to go over to T1. Going to be making their Ruinous a little bit better.
And they had enough info about where DNF were that they knew that this wasn't going to be an attempted trade on Otacon. They also know they just don't, frankly, have the damage to do it with this 1.5 item Orianna. It's just not going to happen. So Faker's in the area will be able to defend this turret, but they were never really at any risk.
See Pyosik going a little bit aggressive here, but Keria has the Battle Dance. And this is, like, actually goes on with what you were talking about earlier on. And that is, we've got Owner on Xin Zhao, Faker on Azir, and Keria on Rakan. Like, this is T1's bread and butter with their best performing players at the moment on exactly what they want to be playing. We're starting to see that DNF not really able to do much about it. His life is just going to get cooked, ladies and gentlemen. He could even just be dead right now. As Keria goes in and Faker's able to pick that one up, but they also get Berserker as well. Just sweeps them up underneath the turret. Pungyan gets in. It's another unfortunate teleport for this Orianna, as they just have to watch as their turret gets vaporized. And T1, I don't think they're going to give back any control of this game to DNF.
I don't think so either. And, I mean, they have in his ear is not quite on 2 items, but still he has Nashers first, and he will be able to rip through this Otacon pretty quickly if they do decide to commit to it. Doran does have his teleport, so could join if things get dicier. He's also tracking Pyosik right now, so I know Pyosik's not going to come over here and look for a smite, but he may look for a kill.
Yeah, he does throw his doggos forward.
But Doran is like, my flash for Otacon, you know, we know Pyosik's not nearby. You guys can press your D key on that one and take it out.
Yep, we take those. Probably what he's going to be saying as Keria moves down towards his bottom side. I don't think he's going to be saving this turret as Dudu's able to lock that one down. Pyosik in position. Keria has so much mobility that he can get out of anything. So we're going to have a look at this one more time in life. Like, what are we doing? I
mean, if you hesitate for even, like, what was that Pyosik W? Like, he's trying to get over to the camp faster. If you hesitate for even 1 second against T1, they will obliterate you. It won't even look close. Keria was so ready to follow up here as well. Owner goes in, drops his ultimate so they can push the issue further. The Sun Disc is up, and that's just the end of it. There's no counterplay at that point. Like, you had to be a little bit more on the spot than that. The fact that Pyosik was running over to Wolves and pressing W to get there faster meant they had no idea T1 was about to strike. A little bit of a bizarre situation there for DNF, and Pyosik almost gets the kill on the door and gets his flash. A small victory, but now Otacon goes to T1, which isn't that useful for them right now, but it would have been so huge if DNF could have picked it up.
No, agreed. And it does mean that now a lot of adaptive damage. There's a lot of extra
level
experience now on T1. Yeah, like you were talking about, level leads in top and jungle and mid, even in the AD carry position. But these solo lanes being ahead is such a big deal. And DNF, as the game sort of neutralizes, though, are able to get into the lanes and actually farm things out. This gold lead isn't, like, you know, the surmountability level is still not catastrophic.
Sure.
But the problem is, every single one of these fights, it looks like DNF don't have an answer. Like, they don't even have a game plan as to how they're supposed to stop Carrier, Faker, and Ona from just going in and killing them.
It's always a question of, for DNF, for me, not the numbers, not the gold, not the CS, but what the champions do in a fight, or what they don't do, and if they show up together. You know, it's a coordination issue. As Life will find out that Carrier is taking his vision away.
Yep. The control ward in there. Is Carrier going to get bled a little?
Dudu does have TP if they do go a little bit too deep here, T1, but Baron has spawned, and now they can just say, well, we already have all the vision we need. We don't need to chase for kills. We don't force the issue any further. Dudu also doesn't have a turret he can get here. It's going to take a little bit longer for that, so I think T1 are happy to just chill and keep putting up these control wards as best as they can. Try to force an issue.
See whether DNF can actually secure their red buff. That's going to be an important thing. As Life goes in, gets a pulverized, but I don't know about this one. Berserker trying to get these autos off, and they're not actually able to get onto him. As Pyoshik as well, pretty happy that he can get untargetable, but he's flashing away. Was lit on fire in that tiny amount of time that Carrier had available.
Guma doesn't even have to ult in this situation, and they're like, all right, well, that's it. That's Baron.
Wait, he wasn't even lit on fire because there's a heal on this Rakan. That's just the burn.
Yep, it's just that.
That is insane.
But, I mean, that was, again, the lack of coordination here for DNF. They're going to go for one more Hail Mary. Okay, nope. They decide not to because their jungler is nowhere near, and I think this is wise.
But I mean, you can't just give everything because then you just lose the game. Equalizer goes down, and it's T1 that are engaging. The shockwave lands on absolutely nothing, and Dudu is now in trouble. The Gwen not feeling as powerful as she once was, and will be taken out there by Ona. And it's fight after fight after fight. T1 on top every single time. And the early game feels like it's so far away, Wolf.
It's even just these skirmishes where T1 get a big enough lead that they could just force the issue further. That is so overwhelming, it seems like, for DNF. They just cannot deal with it. They're not able to even play the vision juggle game. They're not able to play the red buff juggle game without catastrophic results. And Faker can solo the Chemtech Dragon, which he will do here with no consequences. And, I mean, T1 have the whole map. They have Baron. And what once was a small gold deficit, like you said, feels so far away the early game. As we skip out on the fight, I think that matters more than this one. You know, I feel like I'll just kind of ignore this because we just saw this one, but the last fight where Pyoshik was going in, where no one was there to follow up, the rest of the team wasn't able to actually get on top of Guma, and Guma doesn't even have to press R. Like, that's the fight that leads to them doing the Baron, to just walk down and be like, oh, you guys were hanging out or near the Baron, and we kill you. You didn't fight us there, you didn't have the tools, but you were still too nearby. And T1 are like, thanks for the bonus exit kill as the third death for Pungyan. And now T1 just pushing to look for some inhibitors here.
Yeah, and still a minute and a half left on this Baron. The Rebel Baron power play only going to increase from here as a bit of a zoning equalizer just to soften them up and convince them that this inner turret is not worth fighting for. And understandably, DNF will agree with them. Does mean that now there isn't a equalizer for the next little bit of sieging. But we'll see whether T1 just try and force anyway, because Ona is so incredibly scary. Does find the wind becomes lightning onto Pungyan.
Pungyan has his ult, but he's level 14. The Faker is level 17, so I don't think they're that concerned about it.
No. And it hasn't really been hitting the right targets recently anyway, as inhibitor number 1 to go down, the second one short to follow. And DNF, I mean, they didn't look like they had much of an idea in the first few fights. I don't know whether much has changed now, as Pyoshik deciding to dive forward. Does get the stopwatch out of Doran here. Does break his arm guard, but he's very close to his Zhonya's, so doesn't need to worry about that one too much.
And Pyoshik, you know, doesn't have his ult anymore either, which obviously when you compare the two, like, the arm guard is more valuable in the long term, but I just don't know if there is any long term. And now T1 know that they're just like, okay, well, we can keep pushing, and there's no way Pyoshik can get on top of somebody. Like, even Guma's like, let me auto this Orianna. I don't care. I have flash ult, and you don't have a Fury ult.
Yeah, and Faker and Carrier are just looking for their opportunity to scoop someone up. Carrier to get them in position, and then Faker just to finish it off as the equalizer goes down. Life goes in. There's a shockwave connecting onto 2, but I think it's too little, and it's almost definitely too late as Ona going forward, tanking up 2 turrets as Life does get the pulverize onto Guma, who will eventually go down. That was actually an absolutely sick play. They trade 1 for 1. DNF's base are in shambles.
They saved the top inhibitor. They saved the top inhibitor.
Yeah, but that did look pretty cool.
Yeah. We'll see if we get to see a replay of it or not, but T1, just the better team fighting this game. it's not over until it's fully over, right? But T1 at this point kind of playing with their food a little bit here. To Owner looking for an angle onto Berserker, ends up getting isolated, goes in here with Keria, and then Pungyan has to flash. It's actually a really good flash by him. Owner then has to flash away. Life with a really nice play here onto Guma, and they rip him off the map. That was actually a sick play. Life with no fear. You know, his Nexus, his base is in shambles, but he will look for the angle. They will look for that 80 carry, and they will take Guma out. But again, it's just a consolation prize at this point.
Yeah, it's not looking too great. Guma positioning there, obviously a little bit questionable in hindsight, but that is absolutely fine. T1 still in so much control. Faker going to be teleporting towards that top side of the map. Next Baron going to be a minute and a half. The Dragon, basically a non-factor at this stage. There's no team with Soul Point yet, and it's an 8,000 gold lead approximately for T1.
Everybody's doing their job here on T1. Baker's had a pretty good game. He's been able to shut down a lot of the engages. Keria.
All right, Life going in. Keria is just going to say, okay. And Owner not going to be able to steal away the red buff. So Pyosik does at least get that prize for his team. Dudu also with Azonia's now completed. That is kind of cool. As Faker goes in, finds Pungyan one more time. And I just don't think he has any way out. In fact, he does not. As Faker goes golden, and the red carpet is there. Life unable to walk down that one. That's a little too hot. Gets cooked anyway by Doran here. As now Owner goes in with a nice knock up onto Dudu. He has the miss down, but I still just don't think he's going to be immune. And there it goes. Pyosik on the fountain. The Sand Soldiers say you are dead. And T1 will dominate in the end of game number one. The DN Freaks woes continue here in the LCK.
And a big statement win here from T1, bouncing back after that bro loss. They still need to win one more to take the series, but after what was a bit of a rocky start, let's say, for T1 with that early game skirmish, Life finding Doran in the bottom lane, T1 fans definitely sighing a little breath of relief after what looked like it could have been a rocky mid-game, but they handled it so well. And the woes of the 5v5s here for the DN Freaks continue, and I'm really glad you highlighted it at the beginning of the day, because it's just such a bad matchup for them in terms of what T1 is best at, is those scrappy fights, those late game objective fights, and I think that's what, unfortunately, DN Freaks is worst at right now in the LCK.
Yep. Haters gonna hate, players gonna play. You love that on the fan sign there for T1. Certainly having to deal with a lot of ups and downs as far as reactions to things. This, though, was definitely, for me, Faker and Owner playing out of their minds. Keria as well, having just one of his phenomenal Rakan performances. These are the champions to look out for on T1, and they showed you exactly why they are to be feared. Just looks like Owner can do absolutely no wrong on Xin Zhao. Like, I think it feels illegal that they did
How does
go
he
for
get
that
it?
ban.
Like, how does he keep playing it?
Well, also, like, why does Pyosik decide that he wants to pick Nefiri second on red side? But that is, once again, a hindsight situation. The early game went okay, and the DN Freaks now get blue side. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break that one down, and we'll have game number 2. We'll see you soon.
박아도 돼 이거?
있나?
안 되지?
오케이.
프리 노점? 오리 노플이지?
우리도.
나 오리 거리 되는데 이거.
뭐가 있다?
알리도 노플.
우리는 잡긴 했어.
나 프리 노고.
앞라인부터.
웬 누구 있다?
근데
그러네. 그러게. 웬.
노플이야 그웬.
나이스.
Hello and welcome to the space. We're here after game number 1 of T1 up against DNF, and it looked close for quite a while. Even DNF had some good moments early on, but then unfortunately they go back to their old ways and kind of fall apart, and T1 were able to take that win. I'm Valdez today with Aux and Chronicler. What do you guys think about that game one?
Yeah, I think T1 still with some of their struggles, but still, you know, some exceptional play from, you know, Ona, I think, and Faker to get them through the end of that game. DNF, there's a reason they haven't been able to find a win yet, but, you know, as you said, it looked pretty close in the early levels, which is unfortunately something we've seen a few too many times with this team.
It kind of reinforced, I think, our ideas of both teams. I think T1 still look like they are not even close to their form that we expect of these teams and the caliber of players, even though they did get the win. And for DNF, it confirms that their early laning phase really isn't the issue. It's when we get to mid-game, when we get to team fights, that they kind of fall apart. So we can pull the draft and kind of look at that as well, because I think this draft was pretty playable. The only downside is you give up Owner or he gives Xin Zhao the Owner, which I do really think you shouldn't let him have, because it's the strongest jungler that's not perma-banned, and it's the best player playing it. Like, Owner is our best Xin Zhao. Obviously, best jungler is a Convo, but I just... Outside of that, you know, getting Gwen is nice. That's something. And the Orianna also did not fill us with confidence.
Yeah, I think the problem is, you know, Rumble is a good matchup into Gwen compared to, like, we've seen other, like, Ambassadors really struggled into Gwen. That's a fine matchup there. You get Azir Xin Zhao, which is just such a strong one, too. Especially Faker and Azir, very comfortable, and Xin Zhao just super powerful. The Orianna is a bit of a weird one. It definitely feels like comfort, but I just think it struggled to find that impact in those fights.
Yeah, it absolutely did. We can take a look at highlight number 1 and take a look at this crazy fight we had in the jungle of DNF, actually. T1 wanted to get in here, wanted to punish, and it kind of just went insane mode here for a while. And T1 eventually did win this fight.
Yeah, so they take down the Orianna quickly, which fills them with confidence, but just the Neferi is so slippery, and they get collapsed on with this great TP coming in from the Gwen. It starts to get really messy from here on out. You know, we end up having the Featherstorm from the Xayah down quickly, but it's only the Alistar who ends up really have to bear the brunt of those feathers. And then they do manage to focus down the Gwen, but the fact that the Gwen gets to trade here while Faker goes down just really sets them up in a good position. And Guma is now essentially 1v3 with how low Carrier is, and can't fight that out.
And this is another example of T1 kind of fumbling in the early game, and DN Freaks actually playing out the early skirmishes. There were some topside skirmishes as well, and at this point we were pretty hopeful. Berserker has actually looked really good. I think this also includes the loss that we just got, which obviously hurts a little bit, but it just wasn't enough. And that is kind of the recurring theme, and it's the solo lanes that yet again seem to be unable to really match any impact in team fights, because Pungyan, like, doing poorly in lane as Orianna, I think is somewhat, it makes sense, right? It is a match where you can really get punished, but you gotta hit your shockwaves. And Dudu, that's one of the least scary Gwens that I've seen in a while. You gotta sharpen those scissors.
Yeah, the play was not exactly great, but DNF at least did start off on the right foot. We could take a look at the second highlight here, which was a mid-fight at 22 minutes, where T1 just kind of roll over them very unceremoniously here. Life basically dies before the fight even really begins.
Yeah, and then the engage comes out from Carrier with no real counterplay available to Berserker. They don't have vision over the wall. Life kind of just walked up for no reason. And, you know, they have the TP in, but the fight's already done. Everything's already fallen apart. They lose the tower. And I think this is the point of the game where it just felt like DNF had lost all wind in their sails.
Because it looks relatively small, right? It's just a turret, it's 2 kills. But that's also the summoners used, that's complete map control for T1, and we never really see them give up anything after that. There are small glimpses, but that's the moment where, for the DN Freaks, if that doesn't happen, if Life just ults immediately, and they hold onto the turret, I think the game might have been playable.
Even just doesn't... I don't know why he walked up in that situation, like the wave was about to crash.
We knew. We saw multiple members.
Yeah. We knew. There were some other fights we could have gotten which weren't really fights. It was kind of just T1 bullying them after the fact. They got, you know, Otacon, they set up for Baron, and then they killed Pungyan and a bunch of them just basically for free. It wasn't a very interesting game, to be honest, after that. It just felt like DNF kind of totally fell apart, and T1 did enough work to get themselves in the right spot. So T1 not looking 100% today, but at least they are looking better than DNF, which is a good sign for them. DNF will be moving over to the blue side here for game number 2. And we'll see if that does help them out.
Yeah, I think removing some power away from T1, like the early picks, I think were really great in the draft, but also just making sure you have good lane matchups, particularly for mid lane. I think the Orianna just seemed like it was struggling. It was picked in the first set of picks before the second round of bans, and didn't feel like it was a great spot for it. So maybe getting on him on a more meta pick that he's comfortable on, where he's in a good matchup, not playing into the Azir, might make a world of difference.
I would also expect T1 to put heavy prio on getting Faker, something like the Taliyah, because I think Faker's performance has been really good specifically on Azir, but outside of that, it's been really hit or miss. And I think just Owner, with how the rest of T1 is playing, I'd still be a little worried. So expect that mid lane matchup to be a really big deal here when it comes to drafting game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely will be. We'll see what Faker's playing and the rest of the players as we hop back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, some fan signs looking a little bit like they're trying to hold themselves together on the DNF side, understandably so as well, as it's been a little bit of a tough time. And they're looking down the barrel of a 0-9 start, losing to absolutely everyone in the first round robin.
That sign says, "I'll keep coming until you win." Hopefully they'll keep coming after that as well. But
yeah, I think that maybe they'll just keep coming. They didn't even really need to worry about stipulating it, because it's not looking like very many wins are on the horizon.
Not at the moment. The thing about blue side here too for the DN Freaks is there's so many picks that you can, like, you can gravitate towards that when you're on blue side. That's part of the power of it. But they gave the Gwen, like they played Gwen, like they locked that in earlier, so that one's gone. Xin Zhao, they also gave away. Azir is gone, so I'm not entirely sure if T1 are as concerned about the blue side in game 2. I feel like blue side for game 1 is much more valuable. But we'll see what they do end up putting together here, because we weren't super thrilled with the draft of game 1.
Yeah, like you said, there's a lot of very high priority champions that have now hit the bench. Something like a Sejuani and, Skarner as well, stocks for the Scorpion going up.
Still available, of course, for potential first pick for Dudu. I think that'll probably be banned away with the Vi here in second phase, because on blue side, DN Freaks decided to ban Kalista, so that gives T1 an extra little spot there. Vi is non-negotiable, so that's not a shocker to see.
Yep.
A little bit surprised to see the Taliyah ban, considering what Chronicler had to say there, but I guess they thought Pyongyang would just take it away.
Yep, I think it's very first pickable.
Yeah.
The Poppy is still up as well, which I think is another important one to think about here.
I think they'll probably just ban Jace, though. I do think that Poppy is very strong, and I think in the hands of a lot of our really strong teams can be an incredible tool. Even some of our lower level teams, like we saw Sponge get a ton of value out of it yesterday on DRX. But Jace gets banned, and Berserker, he's the main character. He's going to get his Varus lock in.
All right, let's see what they can actually do with this Varus pick. Of course, very, very strong, like you say, but does now give T1 a lot of opportunity to take a 1-2 punch in response. Could just be a bottom lane that they take away. You can see a bit of a grin on Ona's face there as well. I wonder what he is considering.
Yeah, he might be thinking about the Skarner pick here. It's still very strong, even though it hasn't been as favored recently. The victor here for Faker is very safe. Faker has liked to keep his champion pool where it is. He hasn't really strayed outside of the big main mids. You're not seeing too much Sylas out of Faker, seeing the Galio work out for him. And I like just a safe victor pick here in terms of the tier list and Faker's comfort.
Yep.
As the jungle pick is the big question here, although, like you said, they could just go for the bottom lane. It'll be Guma's Jhin to come through. A pick I think he's really improved a lot on, and is definitely a bit of more comfort for him.
Yeah, this is something that Gumyushi's always been just good at, and you can also equalize the range, even extend it versus that Varus. So I kind of like that. As Pyongyang, we're having a look at what he is going to be piloting here in the Rise, potentially. Wonder whether this is going to be a mid-jungle lock-in, of course, with the Victor face-up. You now get your opportunity to pick something into it. We've seen a lot of people take the Sylas angle. Pyongyang not going to go for that one. This time around, it will be the Rise instead, and you can see some nodding along here by Pyoshik.
On one hand, I like this more than Sylas, because I think if you fall behind or you lose control, as we'll see Pyoshik's Viego to come out. More on that later, but what I do like about this Ryze is it gives you side lane power, it gives you a lot of agency even if you're behind, but it's going to require coordination to use its full potential, and that is where DN Freaks have not really been at their best, as this is a flex pick of this Pantheon. Will likely be jungle, but it is still open-ended how they want to play this one out, so that's a cool little boon for them.
I was kind of hoping that it was going to be triple flex Poppy instead in third rotation there, because it would have kind of been okay in the jungle matchup. You don't know what the top lane matchup is yet, but it could be that Dudu takes something that's a little bit poppyable like a Jax. And Carrier is also always able to play it. I think now should definitely get banned away.
Do you think so? I wonder if there's any interest in trying to isolate Doran more in this top lane. As they'll ban Elise here, so also expecting that is going to be jungle Pantheon. And that could be one of the champs that could give you issues in the bottom lane. But I feel like with Varus and any ranged champion, and even with most melees, you feel pretty good into the Elise. But they're scared of Carrier's Elise here.
Yep.
I think it's a fair ban. Not the best necessarily, but not a bad one. Let's see what this final ban is going to be here. So banning the Mbessa away.
I actually thought that we'd be more likely to see a Gnar ban. I just feel like Dudu's about to play Gnar. That's where my waters are at.
Yeah, because it's just super safe, and you need that safety. The draft that also scales really well, has already the Ryze for side lane power. I'm kind of with you on that one.
Where's the Poppy ban? I don't think they should get Poppy.
I don't know if you want to play Poppy into Varus necessarily.
So I guess maybe they're assuming they're not willing to pick support Poppy, which is probably what it would be, given the fact that the support Pantheon hasn't necessarily worked out so well.
But that is the flex that you have here as T1. Like they could make it work. They're going to ultimately go for Leona instead, which has a lot of synergy. I always love Jhin comps that have really strong engage. They have Pantheon, they have Leona now. That's more robust and more long range of a single target engage than the Poppy is. Still incredibly tanky, like Poppy with the Eclipse. So I like this a lot because what Faker is on is just a control mage that does boom boom damage, that he's not really going to be setting up the Jhin. He's not going to be buying space for the Jhin. But now they have two champions that are really annoying to deal with that give Guma that space. As the Rel is going to be the answer here. A lot of counter engage potential here in DN Freaks. And if you burst somebody down, Pyosik starts getting those resets. Can be quite strong. Is it just going to be the Gnar? I'm feeling it.
I'm hoping that it is. You know, keep it simple. Would make some sense here. Give Dudu some comfort.
It's not Zeus on the other side this time.
Oh, instead, blind Jax into the top lane. I mean, that just invites like an R5 Poppy angle.
Yeah, or even an R5 Gnar feels pretty good here for Doran. GP was one of the ones that King would lock here.
Oh, the Malphite, that's fun.
Trundle. That's great with Jhin. Unironically, I feel like it's pretty good. I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't think that's what he's necessarily going to lock here, but I like to see Doran flex a little bit.
Yeah, instead Doran is just going to take a leaf out of our book and lock in the Gnar. Depends on who you talk to about how the Jax-Gnar matchup goes, but should be relatively even up there towards the top side and does give you a lot of teamfight power if you can get that Mega Gnar timing to work out. We know Doran's best thing is teamfighting. Yeah. And so him on the Gnar, he often is pretty good at making sure that Gnar bar is in the right spot.
It's hard to punish this Gnar pick with Viego. You know, there are other junglers that can be very threatening and punish a mini Gnar. Viego doesn't always quite reach with the hop available, so I feel like you feel pretty safe in the top 2v2 as well with the Pantheon there. And the conversation about Jax beating Gnar, it's really only like our top 3 or top 4 top laners that say the Jax can win. And I would not really be putting Dudu in that quadrant at the moment. And what could have been a safe, difficult to counter Gnar pick, very difficult to punish by T1, is now this Jax that can be incredibly difficult to deal with in sides later on, absolutely, and can be a big threat for the Jhin. There's just so many other tools to buy space and to lock that Jax down, and then the top lane matchup is going to be tough as they are praying.
Oh, yeah.
It says, if you win today, I'll forgive you for everything.
And is the everything, is that the Yongso? Is that
Yongso's forgiveness, yeah.
All right. So that's the one that was highlighted in red there, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure that they hammered that one home. We'll see whether it is going to be a victory here today. It's going to have to be in this game because T1 are on match point in this best of 3. Let's see whether DN Freaks can pull themselves together here in game number 2.
시간사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. I'm expecting the DN Freak's going to look kind of okay for the first 10 minutes. That's my really aggressive take.
Yeah, a little out there.
I know. I'm known to really go out on a limb.
I mean, look, for the true DNF doomers out there, because there are a lot of them, because they're 0 and 8.
Oh no, not the troomers.
They're not seeing, because they're too blind by their anger at the 08. They can't actually see the stable laning phase. But you and I see it, okay? Like, you and I know, like you and I both knew as well when they had some pretty big leads in that game. We're like, well, let's see how this ends, because I'm not confident. But the laning is never really where disaster strikes. I'm not saying it's never happened, but it usually doesn't happen in the laning phase. You know, we're not seeing Berserker getting owned in the 2v2, even though Life had some weak performances in LCK Cup. We're not seeing Dudu getting solo killed every game. You know, it's Punyan and before him, Bulldog, having fine mid lane matchups. You know, it's just what happens when we get out. And I have a broken record on this, but it just, DNF keep being a broken record, so as a commentator, sometimes you just have to keep saying it. I hope we don't have to say it for the whole year, but something has to change for us to stop.
You will get a lot of practice saying it, though, so at least you'll get really good at saying it. So there's that. Like we were talking about, some okay laning. As Gumishi going to be able to clear up that last minion, but Berserker pretty comfortable here, as he's sort of stuck in a 1v1, as that was a little cute there from Life. Love tap and then crash away. But it looks like T1 will be gaining that level 2. DNF going to have to give up control of the wave, but not going to be able to lose too much, and so everything is going to be fine. So far, top side of the map, Dudu has actually been putting on the pressure, as that minion not being found there really shows some missed synergy between the two laners on DNF's side. A little bit of a worry, but we are going to be able to get most of the rest. Turret going to mess up that last one, but it's okay for Berserker.
Yeah, pretty stable down there. Pretty stable here in the mid lane as well, as we have a bit of a fight.
Yeah, Carrier is very, very strong, but not after the Aftershock wears off. So that piercing arrow actually doing a lot of work. And to be honest, Varus into Leona kind of feels all right, because you can backload a lot of your damage if you hold on to those Blight stacks and wait until after the Eclipse and the Aftershock wear off before you pop it. So it's actually kind of cute with how that one works, assuming that you have the ability to do so, and he hasn't just engaged on you and you're dead, which could also.
It's a big caveat.
There's definitely some yeah buts in there.
Yeah. It looks like the topside matchup is going very well for Dudu. Maybe I shouldn't have doubted him as one of the Jaxes who could win the Gnar matchup early in the first few level series.
I mean, there was a time where we'd be like, Dudu, one of our best.
He was a top 3 top laner. He was
amazing.
He was top 3. He was.
Well, now he's also going to get some attention from his jungler. Gyoshik going to be walking over a ward here, though, as Ona does cancel that back. Ward goes in, Gyoshik goes out, information gathered, and it looks like Dudu is just going to be able to shove that wave in and go for a little bit of a reset. So that's a great start to this lane for the Jax, as Pungyan going to be spotted there by the ward Faker just put down, so he's going to be a little delayed on his reset. No harm, no foul.
It's a little scary, even though they have a lot of ward coverage. I'm like, I'm going to walk a little bit more left before I channel this recall. If Faker stopped me there, Owner might be lurking, but a lot of information will finally channel that back. Faker, full health is, here we go. Bit of an exchange again.
Yeah, Doran going to be losing some health bar, but of course he has a little bit of extra space, right? Because he does have his teleport still available. Probably shouldn't die right here.
No.
As the Empower does come through, Crush gets him out, but now the teleport back in from the Gnar is a lot more scary. There is a biscuit or two and a potion. But you can see Dudu already going to have to go for a reset here.
If the Mega Gnar wants to interact with you like that before he has items, like you're winning the trade, because he's in melee with you as Jax, he can't space you. But if you use teleport, he didn't, then you win the trade, but are you really winning when Doran shows up with full HP in the bottom lane and you have to walk?
It also is kind of cute, right? Because they kind of faked a potential... No, never mind. It was Doran actually starting off the lane swap, so Dudu actually just going to change his mind, walk over towards the bottom side, gets that wave shoved in, evens out the CS quite nicely as the Rune Prison is pretty good there from Pungyan, but not going to land the follow-up Q.
That was just a good lead here for T1 in terms of the tempo, and, you know, Dudu had a nice little exchange there with Doran, but ultimately it doesn't matter too much here, as He had teleport disadvantage, but still remains even in farm.
Ooh, Pioshik. Seeing what he
sure
can
about
get
this.
done on this top side. Ona's Pantheon has been another one of his good champions. Like, the Xin and the Pantheon have been just so amazing.
He likes it when the
hands of this
enemies
guy.
can't hurt him when he presses a button.
Yeah, he does seem to utilize those buttons relatively well.
He should play Gwen jungle.
Throw it in here. It's a fair bit of damage onto Gumayusi, as we can see. Captive Audience going to connect there as Doran going aggressive. Does have level 6, but the wallop not going to land, and he just used the ulti on the Jax a few moments prior as Pyongyang, I think, loses out on that trade. The Chaos Storm going to get redirected towards the minions. Pioshik starting off these grubs, might be able to get that first one pretty comfortably. Let's see whether they can get more.
Yeah, he wants to get it without smiting, of course. The top trade going so well for Berserker, actually hitting all that damage on Naguma really allows for this to happen here for Pioshik, so he's feeling very good about this. In fact, should be able to secure 2 at least.
Yeah,
Missed the
nicely
smite
done.
for the second, and see, Owner is already heading down, so Pioshik knows he can commit to this third grub here, and I don't think there's going to be any punish whatsoever on the top side. As Pyongyang remembered that his ultimate was not a combat ultimate and did end up losing out to Faker, but got his ult in exchange.
Yep. Dudu probably should know that there's a likely jungler towards his bottom side, as he's going to have to leap strike his way over, and all right, that'll do it. He's just fine.
Nice timing on that.
Yep, I guess he just knew that he wasn't in any danger as the Ignite already down onto Gumayusi. He's going to flash. This dive is dangerous, but still able to pick it up. Life just deciding that he's going to have to sacrifice himself as Carrier gets another kill, and Berserker not going to be able to challenge him for that one. So that, I would say, ladies and gentlemen, is a disaster.
Yeah, on one hand, I get it, because you saw the enemy jungler on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
So he wasn't there. On the other hand, that's a Leona.
Yeah.
So, and that's a turret, and they ramp, and, you know.
And I think Life actually played it as best he could, right? Like, he picks up the turret aggro, and, you know, they make sure that they can still take down Gumayusi after the flash, but then, yes, he dies.
And then the wave is thin.
The wave is thin, so the turret is still coming in. So
Faker, I mean, sorry, not Faker. Carrier does commit the flash there, which is 1 trade back. It's also 2 kills to a Leona now in this game, so that's not where you want the gold necessarily. But the kill didn't go to Berserker. I think Pioshik picking up the kill isn't the worst because he is playing Viego, but Berserker is the main character, let's be real. I think DNF fans were hoping that was going to be his pickup there, and I think that was the game plan with the gank, but...
I mean, I think actually the kill going to Pioshik is much better. I understand the thought process completely, but you're not a champion if you're Viego and you're not a threat. So.
I do agree with you in terms of what Viego is supposed to do, but nameplates on, I'm concerned.
Yeah. There's that Paperman conversation that you coined, of course. That does turn into a bit of a problematic situation. Faker dodged basically every Q, which is pretty impressive. Doran finding the combo onto Dudu here towards the bottom side.
Faker demonstrating that, you know, in his champion pool that he plays this season, which is somewhat small, he has great mastery.
Oh, yeah. And he has great mastery over a lot of champions, as we know. He's been playing this game a while. But the Victor certainly something that he is having a lot of success on. And you also just generally get outranged as the Rise.
Yeah.
And in this matchup anyway, so it's just a bit of a rough one.
Not respecting, but Pioshik is going to come over here.
Yeah, there's the flash in. As I don't know about the angle on the stun. The gravity field's fantastic there as well. And Faker going to have to flash because there is a shattering strike coming on over. And Pioshik gets his second of the game.
All right, maybe it was good that Viego got the kill, you know?
Yeah, he's pretty scary now.
He may miss the flash stun, but still going to get a kill onto Faker there in the end, in part due to Life being in the area and rotating down. So that was a really nicely coordinated and called out play. We saw a few more moments like this in the LCK Cup, you know? Like we saw DNF do a lot of this with Bulldog where they're baiting and setting up for something, you know, Pioshik shows up or Life shows up and they end up getting these exchanges. Pioshik missing here gives Faker the confidence that he can flash away, but Life is also here, so ultimately he still goes down, tries to look for a trade kill, but doesn't find it. Using his flash on the play, really important here because this Victor is now very immobile and very at risk of a follow-up gank of any kind.
And that's also the reward that DNF got by holding all of their flashes on the top side of the map, right? Like, Life could have flashed out of turret range. That would have made sure that it was Pioshik that died. Pioshik could have flashed to try and get his way out after the Heartbreaker, but I think the turret shot was even in the air. But they didn't have to use any of them, right? So Pioshik gets to use it in that fight. Obviously, the flash looked a little comical, but it was because Faker walked forward.
Yeah.
And that means he's dead anyway. So DNF setting up for these plays quite nicely. Life, of course, his position fantastic there, but T1's still going to be able to get themselves the first dragon of the game. And next one going to be a Chemtech, so no back-to-back Chemtech souls, which we like to see, as Doran's spacing there pretty nice into the Counter-Strike.
See a small lead here for Berserker. Yoshik looking for more grubs here. They have full control over this pit. Faker doesn't have his flash. I don't think he's going to come down. They're going to look for a bottom play here instead on a Dudu.
Yeah, the Nas stun into the turret, and Dudu does manage to at least get the Counter-Strike back as he throws down the ulti. Doran will need to pick up turret aggro, but I think that was a level up for Dudu. Look at him, eating through these cookies, feeling a whole lot better, but still, he's going to get taken down. Nice little hop to get Doran out of there, and it was a good attempt.
Yeah, it was nicely played there from Dudu. Really nice flash timing. Bought a lot of time, but now they need to make something happen here top side. They do end up with 6 grubs here, but I think they want a little bit more. Turret plate gold will feel nice, but I just don't think they can actually get anything done with carry up here top side.
This is going to be feats of strength if Doran is able to take down this turret.
And so far, you know, there's no answer. Dudu does not have teleport. If he clears this next wave, he might actually be able to get it. As Dudu has, of course, flash and Counter-Strike and waits until the last possible second here. Doran is backing away, thinking, okay, I need to drop this turret aggro. And then on the second dive, obviously, Doran just needs to pick this one up, so needs to play it very carefully, and that he does. Picks up the aggro before Owner. Owner secures the kill. But nice footwork there to at least force the second dive. And it then bought them more time to try to make something happen topside. I wish they didn't, but they got 6 grubs, which if a Jax gets any alone time in a side lane with those turrets is going to feel amazing here for the DN Freaks. Also a pretty fast pushing Rise as well. Will feel really happy if he's left alone in the side lane. Just ask BDD.
Deadly Flourish coming on down here as Gumayushi with a lot of damage onto Berserker, and now the curtains have been called. Let's see how the do-si-do goes here for Berserker as Solar Flare goes wide. That's a lot of ultis going in directions that they didn't really want to go, but still, that is a lot of pressure onto the DN Freaks 80 carry. Doran still realizing that things are a little bit difficult here in the 1v1 as there's the Magnetstorm. He tries to get himself out. Heartbreaker comes forward. There is the Grand Skyfall, and Dudu goes down once again. Doran is still alive, and Pyoshik's on the wrong side of the map. A disastrous dive attempt here as Gumayushi down towards the bottom side, and the Wallop will take down the Rel. And things are going wrong a little earlier this time around for the DN Freaks.
Yeah, this time, similarly to the top dive, they looked for the turret is their worst enemy, and Doran just is totally fine up there. And unlike the last time, they don't end up finding any success with their plays. Pungyan is now also 100% dead.
Yeah, the Realm Warp, an immediate Chaos Storm interruption as Pungyan realizes that he may as well try and clear the wave. And he does do that. He is surviving for quite some time, but that's another gravity field actually in the same little skirmish.
Yeah.
Kind of cute. Dudu down towards his bottom side will be able to at least save the sliver of health on this turret. Let's have a look at this fight one more time.
Has flash. Still gets caught, pops over, and then just walks back towards the turret here when the follow-up Heartbreaker comes through from Pyoshik. Like, they really wanted to force it. I don't know how else to say it, but in this case, they could have played a little bit slower, but they knew the rotation would come through if they slow played, and they just felt really priced into that. I don't know if they should have, but ultimately that decision really backfiring. Because if they get him with 6 grubs, that turret's gone. You know, you deny that part of Feats of Strength for T1, who have the Feats of Warfare already unlocked. Like, it would have been a really nice play, but just not quite enough damage there, not quickly enough. And Doran handles it really well, hops, and then goes back towards the turret correctly instead of running top, which would have actually meant his demise.
Yeah, and now Gumacaria able to clear things out in this river, as the Jax might be able to get to this turret in time to stop it from going down, but it is very low. You can see the teleport coming in from Doran, and he just wants to finish this one off, but there is no wave, so he takes a turret shot for fun, and Carrier, he's going to turn up. Solar Flare doesn't connect. The Rel is in the area, but Dudu is still going down incredibly low. Good Shattering Strike there just to get him out, but now Pungyan having to deal with some attention on the top side as the stun comes through, and Pyoshik not going to be here in time. Just elects to get himself stunned as they take down the Rise yet again.
And that's Feats of Strength with the turret going down bottom side here. It's a very, you know, it's a moment you can zoom out and be like, all right, where is everyone on the map? And Pyoshik is neither defending, you know, his mid laner who's top side, nor is he defending the turret they committed a teleport for. Or actually, no, it was not a teleport they committed there, so my bad on that one. I thought they did actually commit to try to save that turret teleport-wise. Doran who commits in, and then they take it with Carrier's help. But that's one thing that didn't go as badly as I thought here for DNF, but still end up losing out on both sides of the map. And that shouldn't be happening even with the lead that T1 has. Now the lead's even bigger. Now they have beats of strength.
No, it's absolutely absurd.
And
It's a 4-0 Pantheon as well. It's the fact that the best performing player on T1 now has a gigantic lead.
Yeah. It's such a frustrating game to play out here, as it looks like DNF will at least get this Dragon back, trade it for a 1-for-1. We'll see what the Soul is, as it's not going to be Chemtech 2 games in a row, so at least that's a thumbs up from me, but...
Yep, it's going to be a Mountain Soul.
Okay.
But Faker's going to be taking down this outer turret. I mean, this is 6 grubs for DNF, and they're losing structures all over the map.
If you can't hit the turrets, they don't really end up getting much value, do they?
Yeah, this is the problem with the grub situation. Sort of, it's a bit of a win-more scenario. And we remember the early stats for the 6 grubs. It was, what, 30% win rate or something like that?
I think it was even worse.
It was definitely very low.
But it usually means that the enemy team got something out of the 6 grubs you took, and that's exactly what T1 did. And winning on both sides of the map for T1, and then, okay, you got the Dragon, but Faker got a turret. You know, these are the kind of trades you want to take as T1 when you're already up a Dragon, so losing a Chemtech solo Dragon to be tied in Drakes isn't really an issue for you. Now they have Cryo on this Rift Herald. We'll see a teleport here from Pungyan, and this may be the last stand here, the last fight for DNF.
Yep, Life is just going to move in, already down to half health. As a teleport from the Jax to deliver him to the middle of this fight. It's going to be an honest 5v5 as Faker makes his way down. Boomerang value actually quite high there as the Flak Magnustorm comes in from Life. They're going to see whether they can get the first kill in this fight. It's so important. The transformation is fantastic, but the first kill, it was T1's, and they line it up with a couple more as well. Now the curtains are being called. The Grand Starfall comes down, and Berserker, I don't think he's winning this battle against Owner, as Owner may actually get taken out here as Pungyan's over the wall, but instead he just flashes his way out of there. And T1, they only sacrifice Doran, and they take everything.
Yeah, Doran also played the fight out incredibly well. You mentioned the transformation and tanked so much in the early part of the fight. No resets for Pioshik, no angle to pop off on this Viego. And that's a Herald getting a charge here in mid, and they're looking for even more.
Yeah, Life underneath this turret, they do manage to get the secondary charge from Shelly before she does go down, as Pungyan desperately trying to deal with the wave. He does manage to do that as Faker takes a couple of turret shots, but this Gravity Field plus Deadly Flourish combination that T1 are using just looks very difficult to deal with.
It's super frustrating. T1 prove again that they're super good at objective setup and team fights. And this is just one of those fights where, as DNF, you feel like you just can't give up everything. You can't give up literally every objective that aren't grubs.
Solar Flare as well.
Solar Flare's clean. Doran's transformation just locks Dudu in place, and he goes down. And unfortunately, Viego, no ability to transform, no kills, no resets until Doran dies and the fight is already over. And then Owner here is just so far ahead on this Pantheon, he doesn't care. Cares a little bit about that Q to come through from Pungyan, does ultimately flash away, even though it was a funny angle. But like, it's just these types of fights that remind you that T1 is a world-class, defending world champion back-to-back team. And you give them a small angle, you give them control over an objective, and you try to just force the fight there, they win those.
Yeah, and now it's a 7.5 thousand gold lead, and something that DNF have not been able to handle against any other team in the LCK, and this team is called T1, and they have themselves in a really good spot. 5-0-3 for this Pantheon. I have a feeling I understand where POM may be projected to go.
Yeah, I think it might starfall right into my Palm selection paper over here.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, that could even be a Palm comment right there, or a Pommet. Good point
Pommet,
yesterday.
so sick.
That's a very good one. As Carrier doesn't quite find the ulti onto Life. Just gets himself out.
I mean, now T1 with this Jhin comp can really do no wrong. I mean, they can take any angle they want. And Pantheon goes in, 2 items, 5 kills, and Guma just presses R and follows up from so far away. There's just never going to be a punish. There's never going to be an angle, unless there's a flanking Jax, but T1 have all the angles covered. Look at the ward control, the vision control, the Jhin traps everywhere.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options here for the DN Freaks.
You know, captive audience can be quite useful for a lot of different things, but I'm not captivated right now here by DNF Freaks. Yeah, and I think the DNF audience, which is the section that we're on right now, is also not feeling captivated by the state of the game. And this is a reminder to everyone, they've won 3 games this season, and a loss here would be the 0-9 round robin, the winless one. And that's not what DNF wanted today. With a slumping T1, perhaps coming in mindset was good, but they just got outplayed by the team fighting and objective control that T1 has become world-renowned for. Pungyan.
Here's a bit of aggression as Carrier does find the Zenith Blade. Flash out, and that's good respect to be shown there, but still they get a key summoner spell from this Rise. Doran, that was a bit silly, but who cares? He can do whatever he likes here on this bottom side of the map, just keeping the pressure up. Next Dragon is coming up in a couple of seconds, but it looks like this Arakan is what T1 want to look towards. Vision is there for the DN Freaks.
Yeah, Dudu does have teleport. Pungyan has Realm Orb. And I said that last Hail Mary was going to be their last chance, but maybe there is a potential angle here. Life, no flash though to engage. This is going to be so tricky, and they're very split.
They really are. They just need to find something, some form of fight, even if they don't manage to deny this. As the Shattering Strike comes down, Doran's their target. They throw Pyoshik just towards the rest of the team. And Ona just left there to deal with this Arakan. Very happily does so because he's under no threat. Was that a potential Realm Warp angle? It was not.
I don't think so. And there's no angle to get Flowers either. And so Petals galore here.
Is that going to be a 3-level advantage for Faker in mid?
No, not quite.
Might be. Very close to. Oh, goodness me. That is not a lot of fun. Not one turret has been taken here by the DN Freaks.
Yeah, and it's just that type of fight, you know, where once Life is seen and they know he doesn't have flash because they're tracking his timer. He has it now, but he didn't then. They're just like, okay, well, Doran, you just deal with that. We just hold the choke point and Owner solos the objective, and there's no angle for DNF. There's just absolutely no way in. And then they take the Otacon and walk away. It was just, you know, it was not that interesting in terms of the actual fight breaking out and kills going over, but in terms of technical league play, it was about as technical as it gets by T1. It's not leaving any openings.
Yeah, look at this. This is Doran just playing back, understanding that he's the one that's under threat. He was showing on the map, and nothing that Pyoshik could do, no angle to be found there. And in fact, he's able to stop these backs with that Crush Gnar combo. Now the Starfall comes in. Pyoshik
isolated.
not going to be able to save this Rise, who had his flash removed earlier on. So that is just a very, very dead bald blue guy.
You see the, you know, preemptive angles there. You know, Doran stops the backs, so it looks like, oh, a bit of a whiff there from Doran. No, not true. He stops the backs, and then they have the Starfall follow-up. They isolate the Rise and take him out. As Duda will pick up some bounty gold here in the first turret of the game for them, but it's in trade for an inner. And T1, I don't think, are feeling too bad about it. With 6 grubs, though, Duda, if he gets enough time, might be able to take out a second one here.
Yeah,
if Faker's going to go respond.
If we disable the minimap of T1, then maybe, if Dudu is ignored for long enough, he can get a wave towards the Nexus.
Faker just comes over and says, well, that's the only turret you're going to take. And, okay.
Well, Owner has found Life, but there is, Life's kind of into that, as Berserker just going to throw a bunch of autos into, okay, does he just win this? Oh god, Owner is so scary. There is 990 gold going over to Pyoshik once again as the Deadly Flourish comes down. Carrier could be dead. The resets are starting to come in. But perhaps the curtains have now been called. Dudu going to soak one of them. Pyoshik soaks another as he heartbreaks his way out. So that's all they're going to get. Still, I guess it's a sign of maybe an overstep on the T1 side.
Happy game, little Hanwha gaming right there.
Yeah.
Taking a little page out of the Hanwha playbook as Owner shakes his head on the player cam. I think he just was like, all right, well, I thought we actually, maybe we miscalculated, maybe he thought Faker had teleport or something, and he's like, oh, okay, I'll just hold him here. You come over here, and we'll clean up the fight. Still ends up getting an insane amount of value. You know, 1v3 here ultimately. And then Carrier comes over to try to salvage the play as Doran's rotating over, but again, neither of the Soul Laners had teleports, so this was, as they say, not the play. Although, is it enough to get DNF back in the game alone? No.
No.
That turret isn't enough to get them back into the game alone? No, but if T1 do start to stack up some big mistakes, I suppose there could be a world. But right now, not going to predict that outcome. 7,000 gold behind here for the DN Freaks.
But it's only 250 gold in the 80 carry position.
True.
That's all I got. That's where the cope ends, unfortunately.
He only has 1 death, Berserker.
Yeah. As Doran as well, Gnar in a good spot here. I don't think Pungyan and Dudu are going to be doing anything to stop this Gnar from pushing forward, as Owner will also be able to secure the blue buff for the team. Bounties are up, and remember they were up when Dudu was able to take that outer turret. That might be why the gold lead has shrunk just a little bit.
It's a little bit, you know, obviously trading up in that fight too. Doran, 2 levels up.
Yeah, Pungyan gonna have to at least put him in some runic prison. He does manage to do that.
Area does have ult, so he might get interested.
Yeah. Flash is back up here for Pungyan as Doran taking a lot of damage. Zenith Blade doesn't quite connect there as Carry is the one tanking, but Pungyan's still dead. Oh dear, the wallets be heavy.
They certainly do, and with a very easy to set up follow-up there with the Leona tanking the turret. It's just as simple as that. And now Doran does have TP if he had to join this Baron fight. I don't think he's that interested though. I think he just wants to push this bottom wave in and start to then threaten there. As Life and Pyosik do show up, but it might be too late. Faker pulls off 4K on the Baron, and I just don't think there's any in here.
Nope, and Pyosik just backs away. They see the Chaos Storm, as we also see that we are indeed floating above Runeterra. Yeah, there was no real way. The Chaos Storm came down, and Pyosik's like, I can't see in the storm, so I'm gonna have to leave. Teleport back down towards the bottom side. This is where Doran lives. He's got those upgraded shoes, 3 items, and like the third item for Dudu is a book. A silly little book.
I mean, the third item for Doran is a Wit's End, but it actually makes a lot of sense into the Rise he's been laning into.
Yep.
And it basically just makes him immortal in team fights because he is also level 17.
Oh my goodness.
And Dudu's just, he's not really having fun.
No. Life going to come on over and try and defend here as Pyosik as well, looking to try and put out fires where he can. It's a 4,000 gold lead in that top lane. As T1 look to siege this one out with their new Baron that they've put together. The Shattering Strike comes down once again. It's a very aggressive dive from Ona, who may actually get taken out here as Pyosik comes in. They do manage to get the kill on the Pantheon. The resets are starting to come in as Gumayusi could be in trouble. Pyosik is kind of scary, but it's Faker going absolute god mode here in the backline. Life going to be taken out. The Death Ray, my god, combined with the Curtain Call. T1 just say, yes, you do have a Viego, but unfortunately it's not enough.
He's dead now.
Through a team fight.
Yep, and T1 with this wave coming through should be able to slowly end this game. Berserker looking for the outplay.
Oh, does not get it. That's going to be another 300 over to Doran. Pungyan does manage to get that, but it is a very swift execution here by Gumayusi. And T1, 2-0 over the DN Freaks, and unfortunately, 3 games. The entire round robin, and unfortunately none of them were in the same series. So the 0-9 has been achieved.
Yeah, the 0-9er given by Owner himself.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was cool.
Yeah, I tried to make it a thing. It didn't really land. But Owner had a great series.
He did.
I do think T1, while this was the expected result, looking a little bit more stable than they did into Bro. And Faker had a really great series as well. Had his ups and downs so far this year, but he did play the champs he is amazing at, and the Azir and Victor did not disappoint. I also think that Doran had a pretty good series as well. And this is, I will agree with Chronicler, not quite the level of T1 that won the World Championship. This is not the same roster, obviously, but the synergy is still not there. But I do think it's a step closer. Even though the caliber of opponent here was definitely lower than Bro, I think T1 also looked better today in general.
Yeah, I would agree. I also think that DNF didn't really push them as far as draft was concerned. Like, there's a lot of what you were saying there that really rings true, and that is, we saw Victor Azir from Faker. This is something that has been denied all the time. Even Zyre and Jin, for this guy right here, they are 2 of his most iconic champions. This is a T1 that was able to play full comfort, and especially in Game 2, there's a reason why you take those champions away. I didn't even mention the biggest problem, which was the fact that Xin Zhao and Pantheon, 2 champions that we were listing earlier in the week, were the biggest problems on the patch, mainly because owners showed us why they're problems.
And they continue to show them here. Yeah, for the DN Freaks, I think there's a long season ahead, and hopefully by the middle part of it, when we get to the end of round 2, they'll have made some adjustments and we'll see some improvements there, as I don't think Pungyan is a problem. You know, we've seen a lot of young players come in and just not quite be able to perform. Pungyan is finally playing against other mid laners than Chovy, because that's how he started, which was really sad. But is he a significant upgrade over Bulldog right now? I don't think so, but maybe he has more potential, and I think that's what the coaching staff has ultimately decided. But yeah, Pungyan doesn't solve a 5-man coordination problem, you know?
Yeah, that's the main takeaway, right? It's He may not be the problem, but he definitely isn't the solution.
Exactly.
And that's what the DN Freaks need. I don't even know whether it's necessarily we need to drastically change the champions, the players that are on our team. It's more that they need to figure out how to actually play together. I was kind of happy with what Life was doing throughout this series, which was just throw himself at T1 over and over again. Because they do need to get more practice just starting fights and being able to coordinate and follow up together. They had a couple of opportunities here, but as we saw, it was only what T1 allowed them to have that the DN Freaks got their hands on in this series.
Yeah, ending moments here. Pretty textbook. Unfortunately, Pyoshik is trying to look for resets in the backside while everyone else is looking for Faker. So there's a bit of a split in the fight here. Berserker's so low, he can't follow up. So Pyoshik basically has to do it on his own. I don't think this is like a coordination issue. It's just T1 knew. The fight was split super easy. Faker buys time, going golden. And as they take them out, it's a really easy follow-up here as Berserker does get to have one little fun attempt on Doran's life before the Nexus does fall. Yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, Owner already just having a little bit of a drink as they finish off the game. As he almost chokes because Doran makes the sick play.
And Owner just chilling, having a sip.
Yep.
You know, that's the vibes you want to see. This guy has been our best jungler, in my opinion, this season, even though T1 is in the middle of the pack right now, standings-wise, to close out the round robin with a 5-4. I do think that Owner's jungle prowess cannot be denied. I think it is, it is just, frankly, he has been the most powerful. I do think there needs to be a little bit more attention given to him in draft. A lot of teams are kind of half going after Faker and trying to then otherwise ban meta picks. But, man, if you give Owner these champions that can't be damaged while they're using certain ability, he does kind of go forward. He goes forward and stays on top of you, and he wins POM.
Yep, pretty obvious one here, as Xin Zhao and Pantheon are so extraordinarily good, and he will lock down player of the match for the final one in the round robin number 1. I think you're exactly right. I think this guy is the only thing that's held T1 in the top 5. Because outside of that, I think that they might have lost some other matches, right? Because even in the matches that they weren't doing necessarily so well in, Owner was still performing exceptionally well. So I think it is, like, no understatement to say that he's been the best performing jungler so far in the LCK, and he's absolutely needed to.
He hasn't been pressed.
Where they are.
He hasn't been pressed, really. He hasn't been pressed. It has been other parts of T1 that have struggled and that he's, tried to carry and lift the weight and has crumbled at times, but in their wins, it feels like it's coming up all Owner every time.
Yeah, this guy has looked absolutely fantastic. We'll now be able to get a conversation with him as well, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. Hear from what T1's plans are going to be moving into the second round robin as well, I think is going to be really important. And thankfully getting a win after that devastating loss against Bro, the fact that last week wasn't exactly the most fun, and then I believe going into the telecom war in their next matchup
Sunday
as well, which could be an interesting one. I mean, after this victory here, I feel less okay about KT, but we might have a series. I'm looking at my hands now and there's sort of nothing there, but you never know. Sometimes the telecom war just delivers.
Sometimes. Not sure if it will this time, but BDD, I think, and Cuz are going to be the ones that are driving the delivery truck if it is going to show up.
Yeah, let's see whether that does happen. I think we are getting closer and closer to the interview, and in fact, here it is right now, so let's throw it over.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We are here with Owner on the side of T1, who just defeated DN Freaks. Congratulations! Thank you, thank you. You secured a victory to wrap round 1. How do you feel? It was our last match of round 1 of the regular season. I'm just really relieved that we're able to close it out with a win, and we'll have to prep harder for the upcoming round. And after the defeat last match, what did the team discuss? I think we really slipped on our own mistakes, so I think we just had to really brush up on our basics. And that's what we try to practice around. And in game 1, you had an amazing gameplay with Xin Zhao, making us, some of us go, why leave Xin Zhao open? And since Vi is a must-ban pick, excluding her, if you had to blind pick jungle, is Xin Zhao the best choice? I think he would be considered a very high tier. And I think right now in the current meta, Xin Zhao does do really well in trades, which is quite important in the current meta right now. So does Xin Zhao not really have a matchup or a counter? I feel like in the current state, Xin Zhao definitely is the best option out there. And this is actually a strictly personal question by Helios, but why don't you ever use Secret Agent Xin Zhao? You know, I've actually tried it out a few times, but it's just really not my style. Yeah, he said you guys are besties from playing Arena together. I guess not. And looking at game 2, well, Jungle Pantheon in the current state of the LCK has a very high win rate with 7 wins and 2 losses, and it's been played more often in the jungle than support. So what matchup or comp do you get the most out of this pick? I think just considering how you can pressure a lot of the side lanes with the ult, I think Pantheon is also considered pretty high tier in our opinion. So I think that's why we've been seeing a lot of him, and he has a pretty good win rate too. And Doran has reached 3,000 assists today. Would you like to go ahead and congratulate him? Yeah, Doran, congratulations. Next time, I will make sure that, you know, we share the same name owner. I can also reach 3,000 assists just like you. And in round 2, what kind of performance do you want to show? You know, there's a lot of underwhelming moments in round 1, so we just want to make sure that we have a better win to loss ratio in round 2, making sure that we perform better. You know, I'm very... So, on your YouTube channel, I saw how Kwon-nara taught you how to do the finger heart the right way. So, since you got a POM today, please share what you learned with your fans. Yeah, the 3 different finger hearts? Do you know what the 3 different ways are? Do you want me to go ahead? No, my hands are full, so I think you'll have to show us. One, two. What's the rest? Did I not do it at all? Look at the camera and do it again? Wow. So good. I love you. And lastly, I love you. Yay. Thank you so much. Give it up for Owner for that amazing performance, for that victory. And this upcoming Sunday, you will be at the Suwon Convention Center for the LCK Roadshow against KT. What mindset will you play with? No, last home ground, we had invited the opponent over and we had ended it with a loss, which was a bad memory, but I hope that we can get our revenge this time around. So we'll make sure to prep hard and put even more effort so that we can get a great result. And that's the end of the interview with Owner, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Owner and learn about all the different ways you can make hearts with your hands. I didn't know about all those ways.
Want to demonstrate what you've learned?
I mean, I can do it with one. You know, there's like this one, and then there's like.
Put the mic down for a second, and then.
Okay.
That's one, yeah. There you go.
That was great.
Yeah.
Good job.
Good way. Easy. Yeah. They made it into this big deal. I don't know. It was pretty straightforward.
Well, we build different, you know. Owner's got a lot of League of Legends skills. You got a lot of finger heart skills.
The tiny one.
Yeah, that's true.
Cutie one.
All right, okay.
Like that one.
He's challenger when it comes to finger heart.
What else can you do, Chronicler?
Nothing.
True. Let's take a look at the POM votes after that game. I think that Owner's going to get a lot of them. Maybe Doran gets some looks. And yeah, he does. 4 out of the 13 go to Doran. And then you do have 9 for Owner. Makes sense. I think Owner was the obvious one. And then Doran is kind of the hipster one.
I feel like we had a couple of moments, in the last matchup against Bro where Owner struggled a bit, and even the first dive of this series where he made a mistake. But generally, he has just been so solid for this team. He played Zinzao and Pantheon. They both have a spear. A little bit of I don't know if you've heard of Game of Thrones, Brendan?
Yes.
Wow, really up to date,
unfortunately.
topical pop culture reference.
Well,
Game of Thrones is still relevant, right?
I think only Unks watch that show, right?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's not like some sort of weeb game that he plays. That he says some names, it's like 1,000-yard game, whatever.
Oh, hey.
Something like that. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just meaningless to me. You're speaking a different language.
I would never talk about another game. I want to talk about my POM comment, okay? Because I put in a lot of effort, and I thought it was funny.
It's a good one.
I'm building. Well, I don't know. I'm hoping. Did you see it? There you go. Owner this back down. One time a week is in the gym. Although he might be doing 2 times a week. Maybe it's 4. Maybe I'm off. But the other 2 times, two of these.
You know what? This could have been a good comment if you didn't just butcher the presentation right then when you lost faith in yourself.
All right, you go watch Game of Thrones, buddy.
I think you kind of messed up a little bit there.
Yeah.
Again,
I thought it was okay.
It was a good comment. The presentation was just kind of poor. You should work on that.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's always next time. There's always next series. Were there any more comments? Yes, Wolf said, don't give this guy Xinjiao or Pantheon anymore. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
Kinda
but also
to you, but
similar in line to the whole reference to the those two
you had the
characters.
cool
So
reference.
me and Wolf pretty smart when we come to our POM comments. Out of the 3 I've seen so far, I think me and Wolf really did a good job.
Yeah, you guys did pretty well overall. 2 out of 3. Let's see the rest of them. Owner, the Spearmaster. Okay.
That's another one. 3 great comments.
Yeah, so
out
what
of
you're
4
saying
so
is
far.
that it's a little overdone. It's too obvious. If everyone's making the same comment, you didn't put in enough work.
Well, actually, mine came first, so I was the OG, the original.
True. This is in King
Oh,
Leonidas.
that's
folks.
cool. Wow, talk about
This T1!
actually really good.
They did also actually use spears, so again, following the theme.
Wow.
It is, the Spartan theme.
Cloud Templar, a
It is-
300 watcher.
It is Pantheon.
How come you
Right.
flamed me for the Game of Thrones reference, but 300 came out like decades ago?
Yeah, it's gone full circle. It's cool again.
You were never cool.
It is. It's retro. It's hipster. DNF, we can't not focus Doran. So frustrating.
That is the Doran comfort zone, where if you focus him, it feels like it doesn't work, but then if you don't focus him, he wins the fights. We haven't seen a lot of that Doran thus far this year, but that is to me peak Doran. So I think this is on the money here for Coco.
Yep, Doran vibing.
Doran did play pretty well. That's why he got 4 of the votes out of 13, but did not win the POM. We do have one highlight for you guys, which is basically just an early reel of all the dives, because this is kind of where the game was decided, funnily enough.
No. PO shit. Like, it starts off well, you think, but then he still gets rooted, and then here...
The thing is, he could have just ulted immediately.
And flashed. He had
Or
flash.
any click your buttons. Click your buttons is a lesson.
Harsh criticism here from our analysts. Makes sense. Here's another dive, which...
I mean, it's mini now. This is such an easy dive. There's no... Okay.
No, it is back for... there's help.
Well, Hey, look, Owner has a spear. That's cool.
Over in Martel.
A lot of spears. Life also rocking the spear. Oh my god, Owner's Well was also one of his best champions. Maybe that's the... You have to just ban all the spear champions. That's the takeaway.
It's actually a lance, so... Idiot.
Okay. On that note, let's look at
A
the
lance
standings,
is a
because
type of spear.
Oh, don't get into this. Don't get into this,
at the end
man.
of round 1 here, guys, we do have the standings prepared for you, as every team has played every other team in a best of 3. It has happened, and we do have those standings ready for you. Let's take a look at them. DNF do complete the imperfect round robin, whereas Genji get the perfect round robin.
Oh, exact opposites in game points. They win when they faced each other. It was a little bit different, but plus 15, minus 15, 9 win streak, 9 loss streak, all like exactly opposite. which I sound very excited about, but it's not exciting for DNF. For Gen G, it's pretty cool. For DNF, less cool. But, you know, the thing is, we have 2 round robins, and then we have the next 3 stages as well. So if DNF just don't lose a game from here, their score by the end of the year could be phenomenal. They just need to lock in, I think, is the lesson. Just lock in a little bit.
We've seen comebacks that are crazier, but I can't think of any right now. And I think things are not looking great. And I might see them maybe back, but like, even DRX is at their moments, right? Where you're like, man, DRX, they know what to do. And we still haven't seen that with the DN Freaks. It's rough. It's rough.
They haven't figured it out. I think they're pretty slated for the Rise group. Maybe they can get something done up against some easier opponents there more often. Maybe learn a little bit, get some confidence, because they definitely do need it. But we are done here for this segment of the LCK. We finished our first series. We will have, of course, the weekly lulls. You'll check that out during the break. And then we have Homolife Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. Should be a good match. You won't want to miss it.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
느낄 수 있었던 1세트였습니다.
항상 전차에 비유되곤 하는데 진짜 그 전차 같은 단단함이 잘 나왔다는 생각이 들고 그러다 보면 이렇게 팬분들도 조용히 얘기해요. 쓰러지시는 거예요.
맞아요. 그러니까 말인가. 깨웠어. 야, 깨우지 마. 어떻게. 내 배를 떠나 괜찮아. 시험 기간인데 어떻게 괜찮아, 셔네. 우리가 조용히 중계하면 되지. 뭘 그런 거 갖다가 왜 이렇게 시끄럽게 얘기를 한번 깨우고 그래. 죄송합니다. 저희 정신이 없어 중계진이 말이야. 저희가 개념이 있어야지. 미안해, 시험 기간인데 괜찮아요. 시험 기간인데 여기 와도 되는 거잖아. 괜찮아. 미안해. 우리가 잘못했어.
하루 정도 이럴 수도 있죠.
그러니까 괜찮은 거야.
맞아요. 전차에 또
화면 지나갔으니까.
승차감이 너무 좋았으니까 숙면 취할 수 있는 거예요.
맞아요.
Caught on camera. live. It is test. It's midterms basically. She doesn't have a lot of time to sleep when she's going to the LCK.
Got a power nap.
아침에 학교에서 시험을 보고 와가지고 2세트 시작하기 전에 조금 자두고 경기 집중하려고 했는데 처음에 이렇게 흔드는 거를 느껴가지고 아니 뭐야 왜 이러고 봤는데 이제 네, 이렇게 잡힐 줄은 또 몰라가지고 네.
에이플 막기 vs 하나 LCK 정기 우승하기 하나 고른다면?
정기 우승해야죠. 에이플 목표로 하고 있진 않아가지고 네. 앞으로 계속 연승해서 이번 시즌도 우승하셨으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
오늘 진짜 겁없는 신인이 뭔지를 이런 데서 보여주면 되겠죠.
가보자. 재밌겠다. 영승 6패가 6승 0패를 이기는 그 짜릿함. 너도 꼭 느껴봤으면 좋겠어. 가시죠. 그러면 오늘 느끼게 해줄까? 오늘 느끼게 해줄까, 풍현아?
풍현이는 영승 6패가 아닌 거 아니야?
아니지.
야,
우리 가족이잖아.
아니, 이 색, 찬물 끼었네.
그래? 너 영승 6패야 풍현아?
저요? 1군 우다생은 연승 6패죠. 그렇지.
야, 너 영승 6패야.
LCK의 호랑이 나에게 또 달린 상태에서 공중전도 압살했네요. 데스 뭐 이런 것들 항상 다른 팀들도 다 이렇게 노리고 있겠네요.
엄청나게.
그러니까 그걸 한 방에 그냥 다 뺏어 버려야겠죠.
그러니까 한 번만 살짝 넘어뜨리면 조금이라도 젠지가 균열이 생기지 않을까 이런 생각을 하고 있을 것 같습니다. 그만큼 젠지가 빈틈을 허용하지는 않고 있는 모습이니까요 지금까지.
그래서 그 중심인 초비를 어떻게 무너뜨리느냐가 젠지 공략의 핵심이 될 것 같은데 그게 가능해 보이진 않습니다. 지금까지는요.
맞아요. 자 그러면 과연 초비는 또 어떤 얘기를 할지 지금 6번째 인터뷰라서
파크가 거의 초비 동무대처럼 되고 있죠 맨날.
잘하면 노래도 할 것 같아요.
그러니까 이거 콘서트장처럼 그냥 활용을 진짜로 그냥 노래 한 곡 좀 뽑아야지.
시키는 거예요 지금 초비한테?
아니죠. 제가 감히 how dare. 네.
(24일) 경기 때 블리츠로도 되게 좋은 활약을 보여주셨잖아요. 그래서 이후에 하이라이트에 혹시 썸네일로 주로 선수 블리츠가 올라왔었는데 보셨는지.
저는 안 볼 수가 없는 썸네일도 맞던데요. 진짜 고소를 해야 되지 않나.
LCK 컵 때 올라왔던 알리스타 썸네일 혹시 아시나요?
기억이 잘 안 나요.
얘긴데 더 불쾌하다고 느끼는 게 어떤 거라고 느껴지시는지?
알리스타 쪽이 더 불쾌한 것 같은데요. 그냥 우락부락하게 생기기도 했고 얼굴만 띡 넣은 상당히 불쾌하게 생겼어요. 조심하셔야 될 것 같습니다.
만약에 고소장이 온다면 세상에 하나뿐인 굿즈라고 생각하고 영광이라고 생각을 합니다. 앞으로 더 재밌는 썸네일을 위해서 많은 공부를 해오겠습니다.
밤을 잘못 잤어. 어깨 아파? 뭔가 여기 뭉친 것 같아요. 마사지 해줘? 한번 눌러줄래? 여기 뭔가
뭐 하는 거야?
멋있고.
영재 형 어제 나도 조져놓고 민규도 조졌는데?
진짜 살아났어.
a path to meet again on great horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows are tethers. Spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me. Collect your silver tears. Pray I reappear makes me stronger.
ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2025. It is time for the very first match of Round Robin 2 here for 2025. This is an exciting one as well. Nongshim taking on Hanwha Life Esports. Nongshim looking a whole lot better than I think a lot of us were expecting moving into this next Round Robin, sitting at a very solid 4th place?
Yeah.
Or is it 3rd place? Wait, no, it's
place.
3rd.
Yeah, that's right. They did pass.
See, even my brain can't comprehend how well the Noodle Boys are doing.
Yeah, I mean, they look really good. Hanwha Life playing with their food a lot recently. It hasn't really been punished. It doesn't really matter, I don't think, in most cases. But if they try to do that against Nongshim, and Nongshim are really locked in today, if they're on point, if they're on good form, if their condition is good, I could see them taking the win here. I would call it an upset, but I do think this series, on paper, as you and I always love to say, looks a lot more interesting than the first one that we had.
Yep, I would definitely agree with you. Definitely a lot of fun matchups as far as the players as well. Kingen versus Zeka, our 2022 world champions, as well as Lehens versus Peanut, sort of the brains trust of an iteration of Gen G gone by. This is a fun one as far as the matchups are concerned. But you can see 2nd versus 3rd. Not what I would have expected if you had have handed me the schedule at the beginning of the season, but I'm happy that we're here.
Yeah, Hanwha Life just riding the coattails of Gen G off of that one loss they took to Gen G earlier on in the season, have lost to no one else. It's funny, their hashtag is #Great Challengers, which I thought was very funny. At the beginning of the season, I'm like, well, this team just won first stand. You know, they did win LCK. But they are great challengers to Gen G, and we're looking forward to that matchup.
They make great challenges of every opponent that they're against as well.
Yeah.
You know, they do tend to do a bit of playing down if they're necessarily about to run away with the game and things like that. It keeps things interesting, and I like it.
This is interesting since Hanwha changed their roster. I think it was in 2022 where they had the Karas roster that was at the bottom of the table. But since then, they have beaten Nongshim every time. 2023 Worlds Final MVP against the 2022 Worlds Finals MVP here. So Zeus versus Kingen, 2 top laners who are both Worlds MVPs. I think this is very exciting. You look at the champion pools here. They both are the top laners who have cooked the most. Keen has kind of stepped away from the kitchen a little bit. He was playing a little Urgot in the past. He played a little Vayne. He was doing a little bit of fun stuff, but Gen G kind of asked him to be a little bit more muted this season, and he keeps winning on it, so I guess he could stay away from the frying pan for now.
I think it's fine. I think also Kingen should probably step a little bit away from it. The Diana was a little bit of a bridge too far. Not sure whether we're going to be seeing any of that in today's match, because I think you're exactly right. Top side of the map is where every single ban is going to be thrown apart from the
mandatory vibe ban.
Yeah, the mandatory vibe ban does have to come in. Maybe they'll get rid of some funny stuff as well to make sure that Zeka doesn't have his Yone, for example, but we can call that a topside ban, perhaps.
Blue side also feels just so strong with these two teams because of that. And Hanwha Life Esports does have side selection for Game 1, so guess what? They're going to blue side. And Nongshim, on the other hand, will have, if they lose Game 1, blue side, but with some of those prio picks could be gone. I don't think they should be gone, because if Zeus got his hands on the Gwen or the Jace, yeah, I guess you'll get your blue side pick in Game 2.
Yep.
It might just be that those picks are banned for the entirety of the series. As Gideon, the rise of this bro, okay, a former bro who has really, really come up it's so much this year. Because in the past, we knew he had his moments. Was kind of reminiscent of Dread, you know, where you're like, oh, okay, there are some fantastic Gideon games, but he doesn't have the full package. He is just such a strong early game jungler. He is the strongest. In fact, if you look at his KP at 14, he is first in the league. He is better than Peanut at that metric, only slightly. When you think of Peanut as the guy who runs the early game, his pathing is phenomenal. He evades the enemy jungler. Sometimes we'll go for a level 3 gank. We'll put the pressure on early. We'll take your camps away. But Gideon has been even, statistically, even more impactful in the early game than Peanut has with successful ganks. So I'm loving that that's our key player matchup here. I think if you told me that was going to be the case, you know, at the end of last year, I would have laughed and be like, yeah, Peanut and Gideon, I guess they're on a similar level. Whatever you say, Future Wolf, but it's the reality we're living in. You know? And it is very fun to see how Nongshim have become this team that was in the past, like, only Jiu is the hope. He's the only one who can get it done. The late, and kind of like Berserker, not quite on Berserker's level, but similar. Yeah. And now it's like, everyone can get it done, and Jiu also sometimes has good days.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jiu was really struggling, actually, especially in the middle of the season. You can see him on your screen right here. But since then, I think he's moved into this more of a facilitator role, much like, you know, what we've seen from teams in the past, like Ghost, of course, pioneering the utility AD carry. And Jiu was this, like, I need Zeri, I'm going to play Neela, I'm going to be the main character, it's going to look really cool. But now I think playing through Kingin, the fact that he is the big difference maker for this team and the big change moving into this season, they're utilizing it extraordinarily well, and I think that they've sort of figured it out, something that we've seen Home Life Esports do on the other side of the rift here with Zeus joining the roster, only they did it much earlier, and they felt like, well, we've got the best top laner in the world, what do? You know, it's a little bit of a different story there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Draft becomes such a challenge when your opponent's on blue side, oftentimes to prioritize the right picks, but when there's Zeus, there's Zeka, there's Peanut, you're thinking about the Jace, you're thinking about the Gwen, you're thinking about the Azir, you're thinking about the Poppy, you're thinking about the Sylas, and
then you're thinking about everything, and then you're thinking about the world and how you're going to pay your taxes, and there's a whole lot of thinking, and then you lose.
Well,
is that what you meant?
Yeah. I do think that, basically, it's interesting to see this Poppy ban and the Xin Chao ban. Wow, year 4 Hana Life.
They said in the jungle.
Yeah, they said it is absolutely Gideon versus Peanut key player matchup. And they also said, you better put a Gwen and a Jace in those second and third spots. And Nongshim said no.
And actually, I kind of like this. Because there are two schools of thought, right? It's like, let's make sure none of these top laners play anything that's really good. And there's the, well, they can only play one.
You know, Zeka has been so amazing at Yone across his career. But Nongshim have loved drafting Yone. Even when they had Fisher in the lineup, they played it a ton. But Calix's Yone has been really good, so it's fun to see that kind of respect coming through. So are we trading Jace and Gwen? I think the answer is yes. And I think that the best top laner in the world has chosen that he picks Jace over Gwen. I think this has been kind of a debate a little bit here from some teams in the LCK. For me, it never was. It was always Jace. If you're the best player possible, you are going to win the matchup. You're going to push that advantage. And Zeus is feeling himself with this first pick lock-in. They didn't give it much time. They didn't give it much thought at all. And now Nongshim Red Force, I think they will probably lock the Gwen, but it doesn't feel as comfortable.
No. Skarner definitely doesn't feel comfortable. This feels a little bit better, of course. Difficult matchup like you're talking about, but we know Gwen has some incredible side lane power. Team fighting as well, if you ever get an edge, is so scary. Is Gideon going to be taking the Skarner over the Sejuani, which I find absolutely criminal when there is a Jace already here.
Yeah,
Ivern is obviously what we needed to worry about.
Yeah, that's what I was going with when I said no, I wasn't. I think Sejuani feels pretty obvious here. It's Peanut, you know?
Yeah.
And they get the Talia.
And there would have been times in the past where we're like, oh, it's Zeka, he's on a mage. That's not what... His Talia looks great. It's looked fantastic throughout the season. Is this?
I don't think he's going to really play Kassadin, but it would be pretty absurd if he did.
Honestly, Kassadin into Talia is, like, it's pretty good.
It's fine, and it scales well to late game like Gwen does.
And Rod of Ages is in a good spot. Just pick it, Calix. Just do it. Don't be scared. What's there to lose? I mean, the game, obviously.
Yeah, I think Ryze is probably the better pick here. You're going to have a lot of wave clear. 2 great side lane champions for the mid to late game, and the Skarner that doesn't really have a whole lot he gets value out of either of these picks, AP picks, though. Like, it's not a Rumble where you're just going to pull people into an equalizer and watch them burn. You could pull people into Gwen, and then she cuts them to pieces, but a little bit less synergy here. So... interesting choices as the Rakan will be taken away. In terms of AD carry, everything but Kalista is available in this Game 1 draft. The Varus.
Yep.
So we see Rakan's taken away, then that S-tier Alistar taken away. Now do we ban something like an Ezreal here as Nongshim Red Force for the safety? Viper's so good at this pick.
We'll see what they do decide to get rid of. One final option as the Braum to be removed. So maybe we are just gonna for Nautilus, and so that is going to be picked up on by HLE. I'm gonna ban that one away. So Leona is gonna be the next one, I guess.
Trying to think of what else they would see. Like, the Elise came to mind here.
I mean, it's
blind, though, is the thing, into Delight. And Delight is a very good support player, as we know, who has a pretty decent champion pool. You know, we've known him to be the engaged guy for a really long time, but he could just play ranged here with the Varus. That is very difficult to lock down by Cocoon. Or they could play it as real lane, but I don't think that, you know, you want to play Ezreal Karma, for example, into this Elise because it doesn't really do much for the rest of your comp. They're looking for a Pantheon instead. And they're ready to fight fire with fire down here in the bottom lane. Now the question becomes, what do you play with this Elise?
Yeah, I feel like you can play a whole lot of things. I think already this bottom lane's looking pretty scary on Nongshim's side. Caitlyn and the Elise going to mean that landing cocoons and traps and things like that will spell most of your health bar just disintegrating. And so Delight going to have that shield wall up as often as possible.
I also do think that Peanut will probably have to bail this bottom lane out a little bit. You know, we'll see when that happens, if it's going to be, you know, at a level 3 where he passed bottom, or is it going to be when they lane swap top side to try to get away from this Caitlyn, that Peanut's there to try to punish, because you can trust, I think, in this draft, in my opinion, even though Kingen is also a World's MVP and has been one of our best top laners this year, that Zayas will control the Jace Gwen matchup. So if you trust that, you can kind of support this bottom lane, which otherwise looks like it's going to have a bit of a problem. Like, locking in the Pantheon is a super bold move, considering he's melee into the Elise. The fact that Caitlyn is up means that, you know, if you do end up getting caught by a few cocoons, you're always going to lose that lane, so you are going to need some help, and that requires your solo lanes to do well. And it is Zeka and Zayas, so you're ready to trust that. But if it doesn't go well, if there's an error, if there's a mistake made, if we do end up seeing that bottom lane snowball, this draft for Hanwha Life Esports gets a little bit tougher.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one's going to go, because like you say, the power is sort of lopsided, right? Top side looking absolutely amazing for HLE. But this Elise Caitlyn lane is something that Nongshim can play around. That is a point of pressure on this map that they might be able to utilize. We'll just have to see whether they're going to be capable of doing so, or whether the orange tank is going to run them over. Let's dive into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the rift for Nongshim versus HLE, our very first game of round 2. See who's going to be able to get off on the right foot.
This is a very valuable ward for the Gwen. And they're even going to get a little root on Delight electrocute proc.
Wow, and he doesn't even hit the Spiderling with the spear. Does jab one with an auto attack.
It does give all of us a little PTSD about lane swaps when you see like this, both supports up there, Caitlyn's up there, like, aha, you thought you could lane swap out of this lane, we're already up here, and then you're like, oh no, it's out of the game, Wolf, calm down.
Yeah, wait a second. And everyone goes back anyway, so it's not like you get all that much of an advantage. It's just some extra vision going down.
So the vision for the Gwen feels nice, so she can get on top of the Jace if he's hiding in that brush. Gives you a little bit of information because you're the melee into the ranged. Bottom side, though, you sacrifice because you sent Caitlyn there, control of this bottom side brush that Viper has. So that is the trade-off. Viper did go for Halo Blades. Let's see how much damage he decides to opt into here. Yep, just one auto.
And they get a cleanse already, and Peacemaker lands. That's, you know, I mean, this is Lehens versus Viper. They know each other extraordinarily well, as they did debut at the same time here in the LCK on Griffin.
They didn't have, I mean, Delight wasn't there, so I thought Viper would probably, like, at best auto once, or get a ward and then leave, but did decide to stay there and try to push an advantage without his Pantheon and lost his cleanse, so that's not making this bottom matchup feel better, as Peanut is trying to come up here and do some shenanigans, and as Peanut likes to do in the early game, he will succeed.
Yep, one popcorn chicken goes over to Gideon. That means that the level advantage is secured by Peanut, and he is allowed to just steal away the enemy Brambleback. And we saw this yesterday. Humbug really struggled at the hands of another jungler as a Sejuani. Sejuani does have the ability to abuse this matchup. And so Peanut showing that the other side of the coin can actually work out, especially if you're able to navigate it as well as he did. Repel gets Lehens out of there.
Zayas hasn't lost on Jace. He was not in the losses on Jace graphic.
No, he was not.
Kingen has also not lost on Gwen.
Oh my goodness. They're gonna, like, one of them is going to lose. Either the Gwen or the Jace. We'll have to find out. If it is Kingen that actually wins, then it means that 4 wins in a row is the limit.
Yeah.
You know?
I guess so.
For our world's MVPs.
That's as deep as they can go.
Yep.
Right now, Zayas is winning the lane in isolation, which is, I think, in part why Peanut was able to go up there and put that pressure onto Gideon, as well as his early power in the matchup.
King actually finding a little bit of an angle here as they're both drinking their potions. There is the dash forward. Snip, snip, not going to hit the sweet spot, but as soon as you turn around, things get dangerous. Thankfully for Kingen, he is not tagged by that shock blast.
Peanut has to come up here now. Gideon's already on his way as well. We might just have a little fight for the Scuttle Crab, but top laners...
Yeah, everyone is on their way up here. They know that this is where the fire is about to start.
Yeah,
Frost comes down as we've got Aftershocks proccing at exactly the same time.
Lehens is coming too, so I don't think that Peanut can stay here long term, in fact.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be that.
I think they get wind of it. And also there is vision down already. Zeus is going to have information if he needs it. Lehens going to take a rock to the face and the seismic shove does not land. So a lot of jostling for position and not a lot of like actual ground being made on either side, but every one of these shock blasts really feels important as they land on the
Yeah,
side of the map.
it really does. You can see in that last exchange, like Zeus did transform as well to chase. He was like, I think I could get more out of this. Peanut was going top and dead even in the CS at the moment. We are going to see teleports come through from our mid laners and our top laners. So 4 teleports all at the same time.
Yep, and everyone just agreeing that it is lane swapping time.
Yeah, a little bit late here for Delight means that Lehens and Geo can try to push this edge. Viper doesn't have his cleanse back just yet, so they can zone him out of some CS here.
Yep. Thankfully, Geo is able to at least get the cannon, even though he missed the melee earlier on. But he's still having a good time, as this is what we were talking about. Peacemaker is kind of guaranteed when the cocoon does land.
Good moves there from Geo. Does space with a net. Does get out of the engage angle there and the range of Viper. So dancing around that advantage really nicely.
Yeah, and it's I love it when a plan comes together, Wolf, because we can see here already the red numbers for the bottom side of the map. Nongshim able to make that one work out, and the blue numbers, they are for the top side. Peanut actually the one big benefactor, as he was able to get that early jungle advantage.
Zeus does leave the lane faster here than Kingen to grab the tier. Really wants that boots as well. Will help him out a ton in the matchup.
Calyx, the aggressive walk forward, you love to see it, but of course had his Skarner in tow. And Realm Warp now up and available as Zeus does get back down towards this bottom side. We'll be able to start clearing these out, but it looks like Void Grubs should be under Nongshim's control.
Yeah, I mean, faster back here for Kingen as well, obviously.
Whoa! The flash repel to start this one off, and he lands the cocoon! I really thought that that was wide.
Yeah, I thought so too, but gets the cleanse, so both summoners down here for Viper now, and Nongshim already had a lot of presence in the top side. Calyx, Realm Warp back to lane, it looked like here, so does not actually have it to join the fight, but they still have control of the choke point right now with this really strong bot duo.
Oh, another shove is a little bit optimistic there as Peanut was in position. Looking to try and go on to Calyx, who does have an old magic mantle. That's really going to be helping out.
Yeah, and now, you know, as Peanut, you're like, what's my angle? Delight can't go through here, has to walk around the other side. Lehen's blocking him completely, and just, there really isn't one. It's like, I hope Calyx makes a mistake. That's the best we can hope for.
Well, Peanut going to get engaged on here. Lehen's going to get engaged on here by Peanut, as the cocoon is going to be traded. And Lehen's just buying time so that these grubs go over. There was a bit of a scuffle there towards the bottom as I was watching this spider scuttle away. And Gideon, he knows exactly what he wants. He eats the stun there as well, gorgeously. That's first blood, just nabbed by Lehen's. And Zeka now at 200 health. The noodles are really cooking well today.
Yeah, and I think Hanwha Life really shouldn't have tried to stick around and try to force a play there in the mid lane. And Peanut is also just dead, right?
Yeah, there's the flash over from Zeka, but the flash in answer from Calyx. Zeus will put down the rise and now looks for even more. Oh my god, this guy's chase is so scary. But Gideon's still able to flash his way out of there. And Geo is stopped on this top side.
Yeah, Kingen is also like catching a wave under turret. I'm not entirely sure how that was allowed to happen, that Zeus is able to get all the way over there and end up cleaning up that kill there, because that is, it doesn't make it better here, or it makes it better here for Hanwha Life. It doesn't save the play, but at least it's not as worst, the worst case scenario, which it basically was up until that point. As Peanut's trying to force here in mid because they know they lost grubs, and he's already in this area, and he's like, I'm not just going to let them get this and get nothing in return. I'm going to force the issue. Really great plays from Calyx. Almost gets the kill onto Zeka, not quite able to do so. And then Peanut is just now in no man's land here, and then they collapse onto Delight. Again, Zeka is so incredibly low that Nongshim know he can't really come in here and impact the play. He misses the shove as well, which is really unfortunate because maybe that could have been enough to lock Gideon down. And Peanut, you have no right to be here, my man. Peanut was like, I am not going to let them get grubs without us getting some sort of crossback. Zeus just walked his way up here all the way, as I guess Kingen decided he was just going to try to keep the wave under turret and deny farm. Maybe didn't believe he was going to go all the way up top side, but he did.
That was about as well as Gideon could have played that, though, because he looked like he was just dead from the 1-2-3 of the ranged W. So being able to get the smite off, get the extra health back, get the flash off meant that Gideon gets out, but does have to invest a lot, as now it's his turn to come on over and pay a visit to Peanut. He'll pick up a rock, and you can see Peanut not actually going to be able to stand his ground. Wall comes up here towards the top side, as now Lehens could be in trouble. The threaded volley comes down, but it splits off this spider, and it's going to be Viper taking out his former teammate.
All right, well, that's a successful play there on the top side.
Oh god, Kingen actually trading quite nicely here as the needlework going to be avoided.
Gideon's
making his way down though. And the Impale will be moved out of the way of, and now Zeus is going to turn it. This time no flash for Gideon, and this guy's chase is just too good. The Realm Warp does come in, and now they're still in trouble. How is Zeus going to outplay this? That's the question I have on my mind. The answer is, I guess we just shoot him a bunch of times. As down goes the Gwen, he's immortal.
Ladies and gentlemen, the best top laner in the world, his name is Zeus. What an insane play. Cannot believe he lives there. Calyx a little bit early with the Realm Warp, isn't able to get through, doesn't have flash.
Oh my goodness. There is the Chains of Corruption here towards the top side as well. Lehens gets his health bar cut in half.
Zeus didn't have flash. So well. He didn't have flash, by the way. Still lives.
Yep.
He's not afraid of anything. He's like, if I die, I'm taking you with me. Don't die, by the way. I don't die. I don't do that. Now has 2 kills, salvaging both plays. The one there in the mid lane where he rotates up, and then this one here in the bottom lane where he is looking like perhaps he is the victim of a really nice play, then outplays it. Buying the space here against the Gwen, waits for the mist, hits the shock blast, transforms, goes in for a bit of a trade here. And then, most importantly of all here, look at this sidestep on the Impale. Goes low. This is a picturesque Peanut counter gank, right? He shows up on time, and then, Calyx is here. What are we going to do? How are we going to outplay this? Waits for this Gwen to close the gap. Peanut zoning as they try to clear the wave here. Gets the transformation in. Spaces perfectly. My god, I can't even believe it watching in his first-person view.
No, it's really ridiculous. As Kingen, feeling a little bit sheepish after that one. The flash, snip, not working out. At least he can hold on to the fact that he was able to stay up in farm. As you can see towards the bottom side of the map, there is only a 3 CS difference.
I mean, Gideon, he was like, you die 100% if I put the Impale here, even if you avoid it, you're going to walk back towards the Glen. He still lives. Insanity.
He's a really good player.
Yeah, he's very important.
Yeah, I would say important is certainly the right word.
That might be like underdoing it, but...
right now he's completely controlling this lane. There is no way that King can walk up anymore. It's kind of like the ship has sailed on being able to honestly top lane in this game.
Yeah, and Zeus, he picked this knowing the Gwen was up. He was happy to do it.
Yep, Chains of Corruption going to connect here as there's Glacial Prison as well. The Chain CC onto Calyx. He is trying to run his way out, but doesn't have flash, and that's Viper picking it up with a flash of his own. And HLE really starting to run away with this one. They don't have feats of strength completed just yet. Need a couple more of the objectives or one of these turrets in order to lock that one down as Delight gets here in the nick of time. Kingen able to at least defend his second last plate, but one of them does already fall.
Delight's on the ward here, so won't be able to back right away. It's going to turn into a funky 2v2. They want to keep him interested while Gideon comes down, but he's so far away.
Yep, immediate repel just to get Lehens out of there. Love tap, as we can see.
And while this is all happening, Zeka is getting plates on the top side, and Gideon looking like he wants to just force something here with Lehens anyways. Looks like they're just going to try to zone while he does Dragon. He is a Skarner, though. I'm not sure if this is actually going to work out.
Yep, Realm Warp is going to bring Calyx in.
Interesting interaction.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that Zeka gets out of there. He does indeed do so, as the Weaver's Wall is now on cooldown as well. So the first Dragon going to be in the pockets of Nongshim.
And they do not commit to try to contest the Dragon, even though they had a little bit more control down there. Vision was Nongshim's as Calyx wants to fight.
Yeah, he's looking for the angle here. Does land a bunch of the Qs, not that last one though. As the rocks are flying in and minion waves are now going to just start being traded.
Zeus is the second player on his team to have a Ghost Blade, and it's the third core item now picked up here for Hanwha Life Esports. You can start to feel this lead really sink in. 2,000 gold. the advantage as Kingen does not have a jungler near him. So this is a little scary.
Yeah, Zeus does take a turret shot, so is feeling less inclined to dive, as Delight was on vision. That ward goes down as well. Kingen will be able to clear this one out, control what they're in position.
But Gwen getting zoned out of farm is not where she wants to be. Gideon is going to have to come down here and respond. At the same time, Zeka backs away, and Calyx should be able to get a plate here topside with some help from Lehens, as we're just going to trade soul laners hitting turrets.
Yep, and they knew that they were all going to be waiting there, but the Gwen is still going to die. Gideon gets into position, but not going to be able to find anything. The Impale comes out, he holds 2 in position, and Viper just kills him. So, despite the fact that this was all information that they had, they're not really going to be able to do anything about it, and that is going to be feats of strength going on over to HLE at the same time as they take first turret.
Yeah, this was just more power in the setup here for Nongshim, whereas Calyx and Lehen, sure, they're happy to trade for a turret. They want to get their own top side. That's where their power is on the map. It's just unfortunately not able to threaten anything else. As Zeka safely backs away, they don't allow Kingen to come over here and defend this turret. There's just too many Hanwha Life members here, and Gideon thinks that, or maybe Kingen thinks because Gideon is here, they surely won't dive into a Skarner that has the Impale, right? But not if you dive before the turret. They will dive that because the turret isn't there, it isn't shooting, and they just had way more members than you. It's still a trade of turrets, but that's feats of strength here. Hanwha Life get the turret first.
Now, Kingen having to deal with Zeka waiting in the wings, but his spidey senses were tingling. Able to move out of the way of the seismic shove. Zeus and Delight feeling a little scary as they patrol their way down the river, but not going to be able to find anyone on Nongshim's side. One big thing for Nongshim is the fact that they do have the first dragon, so not without anything, as now Zeka could be out of position, does have his flashback available as the Cocoon catches him, and he has to invest the summoner spell. Lehens' Elise, man, is really, really good.
Yeah, really nicely played. He has the rocket belt as well, but now guess what? We're doing it again.
Well, Calyx, they're going to have to dive him if they want to grab this kill, and he's able to offer a fair bit of damage back. Gideon in position at the same time.
Yeah, I thought Peanut was actually up there. He was not, so we're not quite doing it again, but we at least flirted with the idea. It was a really simple wave clear there from Calyx. Doesn't have to flash or anything like that. It's totally fine. He's got his Rod of Ages now online. You know, sadly for a lot of people, they want to see him play Caston with that item. He's just going to pick the more meta one.
Yep.
In this case, it's the map so much in control of Hanwha Life right now, though, that even when you try to make the plays like Lehens did, you're still able to get him off the Weaver as well. All you get is a flash, you know? That's the best you can hope for right now. Viper on 3 kills.
Oh, Lehens going to find him once again. This time, the Cocoon is not going to connect, and the Chains of Corruption does. So Viper just kills him.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was alluding to. I was like, Viper has 3 kills, so I don't know if you can find anything on him anymore. Lehens said, well, give it a good old college try.
Yeah.
And
not sure about that.
Viper said, we don't call it that here. We call it university, and
yeah, and you're dead.
Yeah, you're dead, and now I have 4 kills.
Yep.
He's been quietly just getting the last hit on the champions in this game, and is quite large.
And he's landed every ult as well. Every single one of these Chains of Corruption has connected. And okay, Skarner going to make his way in. Gideon going to see what he can find, as there is the flash having to be invested. Get out of the way of the Impale. So Gideon making that one work quite nicely. Realm Warp to try and get Calyx in there, but he just forgoes that whole idea. As Peanut coming down, Seismic Shove will go wide. So Lehens is able to escape the area. 40 seconds on the Dragon, which is why they're getting position around this river right now.
A lot of question mark pings on the top side of the map, as Peanut is just going to go ahead and take his Raptors.
There's a lot did Peanut know he was almost dead.
Yeah, there's
wrong way.
There's a lot of questions about where Kingen is every time he stops showing on the wave. Like, there's multiple pings going down over there, but the same to be said of Zeus, who didn't show up to this top wave until just now. They both have TP for this Dragon, as Peanut is going to clear this ward, and...
Yeah, and I think the Elise is dead, ladies and gentlemen. Not even given the option to use Repel, because he's just dead. Not even able to go into Spider Form.
Peanut was on the ward he was clearing. It wasn't a mystery. So he cleared the ward and cleared the Lehens.
Yeah. And that's a happy Penguin, as that's going to be the end of that turret, utilizing the Rift Herald very nicely. And all of a sudden, this game went from being Nongshim had some like cool things that they were able to do to this game is really almost over.
Yeah, I think we know who the great challengers are in this one.
Yes. I'm starting to feel as well like perhaps the early plays from Zeus were a little bit much, as, yeah, Viper Just kills it.
Super casual. No comments from him as he destroys Lehens.
Lehens, of course, is just happy to keep going in as he flashes. Does get ignited and does go down to the last tick there from Delight. Zeus moving on over as well as then the Impale does come on down. Do they manage to get it? And yes, it's Chiu getting a really nice combo there. Now in the brush trying to line up these headshots, but I don't think Nongshim are going to have too much more. Zeka not even able to throw Jiu through the rocks because Jiu's already trying to get the heck out of there. And they will lose their top laner, but they sacrifice him for 3. So
yeah, Lehens dying early in that fight, I feel like kind of gave Nongshim, like weirdly enough, an edge because of how much was committed to killing him here. But there's just there's no one to get in. Like by the time the Gwen teleport comes in, the fight is just it's so split up, right? And Zeka and Viper are just going to be able to chase down Calyx. And so what's the whole point of the teleport from King in here? You know what I mean? Like he TPs in, but the rest of the team is losing the right side fight. He teleported to the left side. I think if he had teleported kind of on top of Lehens and those carries were chasing, then maybe he would have gotten some value there, but he wasn't sure about how the rest of the fight was going to play out. So ultimately, they lose the fight, and he loses his teleport, and they lose the dragon.
Yeah, there's a lot of losing things. It's going to be a Cloud Soul as well. So we've had unique souls all day.
Nice.
Kind of cool. Chemtech, Mountain, and now Cloud.
I'm sure it'll be Chemtech in the next game too.
I would assume so. There has to be one per series, right? That's how it kind of goes. But it does show that Orcs is at least paying attention, so we're going to get some good segments on the space between games, which is good to know. Everything is blue on the bottom of my screen, Wolf. That's the dangerous part. As Realm Warp to try and bring them in, but Gideon is going to find himself out of position. He will have to flash. Glacial Prison connects onto Lehens. Lehens probably happy to tank that one up. As HLE just look to turn any sort of aggression that Nongshim are putting towards them. Now Otacon going to be started here. It's the voracious variety.
It's not an engaged support that Lehens is playing. You know, he's playing a Cocoon support. He can't do anything but Cocoon towards his Otacon, so he can't engage on anybody. There's no target. I mean, Viper's got his Edge of Night. Like, who do you even kill here? How do you even get past Peanut?
Well,
good luck.
I think they're going to try and send someone.
They don't even have Realm Warp.
And Gideon is here. Does have Smite, as now the Weaver's Wall to try and break them apart. Great seismic shove will connect at the same time as they're also able to take down the Otacon. I don't think you're supposed to be able to do that as Lehen's going to get slowed down by Peanut. He takes a lot of damage as the Grand Starfall does come in. I think these withdrawals are going to start coming through thick and fast, but there are some kills at the same time as Jiu trying to stand his ground, and it's not quite working. The flash out there as Zeka finds a great angle for the seismic shove, and somehow Zeus always survives on like 10 health.
It's a 16-3 kill game now. It's
a shellacking out of nowhere.
8,000 gold lead. I love this, that they can't get in, Finally, they're like, maybe we can get in there? And then Zeka's like, no one's getting here. And he's like, no peeking either. So like, maybe the wall fades. I don't even look over that wall. And this gets a little bit funky here for a second because it looks like, oh, maybe this is an overextension, but actually Delight is able to set up onto this kill here for Jiu, and Lehens just vaporizes to Viper, who's on like 6 kills or something like that at this point in time.
Yeah.
With this lethality build. So I guess with withdrawals, I mean, they got good value out of the one they lost. Peanut's like, yeah, whatever. Anyways, let's move on and kill the Nexus, because that's what it feels like is going to happen in not too long time. We're only 22 minutes into this game, but it feels like we already know the ending to this story. Nongshim had an interesting early game. The draft with the bottom lane was really cool, but they got jaced by Zeus, and now they're just getting completely destroyed by the entire team.
Mainly Zeus and Viper, though. I think Viper has had a phenomenal game so far. This guy's Varus has been so good throughout his entire career, but we're really seeing him be allowed to carry here for this team. 5-0-5 right now on this champion as Lehen's going to go up into the sky, try to avoid some things, but then gets hit by everything and the kitchen sink. As Zeus, he takes a turret shot, some sort of skill shot, but it's not going to take any more damage. Here as the seismic shove brings Kingen back into melee range with Zeka, and this is the state of the game. Yeah, Talia is happy to go face first into a Gwen.
If they had a wave, like we might actually be talking about this game is in fact ending now. As at least they get something back on the other side. They force the teleport. They will get this bounty.
Yeah.
And there's not going to be a punish here, but, you know, I mean, that's sure +1 thing that Nongshim got. 2 turrets, 3 grubs, 3 kills. The rest of the map is blue. The rest of your screen is blue. Lehens is going to make it slightly less blue, but then...
Oh dear, he's just going to die. Wow, you blink and you miss it. He's 1-7. Of course, 9 deaths was the Beryl special in the game that they were actually able to win.
When you're playing a burst mage as support that just happens to have a cocoon in its kit that works well with the Caitlyn and lane, you kind of have to clear vision, and sometimes you pop. Sometimes you just die. Like, 7 deaths is pretty par for the course for what happens when you're in a losing game, as Elise, to be fair. Just doesn't feel good.
No. That is going to be a heist on the blue buff, as we saw concluded. The second dragon will go over to HLE, though, as now Gideon going to drive on forward. Looks for Zeka. Doesn't get the wall stun, though, as Delight also holding onto the engage option, but they do just throw the Skarner back. Zeka is himself actually kind of gigantic right now, 305. And you can see Gideon unable to really stand against him. Is okay. Grand Starfall going to come on through. Delight going to be alone, though, as the Realm Warp going to be utilized. That brings Calyx over. Delight does kill the Skarner, but he trades 1 for 1. And maybe with how far Nongshim are behind, this could be a good outcome.
Yeah, I think they're okay with it. And sometimes you get to see plays like this. Otherwise, I don't trust it's Hanwha Life Esports, because I thought for a second they were about to just close this game out without any happy gaming at all.
Wow,
and just very clean macro
and close out.
Yeah, no, they gotta have a little fun. Calyx is not having a little fun.
No, this is he's dead.
I really didn't think this was going to be the series that was...
Perhaps Kingin is also dead, as, he did have some mist for a few moments, and Viper did go relatively low. There's the flash forward from Lehens. He knows! This is all he wants. He just wants to kill Viper. Top of the morning, too, says Peanut. Bristle able to block that bullet. And, yeah, Viper's teammates going to be there to defend him.
He does have 0 deaths.
Yeah, he is 7-0-6.
They have tried to kill him a few times. They got his summoners a few times. They got his summoners again here. Viper, careful on the positioning.
Dying to the Baron.
Nah, he's healing it up.
He's going to be okay. He's going to be A-okay. Baron not going to be around for too much longer here, and not going to be contested by Nongshim either, as we have a 9,000 gold lead. It's almost 10.
I mean, this is not the series I thought that was going to look like this. I thought potentially it was going to be the DNF T1 series, where it's just a complete and utter dismantling. But when you look at the draft in this first game, there were angles for Nongshim, but once they fell away, and everybody started getting fed, and Viper became huge, and kind of Lehens fed himself to him, it did just suddenly become a unplayable game and almost unwatchable game. Unless you're a Hanwha fan, avert your eyes, because it's going to get more painful from here.
And the biggest problem is the fact that it was all based on 2 mistakes in a row. Well, one of them wasn't necessarily a mistake. It was just Zeus capitalizing on a slide over extension from Nongshim. But then that dive that just straight up didn't work, that was the end of the game.
Yeah, no, 100%. That was the moment that the backs were broken. Or that Hanwha Life and Zeus became Super Saiyan, whichever way you want to look at it.
Yeah, Peanut. One of those is Peanut's going to get a cleanse out of Jiu, and they do manage to separate the Elise. It looked almost like they were apprehensive, like, do we have to kill him again? And the answer was they may as well. Impale going to come on through, but the seismic shove just pulls Viper out of the maw of death. Peanut there to stand in front of him yet again. Protect the president is absolutely right as Zeus dives in on top of Jiu, and Zeka will be able to finish him off. The Jace will be the noble sacrifice this time around, but the Nexus is still going to fall here, and HLE not pulling any punches here in round 2 as the sad B comes in for Kingin just before the Nexus does go down.
There are only 2 series wins separating Hanwha Life Esports and Nongshim. Just to give you guys perspective, there were only 6 games, or before this series, we'll see what happens after it. There were only 6 games between these 2.
Yeah.
On paper, again, a more exciting matchup than our first series. But Hanwha Life are like, there is such a big gap between the top 2 teams of the LCK and everybody else. Sure, you may be in the Legend group, but we know who the Legends are. And again, they're not in the Legend group yet. Big favorites to be so. But man, Hanwha Life has given us a taste of what that might look like for the other 3 teams that are in there with them and Gen.G.
Yeah, there's it's starting to look a little bit worrying.
I'm like a little scared.
Yeah, there's the top heaviness situation. Moving towards MSI, that feels great, you know?
Yeah, do you remember?
There's 2 teams that are going to that tournament.
Do you remember when there was that Pogst episode a while back when Gen.G was winning everything, and I was like, are they trivializing the LCK? Like, do we even want to watch the LCK when we know Gen.G's going to win? It's not gonna be now we got 2 of those teams.
Yeah.
I'm scared, Atlas.
Does that make it better? Is that a solution?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's better.
If we had 10, then that would be really good though, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So let's just bring everyone up to that level. Right now, what we saw from Nongshim wasn't quite there, but a few back-breaking moments from a world champion MVP can happen sometimes. Short break, then we'll be back with the space and then game number 2. See you soon.
캔들 볼 때 있고 공 10초거든? 네, 클리드 있어. 오케이, 클리드 받았고 엘리스 미드로 끝내면 할 거다. 가볼게, 미드로. 추가로 공 있고, 풀공. 나 피하긴 했는데 타워탱 해줄게. 뺐다 쳤다. 아니? 캐틀 노스펠 맞아줄게. 노스펠이야? 캐틀 노스펠. 캐틀 노스펠. 들어가고 제이스. 나이스. 타워. 도행 공 있다. 공 없어. 왜 나한테 줄까? 아무나 찍으면 연계돼. 이거 아깝다 진짜. 스카는 이제 끝난 거 아니야. 도행 잡을 만한데.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sown. The spirit knows. May it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name. A whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear the wind is calling your name? A whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. The wind is calling my name. A whisper of the souls who never leave me.
sunshine and rainbows, girl.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Hama Life Esports versus Nongshim, which turned out to be kind of a disappointment. I was really looking forward to the series. I thought that Nongshim and Hama could be somewhat similar in skill level. That was not the case, especially in game number 1. Still joined by Ox and Chronicler. Thoughts on that first game?
I think you shouldn't read too much into it, okay? HLE is a very good team. They're clearly favoring this matchup, but it's game 1. They had blue side. They got a really good draft advantage. I think this is how a game should look. If you fumble the draft against a team like HLE and you lose out on some of that early pressure, you should get stomped. So with them going to the blue side game 2, I think that's maybe where we get a real sign of how competitive these teams can be.
I don't like the role reversal. I'm a little bit more pessimistic. That was the number 2 versus the number 3. I'm getting worried. I think Nongshim do still have the opportunity, but we even saw in that series against DK, I think Nongshim was definitely the better team on that day, but even that series wasn't that clean from either side. And I'm worried that Hama Life, now that they fully leveled up, are going to look like this in game number 2. So, but I hope I'm wrong, because as you're saying, I kind of was hoping for this to be at least a bit of a fight. And it wasn't. It was
wasn't
not
much
a
of
fight.
a fight. We can take a look at the draft here, which, as Ox already mentioned, wasn't very good for Nongshim, especially based on what they gave to the side of Hama.
Yeah, like, you give over the Jace, right? You get the Gwen, but Jace is a great matchup in the Gwen. I mean, Kingen actually did okay in the early levels, all things considered. We've seen matchups go way worse. But then you end up taking the Skarner over the Sejuani, and I feel like the Skarner's been really falling off a cliff, not having the impact you want. The Talia gets given over, and then you're playing Ryze, who can struggle to function into that. The only situation where I really feel like Nongshim had a pick that I would value higher was the Elise. I think I prefer the Elise than the Pantheon. And even then, like, it didn't really make that much of a difference. The Pantheon was fine. But across the board, I think for me, the draft from HLE was just almost better in every single role, and a lot of high-value picks in comparison to what Nongshim got, especially considering this is game 1 of Fearless. There was a lot of things open, and I don't think they capitalized well.
I really would feel better if we don't give Zeus chase, and instead we take the Azir Talia handshake, because I think that matchup is actually fine. I think that even though Zeka is obviously a really good Azir, I think if you have the Talia, that's playable. Zeus is just too good.
Also, in the situation where you leave something open, so when the Jace is taken, you can respond back. Because I just don't think, like, responding the Gwen who loses to the Jace and then Skarner is such a weak one, too.
It really didn't help them. It didn't make it easier here in game number 1. We can take a look at the Zeal, which is, of course, the Zeus Reel that we did have here in the beginning of this game, which was very early on, but it already felt like we needed some highlights.
And we had a little bit of action that looked good as Pina just over chases, and you're like, man, is this okay for Hama Life? And a really nice play from Gideon, actually buffers nicely, they get the kill. And this looks somewhat dicey initially, but knowing what we know now, Pina just face planting into 2 people for no reason was all set up. It was bait, so that Zeus could sweep in and just get a first kill, and then quickly a second, or rather close to a second, but from that point on, he was primed to take over this game.
Yeah, had priority in the lane matchup, so was able to make the move up. And then this play, again, looks like it could be a little bit painful. Skarner doesn't manage to connect that sidestep, which is beautiful, and then the turnaround comes in. That's, as I said, the Jace has the advantage against the Gwen in the matchup, but that's not really about the matchup. That's just Jace breaking some ankles.
And then not getting hit by the snip. Even the first needles would have been enough, but he walked through. It's just, and then the movement on the, he's so good.
I think we've seen so many times where maybe an unfavorable matchup's been taken in the top lane. It hasn't amounted to that much. I think Zeus is the player you can't take unfavorable matchups into him.
Yeah, and oftentimes he tries to make them, especially from the red side. So I'm excited to see what he plays in game 2. Let's take a look at the second highlight, which was 13 minutes into the game, guys. We were like, okay, this is it. The game is over here.
You can see that they're a bit apprehensive. And if this was only 2 people, the Skarner would have been a good help. But instead it's 4. I figured that where like Gideon was trying to cover for just Peanut. Then it was Peanut with help, and then last but not least, Viper also shows up, and he's like, I'm not necessary, but I'm here, I guess. And then they get 2 kills, get the turret, and then the game is unplayable from that point on.
And the thing is, they were pressuring the turret on the other side, so they weren't forced to make that play. And if anything, the amount of members that HLE had put there is inefficient if they don't show up to the tower. But they, despite being apprehensive, they still went for it and got punished.
Yeah, it just felt like a game where Nongshim, they went for a couple of things, and they just... they had huge consequences, regardless of if they were right or if they were wrong. Like, I feel like going for the Jace kill was okay, but then that obviously walking up to the turret was kind of the last nail in the coffin. So Nongshim, they really got to turn things around here on the blue side for game number 2. We'll hand it back to Atlas and Wolf for the cast.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the breakdown there of game number 1. I would kind of agree with both of our deskers on this one. A little bit disappointing on the Nongshim side, but also a little bit quizzical when it comes to some of the choices made. I think the most glaring one, I understand the Jace gamble, but the Skarner didn't need to happen.
No.
But then also leaving Talia up. There's a lot of things. There is a lot of things.
Well, now they'll have blue side, but because they let the Jace and the Gwen go through, Hama don't have to worry about that on red side, as Zeus is saying goodbye.
More Zeus with cool hand movements as well. There was the punching one as well, was him also, with like the hole in it. A lot of interactive fan signs.
It's like, yes, it's me, and saying Hyung, like, as in like, also I'm your older brother. Like, I feel like it literally translates to basically like, I'm your older brother, but it means I'm me, but there's undertones of like, I am the older brother. A lot going on that sign with a very funny salute.
Yep.
Let's move into game 2, where Nongshim hopefully will have a better, more well-rounded draft here. Poppy going to get banned again. I think you feel pretty comfortable to ban Azir if you're Hanwha Life Esports. It's been one of Calix's best picks. So since you don't have to ban the Jace, you don't have to ban the Gwen, maybe we'll see that here on red side, because I think that's what Calix is probably fishing for here.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the priority is going to fall towards, because now we've got 3 junglers banned away, and so with the Rumble being the first of the top lane ideas, I think Calix actually had a pretty good game, despite the fact that it was all kind of everything was on fire. Seeing the last series and the fact that Pungyon had a really tough time on the rise, it was good seeing Calix have a better performance, but they will be banning away the Kalista here.
Yeah, is it just going to be that Azir ban?
I think that Calix definitely wants it, because his best games have been on that champion.
I think that's what I would do if I were the coaching staff here of Hanwha Life Esports. You know, the Rumble is gone. Keenan has a lot of cool fancy picks he can pull out, so I don't think you want to target him anymore here necessarily. And Zeka has counter picks to the Azir, right? But like, he could play Sylas or Akali. I don't think he wants to play Akali in this meta, but you know, you have the answers, but why even give him the chance to play his best champion? He's a newer player, he's a lot less experienced. You know, force him onto the uncomfortable Victor situation where you also have counter picks as Zeka.
Yep.
Xin Chao will go through.
That is very high value, and I think that they need to pick this away from Peanut, but also giving Gideon a whole lot of agency in this game.
Look at that win rate, 65% off, one of our highest picked junglers. It's pretty insane.
incredibly impressive. This champion has been very, very good. See what the response is going to be from Peanut here. Of course, he does have a relatively extensive champion pool. Maybe they just go for one of these Ivern comps. Maybe he's back on Maokai duty. Maybe he's just going to play Nidalee and they lock Renekton. Oh, God. That would be scary.
80% win rate on Nidalee at the moment. That's somewhat skewed by the shooting at Scion forever games that we did have. But Yone is also up. I was going to mention this earlier, and they opted to ban Nefiri instead. We did see Yone banned in game 1. It was Hanwha Life who made that choice, but this time it's left up. And they still can play Renekton.
Yeah.
As the Ahri Xinjiao can be strong.
It can. Is it just Ahri Renekton locked in here? I think Kingen really probably wants to pick it away.
I'm scared though because
never mind.
Zeus can play so many champs into Renekton that if you blind it, you're...
Oh, God.
Or Zeus is just playing Yone.
Yeah, is it Zeus' Yone? Because we always say that the bans against Yone are always aimed at Zeka because it's a mid lane champion these days. But look, they just want to cook. They just want to have a good time. Look at Zeka. He just wants to do it. Like, can I lock it?
He's like, I want to play Silas. Come on. It's great into Ahri. I get to steal the Spirit Rush.
Aw, that's Maokai. Wait, does that mean that it's Maokai jungle and we've got another top lane
Nidalee mid?
Blind pick Nidalee?
Yeah, that is what it's looking like right now, although it could still, of course, be support Maokai.
Huh.
Into the Alistar is like actually kind of okay. We'll see. But if you're Nongshim Red Force, you're really frustrated now because you don't have a lot of great knowledge, or you don't have fixed knowledge about what is happening. And if you try to be like, oh, I know the counterpick to Nidalee, then they just don't play Nidalee top.
I would suggest
you could play Maokai top even in this draft, to be frank. I mean, it's unlikely, but it's technically possible.
Yep, you could definitely do that. Maokai is a triple flex right now.
They're like, no way we're letting Blitzcrank Maokai through. That has terrorized us enough.
Yep.
That has terrorized everyone enough. Lehens was one of the terrorizers, actually.
He was indeed.
So Braum also going to get taken away. With the Kai'Sa ban here, it starts to feel like this is Viper playing Ezreal.
Well, he could just lock it in here if he'd like to. It does keep things very open-ended.
Yeah, the one thing that you know is going to be fixed is the AD carry position.
Yeah.
So I think this is where you do lock that in and everything comes into place after.
Ooh, Xayah kind of, without any ability to pick away a Rakan as well, is kind of nuts. So it does show that it's not going to be a support Maokai. We're still not 100% on where that's going to be, as I guess Zeus is going to pick his favorite matchup.
Okay, just going to be MF here. I like Zeri more, to be honest. I think you need some consistent damage. You're playing Ahri mid, you can set up picks, but you need something that can clean up the team fights later on. It's a very low-range composition here for Hanwha Life. The Runan's value will be really high for Zeri once she does hit that 2-item spike later on in team fights. You have a lot of power with this Alistar in early grub fights, early dragon fights as well.
Yep.
This draft's kind of coming together here for Nongshim Red Force. It feels like a real strong comp compared to what they had in game 1. So with this final pick here in the top lane is going to be as Kingen is trying to figure out where everyone is going. And he'll just pick what is arguably very safe in this Ambessa.
Huh.
So does this really give us... Does this actually even solve anything? Okay, that's solved.
I kind of thought it was going to be Rakan because there was no way to stop it from being available. And now I guess it is just going to be blind top lane Nidalee, and then Peanut's playing his very famous Maokai that he has barely lost any games on, and Zeka is on his Yone that we know him
I'll
well,
be honest,
you could say.
I think the Xayah is very safe into Ambessa, into Xinjiao, Ahri. Like, I feel like that pick makes a lot of sense. We know Zeka's an incredible Yone player, and Yone pairs really well with Maokai. Like, there's a lot of power in this draft, but I do have some questions about how the Nidalee is going to function here. I do think that this is not a matchup where Nidalee just auto-wins like you do into Scion, and then you build a hull breaker and you win the side lane. It's not going to be that kind of game, so going to be a little bit more measured how this has to play out here for Zeus. And if we get to team fights later on and they don't have a ton of control, I think they just kind of get out-damaged by the fact that the Zeri is going into so much low range. So if you miss your Yone ult, you miss your Q3, the Maokai ult is down. There's so much agency here for Nongshim, so I'm not saying they cooked too hard, but I do think this draft is kind of risky, and it's nowhere near the dominance that their draft in Game 1 had.
No, I would 100% agree. I actually think that Nongshim, they have a real draft, and Hanwha Life Esports has a guys, it's time to have a bit of fun. That's what it feels like to me. I don't like blind Nidalee should never be a thing in the top.
No,
lane. That should
not.
never be a thing. You should be able to utilize it to counter pick. But that's not what we were talking about at the start of this game. We were talking about Zeus being a great counter picker, and instead just first picks the Nidalee. This is crazy. Let's get into it.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the second game of the series. Second game of round robin 2 as Lehens getting ahead, buddy. That was the cool skin that I was talking about when we were discussing the Matador skin, and that is the one that Beryl also uses, so I was right. Wasn't quite sure about Lehens' preferences.
There are trends.
Indeed.
Lehens is being trendy right now. So I think it was Pony who said this on his stream once about how, like, you know, there was a ton of top Nidalee being played in solo queue after this became more popular as a Scion counter pick. But he said, like, you know, any celebrity looks good in anything. Like, you think about, like, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, Johnny Depp, what he's wearing in that, you're like, ugh, but it's Johnny Depp, so it kind of looks cool. You're like, it's a little crazy.
Yeah.
That kind of thing comes to mind. And then Pony said a celebrity could wear a sock as a hat. They could just pull the sock open, put it on their head, and you'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool, that's kind of trendy, because the celebrity's so handsome, he's an actor, right, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, you know, if you're not one of the celebrities, you probably shouldn't be playing Nidalee top lane.
Yeah.
And I don't know if even the celebrities should be blinding it. Zeus is the celebrity, by the way. But, you know, let's see what he does with it. I'm looking forward to this thing. With Grasp, you know, standard stuff here. Just going to try to space. I don't think this is a winning matchup, but he clearly feels confident in it.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on. You can see already farming these Grasp stacks quite nicely. The Ambessa wanting some extra buttons. I feel like the all-in probably going to be an angle that King can get some work done in. But yeah, Zeus is just grasping.
We'll find out if Zeus really can put a sock on his head and it's still a chance.
Honestly, I think that he probably would look pretty good at it, good in it, as they haven't lost on any of these champions yet. That's pretty impressive, but they've also not lost very many games yet. They've only lost one series against Gen G, as we know. That was very early in the season. The first stand hangover likely playing a little bit of a part there, as you can see. Zeka actually taking a fair bit of damage against Calyx, who's electrocuting him over and over again.
Yeah, I think losing to Genji was kind of the first stand Gatorade that they needed to then wake up and become an elite team and win everything else. As
got some grand entrances, some pulverizers traded, and Lehens looking a little worse for wear. Does have that triumphant roar to help get some of the health back.
Yeah, he is Alistair in this early lane, but doing pretty well. And Zeri also can be quite strong at these early trades with her Q. I am curious to see what happens, you know, later on when we do hit that level 6 for the Zeri. They attempt for an all-in or anything like that, because
level 3
is definitely a thing.
Yeah, it's a decent spike for the Alistair. Getting access to your buttons feels pretty good. Of course, level 2 is also pretty nice for that reason as well.
Yeah. Looking like a pretty stable start down here in the bottom lane, as Gideon and Peanut look like they're going to have an interaction here.
Oh, headbutt pull. Hands on to Viper once more. Jude not exactly offering too much back here, as now Kingen going to have to move on down. Wind becomes lightning, and we'll see whether the Ambessa can get anything done now, as that is already a kill onto this Xin Zhao. Kingen trying to do it, but he does not manage to, and Calyx will finally get in and take down the pesky Nidalee. But once again, it's Zeus in a ridiculous position extremely early in the game, and they even get another kill. Zeka also finds himself ahead. Oh dear.
Well, it was a good try.
Yeah, no, this was a really good game too. I enjoyed it.
I did enjoy Calyx's hustle. He was getting involved in the skirmish, you know?
Yeah.
I've seen flips on first grubs. Okay, I've seen flips on second grubs. Flip on a scuttle crab.
Flip on first crab, baby.
Yeah, flip on first scuttle crab. That's not really my LCK classic. That's not the norm. As Zeus, yeah, he does have a self-heal. He's very difficult to deal with. Operates in this rush here, forcing Kingen to come to him. King gets taken out. Calyx comes in here, flashes, misses the Q, but doesn't matter, still gets the kill. But ultimately he flashed. So now he has no way of getting away from a Maokai and a Yone.
Yeah.
Will go down. Hits this charm at least, which slowed down his demise, but ultimately he still will go down. So his lane opponent also has a kill. And this Nidalee starting to get a little accelerated. It's not again, a matchup that you just absolutely crush, but if you space it well, you can continue to build advantages like this.
And it feels like Kingen just kind of has to fight all the time.
Yeah,
otherwise the Nidalee just throws sticks at him over and over again. You kind of do nothing about it.
You kind of just got to dash 7 times and hope that some of the dashes hit the Nidalee and you do some damage while you're doing it. Otherwise, she just kind of keeps throwing sticks at you.
Yeah, and then you just hope that the minion wave also dies while you're dashing past it, and then you don't need to worry about lane control and manipulation and stuff like that at the same time.
Only about 14 minions didn't die so far. That's actually kind of a lot.
Yeah, this is it's starting to really get away from itself. Is also with a Sheen done.
No flash.
So scary. Good charm from Calyx. Gonna buy him some space there. And so Calyx actually a shining light here for Nongshim so far. They also have a Zeri. You know especially well that Zeri can certainly skew some games in the middle portions of it, as Twisted Advance there from Peanut, as the Audacious Charge does come on through. Decent trade back there from Gideon.
And Calyx does not have teleport, so this wave is going to crash into his turret, which means he can't really join for grubs.
Yep, level 6 done here for Kingen, but you can see he's not going in. I don't think he's publicly executing anyone.
Gideon just wants to get one and get out. Get one and get out. Yep. He's not going to get it.
Actually just flashes on top of Zeka. They're going to see whether they can find it, but he does get out of the way of Lehens. Now Calyx moves over once again. Gorgeous ulti. Of course Zeka lines it up, but Calyx has the answer. Wind Becomes Lightning does a fair bit of damage, but it's not quite enough to get anything back, and now the re-engage comes through. They're looking for Peanut. Headbutt Pulse comes through, and there are still some charges on this Spirit Rush. Calyx going in, but it's 1 versus 3. Can he get the true damage? He does, but not quite able to get much more. And Zeus now is 0 mana up against the young gun of Nongshim.
Calyx looking really good in this fight, but also Gideon's call to flash in there. I think it looked really crazy at the beginning, but it was the only way they could turn it into a positive play because they needed time for the Aura to show up. Look at where Calyx is on the minimap right now, finishing clearing the wave. Gideon going in here onto Zeka with Lehens having the follow-up, forces out Zeka's flash here and buys enough time for Calyx to show up. It's a beautiful ultimate from Zeka, but Calyx is still here with the outplays. The Xin Zhao, so difficult to take down, and now he's got 3 charges of Spirit Rush for the ensuing fight. Grub's going down and live. Gideon gets the first.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulverize onto just Peanut here as Gideon going to knock up Lehens. Lehens still alive, still thriving here as we can see. Kingen moving over. The Banana Brush, great angle for a public execution as now Calyx and Zeka fighting. Zeka with the inside track there as over they go. Kingen actually dancing around this fight quite nicely. Peanut getting taken low, Pulverize only onto 1 as the exhaust through onto Zeus. And Zeka getting pulled back with the charm, but they are just being separated and destroyed. Sapling gonna slow up the Ambassador as he makes his way back, but Lehens kind of sacrificing himself. And HLE will be able to get the prize.
Yeah, this time looking a little bit less good for the engage there to go back in for Nongshim.
All right, Zeka also finding himself the knock-up with the Q. Sunbound the Soul, just trying to get a bit of damage back onto Calyx here.
His ult is almost back up. They should play respectfully here. Calyx does get his own back as well. But I think if this is not a Nidalee top lane, the fight looks a lot less close, and yet still Zeus gets a 3rd kill.
Oh man,
and he's
stop it!
He's still annoying Kingen and taking his minions away a little bit here.
And he's 3-1-2.
Yeah, he is getting to be of significant size.
Yeah, G with the sidestep there is pretty nice. Gideon going to be able to secure his own blue buff. That's good as well. As another Pulverize going to get a Featherstorm out of Viper actually as they look to avoid the feathers, doing nicely there. So ulti advantage now available for Gio as Kingen underneath the turret. Gideon gonna have to try and turn this fight onto Peanut before Zeus makes his way over. But the problem is, Zeus can pounce in from a very long way away and he gets his 4th kill of the game!
Yeah, this is starting to look like it's all over but the crying at this early stage as Calyx is the only good shining light!
Ulted by Zeka, and Zeka just finishes him off. That's a solo kill. And look at Calyx's face there as well. He's like, man, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, he's like, I can't do more of this game. Maybe not dying here would have been all he could have done. As he is going for that Malignance build.
We need the, you know how we've spoken about this before, Wolf, but we need the Harlem Globetrotters theme.
Yeah, we really do.
Because we're going to have to stop playing it in games like this where Zeus just gets to blind pick Nidalee top and it's just fine.
I think at some point it might need to be renamed to the Zeus theme.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he blind picks Nidalee and Kingen opts to go for the Ambessa, and it's not going well as we're going to watch Zeka's first-person view on the solo. Q3, his ult is back up. does enough damage here. Flash is out, but guess what? All you gotta do is rebind, baby.
Yeah, and this is actually what we were noticing on the player cams as well. Like Calix, it's not a look of disappointment. It's a look of like, it's almost awe, you know? Just like, damn, I was doing well in this matchup. And he was. He's 3-2-0. Was actually farming out quite nicely before that untimely death, as now Zeka finds him once again. Just going to soften him up.
I hate Yone. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, like, it's Zeka, so I'm like, it's hard to say that out loud, but I do feel for Calix when he flashed away, and then he's like, yeah, he just kind of goes back on a die.
I guess I'm
And
dead.
then once you start falling behind against the Yone, doesn't get very easy as he's kind of zipping around. Thing is, I love Zeka, so I'll let it go this time around.
We'll
but
forgive him, but it's pretty cool
Calix
for the young guy.
He's the only one who had a gold lead, right? You know, he's 200 gold ahead still, but Zeka is Zeka. He and Zeus, you know, they've been calling him the Tepite, the top half of the map, the Tepite, and the Tepite is pretty hard to beat. Only Genji has done it so far this season.
Zeka giving the happy B to his former teammate. Actually very, very cute.
Yeah.
As they're fighting a little bit. It's feeling a little unfair, as we can see. Zeka pretty far ahead. Nice little dodging done by Kingen.
I wonder how Nongshim get back in this game outside of some sort of crazy mistake, some happy gaming from Hana, which we have seen.
Oh, I know exactly how they get back in this game. Gio kills everyone.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the other thing I was going to say is, like, maybe somehow Runen's Hurricane gets hit here before Hanwha Life just take all the turrets off the map and end up with an 8,000 gold lead, and then he just presses R and cleans up the fight. I could see it.
Yep.
Just not seeing it right now. I'm getting my telescope out. You know, I'm looking at Galileo's notes to see the Nongshim win. Zeus just doesn't care.
Well, he's going to get pulverized. Headbutt back.
Wait, maybe
gonna
he should
come
care.
through there is Ju now chasing after him. Can he actually die? That is the question. Primal Surge is not enough, and there he goes. It's not enough to certify, but it's a shutdown. It's a lot of gold, and it's on Azeri.
That's a small win here. You know, that's a Zeri in the lead. We got a second gold lead.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it.
And there are also players in other places around the map that are doing things for Nongshim at the same time. Yes, Peanut will be able to grab some grubs, but I don't think end of the world as far as cross-map opportunities are concerned.
You already got one grub, so Peanut's not going to get 6? Yeah.
Now, let's see this again as Lehens with the flash exhaust.
Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes what you need to kill this very, very annoying, slippery Nidalee. Zeus did ultimately end up burning his flash as well in the exchange. Peanut will get the 5 grubs, just took a long time.
Yep.
And this time we learned.
Salty to come through there from Calix. That's beautifully done. He knows that he just needs to buy a little bit of space here, as he will force the Yone to go back. He does eventually have to go back to that Soul.
And over here, Kingen wants to interact with the Nidalee. Zeus doesn't want to interact with him.
Lehens is really trying to put this game back on track.
And kind of the way we saw...
yeah. 5 grubs, right?
The way we saw BNK... Okay, Gio, you are in a very weird place. Does he
get himself out?
Yeah, I think he's fine. BNK punished in the mid-game Hanwha Life because they kept catching greedy side laners, namely Zeus, and I think Nongshim are trying to repeat this as Viper wants to go in on this fight.
Yeah, he's going to set up some feathers, but it is just ultimately this turret going down without any response on the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, basically everyone on Nongshim is trying to force a fight where they have a man advantage, where they have a disadvantage, they lose the turret, and where they have man advantage, they don't get anybody. So kind of losing on both sides here, unfortunately, for Nongshim.
And they lose feats of strength there at the same time as Zeka almost finds that knockup. That was very cute. Thankfully, the charm will connect this time. So Calix not going to be taking too much damage from that one. Now has a Q that can clear the back wave. So is doing okay. Turret number 2 going to fall down, though, and I have a feeling this is going to be a theme today.
Yeah, so remember when we talked about... hold on, we don't have time to remember.
There are a lot of people here around here. Flash, Spirit Rush. Flash is pretty nice, and in fact, Delight is in trouble. Pulverize is gorgeous from Lehens. Really set up to make sure that he's down as Spirit Rush is going to get another charge, and another charm comes in, another Pulverize lined up, and Peanut could be in trouble. In fact, oh my god, I don't know how that worked.
TP though, TP maybe Kingen gets him, Kingen, how many dashes you got?
Well, he's Ambessa. He's got a lot. Is going to go for the public execution on Zeka. Wants that extra money, but Zeka able to ult his way out, and Peanut is a lumbering tree, and he is going to be able to walk it off.
Oh, and Zeka has the longest dash.
Yeah,
but he wants it. He wants it. He wants. I don't know if he can have it.
Well, he's still going to be able to kill Peanut here, likely. Okay, never mind. Zeka is still alive. Still here. Let's get a nice little knock up as the charm comes through once again.
Hey,
so the answering kill is there.
Yes. Okay. Zeus making a whole turret here because he's literally in the side lane. But
let's ignore this.
We did get one. We did get an outer turret and inner Schminner. You know, it's, who really cares?
Outer turrets are the ones that you really want.
Once Zeri gets 2 items and we're in a 5v5 team fight, we'll see how useful that really is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she'll probably be killing a Nexus, which is the most.
No, but what if she has to come to the team fight? As Calyx was like so quick on the trigger finger here, avoiding the engage here from Delight, and basically says you are still between turrets. You know, turrets are your worst enemies. I don't want to watch this again.
Oh no.
Because Kingen could have just gone for the kill into Peanut, but he ulted Zeka instead. He opted moments before to go for Zeka, and so didn't get the kill on either of them because Zeka just ulted away. And so he ended up going down. But they still got Zeka.
Yeah.
You know?
They did.
Calyx still has a gold lead. And the Nexus is still alive, so I'm telling you, there's a chance.
Winnable. Yep, I'm gonna be right there with you. Winnable game. Zeka gonna look to take down this dragon by himself. Got a Rift Herald getting pinged frantically by almost everyone. So you're gonna be coming on over as Zeus with 2 items now done.
Yeah.
I would say that is somewhat intimidating.
It's not a hull breaker either. It's just more healing.
Yeah.
Try to kill me this time.
Oh, Sundered Sky and the Trinity Force. It's going to mean that these autos, when you first come in contact with the Nidalee, are really going to hurt.
Yeah, they're not going to feel enjoyable for the Ambessa.
Yeah, or for anyone.
This turret's not going to really enjoy the autos coming through from Viper either, and that's just going to be a dead turret with Demolish.
Yep, 5 grubs.
It just seems like no matter what, Nongshem are trying to patch holes somewhere, and they still end up losing a turret somewhere. It's like, oh, we got to deal with this top push, and hold on, we got 4 man, and then they can't be, oh, we lost the mid-turret, you know?
Yep.
Oh, we got 4 build, oh, we lost the Herald, you know?
Well, there's a 3,000 gold gap in the top lane.
Yeah, so, you know, let's see what happens if she has to team fight, like I was saying earlier.
Yeah!
We'll see how good that looks.
I think if you've got 1 billion gold, you're probably going to be fine. Is Jiu just going to ult, and Gideon finds Zeka on the recovery, and that's a really, really nice kill to be picked up here. I don't know whether they're going to be able to get over and take the Rift Herald. That is going to be secured there by HLE as Public Execution gets Kingen in amongst it. Trying to keep them interested as best they can, but Lahen's getting lower and lower. Jiu does not have the ulti now for this battle as Zeka gets into the backline, and Calyx will be able to spot him, even able to avoid the Nature's Grasp. Very nicely done. Now the quickness comes in. Lahen's does get charmed up. Delight will trade himself for it as Kingen trying to frontline as best he can. Jiu will send them back. That is an even trade.
Yeah.
And in fact, Zeka kind of dying twice within a matter of seconds.
Yeah, that was kind of wild. Also, Jiu ends up picking up 2 assists from that. Now, the second assist a little bit less value, but the first one should be 150 in his pocket. Talking about this moment here where Zeka all-ins on him and he just dashes away from the ultimate. This was quite bizarre. I get it, his team is trying to do Herald and he wants to put the pressure on in mid and force a reaction because he is Yone and can snap back and then be safe, but he gets punished here. Now, they do get the Herald. Now, when Kingen ulted here, initially my thoughts are, ooh, your Zeri doesn't have ult, Peanut's got ult. This is going to look real bad. Like, I had a real bad feeling about this one, but actually ended up playing it really well through Gideon's ultimate here, buying a ton of space. Viper can't actually get to rejoin where Zeus is on the backside of this fight for a really long time, so the fight actually looks pretty clean here. And then when Delight goes in, they collapse on him and take him out. Zeus does very little in this fight because he's a Nidalee, you know? So, yeah, it's starting to look a little bit more playable every moment that goes by.
And I kind of lost my mind. I thought Zeka found his way back into the fight, but he did not, as we've got another one brewing. Great charm from Calyx once again. Pulverize going to land onto both of the supporting cast of HLE. And Peanut struggling once again, but it's a double knock-up. There's the ulti onto 2, and Zeka just surgically removes the Zeri from the fight. And that takes so much of the steam out of Nongshem. They're going to have to back away. Lahenz realizes he'll need to sacrifice himself as Calyx flashes right over the spear. Great charm is going to come through as now they're just desperately trying to keep themselves alive. They will be able to do so. Spear slightly going wide.
It's got to feel how do I say this in a nice way, but it's also brutally honest. It's got to feel rough to get just so many small windows back in and still get kind of bopped by this team that's having so much fun, you know?
Yeah,
like
it does certainly feel like the vibes are different.
If you're on Nongshim, you're like, I'm trying so hard. This team's playing with the food, and I'm the food. I'm really looking for the angles. Calyx is having such a good game. You're trying to look for the punish angles, but it's just not good enough. Calyx going in here super deep on the chase. Lehens has the follow-up. The ult comes through from Gio. It's small moments like this where you're like, man, if Han would keep messing around, maybe we win this. But then the angle here from Zeka is just incredible as Gio goes down to 1 health in live.
Yeah, and that was the fattest flash I've ever seen in my life from Zeka to get over that wall. I didn't even know that one was possible. I know you could get through that wall, but like not at the bottom.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a huge flash.
That was a chunky one.
Yeah, I would have gone straight into that wall head first.
Well, he trades flashes on the Zeri, which I guess both champions aren't feeling the worst about, as Lehens is... He wants to win this game bad, man. He's trying anything he can. He is seen, unfortunately for him, and now is probably just dead. It's top of the morning.
Yeah, top of the morning too. It does deliver Peanut to the team. Charm is going to connect, but now Peanut taking it as an opportunity to engage. Gio going to turn up, though. Can he get into the right position? That's the question. Calyx moves out of the way of Delight, but the quickness does so much work. Meanwhile, into the backline goes King and finds Peanut at low health as they just desperately want to get on top of Gio. He does skate his way out, as the spear is not going to connect. In goes Gideon, and Gio stands his ground. Delight going to get out of there, but the Nidalee not going to be so lucky. Viper also getting some value as the Dragon's going to spawn. HLE lose 1. Nongshim do give another kill over to their Zeri.
Yeah, now Zeri has Runins. You know, like Gio is actually starting to become very relevant in these fights, and I do think that Hanwha's lead feels no longer infallible now that she has those two, and we're looking at a Cloud Soul point here, but it's not a Soul, so...
Okay, there's going to be a little crash into this turret. Gideon slowed down, and now he's dead. There's just not really going to be much they can do about that one. Inner turret does fall down. Good Rift Herald value. A bit of a U-turn here from Peanut, as not entirely sure where he wants to go. He is also unsure himself, as he does just cruise into this mid lane to set up this turret for a kill as well, and I'll take that one down.
Nice driving, very clean. Once again, Lehens on a flank. We'll see if they can punish. I mean, Gio's back at full health here.
Yep, there's the pick up on a Peanut attempt. Let's see whether the charm connects. No, flash has to be employed though to get Peanut out of there.
A trade for Calyx's ult.
It's so crazy that in the I feel like a lot of these fights are going relatively evenly, like relatively well, but there are bounties up. Like HLE is still just crushing.
Well, it's if you look at watch this fight again too, because I want to talk about what happens to Viper in this situation, because the teleport here from Kingen is actually fantastic. Look at his collapse here. If Calyx actually doesn't run away and also still doesn't get charmed, like I feel like this fight is winnable, but he's kind of zoned out here, right? Viper has to ult, and Kingen is doing a ton of work by himself here. Gideon trying to support, right? But then Gio just kind of gets run down, has to look for an outplay here at the very end. And this is the one player I feel like who has insane longevity here in Nongshim's composition is the Zeri, especially when we consider there's a Nidalee on the other side. As it looks like we might have more fighting here for Hanwha Life, but Hanwha playing a little bit, you know, fast and loose, okay? Not playing the cleanest, not playing around vision fully. And the more fights they trade like this, the more the Zeri becomes relevant. And if you took away 4,000 gold of their lead, which is on the Nidalee, suddenly starts to feel like, wait a minute, like, is this winnable? I'm not saying that it is, but with a few more fights that go Nongshim's way, with a few more angles for Gio, I do think that Hanwha should be careful, cautious about how they play this out.
Yeah, there's certainly some possibilities here. Zeka gonna unbind. It's over, as we do have a couple of Spirit Rushes, only one more left, as the Charm's going to connect, but that ulti uninterruptible.
Still got an ult out of the Yone, but the problem is every time they get an even trade, somebody loses a turret.
Yeah, and they're going to look for a Constellation Peanut here. Let's see whether they can actually collect that one. Exhaust onto Zeka to avoid that damage, as Delight just going to play defense, and he plays it beautifully. Zeus now comes on over as Peanut eventually goes down. And it's now protect the president. Can they keep Gio alive is the question, as Viper has so many feathers doing so much work. Zeus and Kingen continuing to fight here, as now Viper with the feathers going to pull him back and take down the Xin Zhao. Public execution is not going to work here, as Zeus is tanking 2 turrets. He just flashes for the takedown and he'll collect it. And Gio, let's see what he can get done here, as Viper does fall down first. The feather recall almost secures
Who's
the
going to
end of
defend
him,
the base?
Yeah, this is the problem. You may have sort of kind of done okay in a team fight, but you have not won the war.
Yeah, every single time it's like, oh, and then a turret explodes. They will save their base for now. I just feel like with 2 inhibitors down now, you can just avoid fighting for practically the rest of the game. The tempo advantage you get is just so insane. As I think Nongshim have started to figure out, well, I mean, they've kind of always known, but they're really heavily indexing in now that Geo is relevant, that trying to chase a Nidalee around the map is just a recipe for a loss, 100%. But just trying to hard force fights anywhere you can and try to get a man advantage and then finally get map control is definitely the right angle. The problem is Viper plays this fight beautifully here, chases down Gideon, and also ults, or avoids the headbutt there from Lehens with his ult, and then is able to get the root as well as he dies here. And what you could technically call an overextension, but it was still cool, saves the Light's life.
Yep, does at least manage to stop the Zeri from getting yet another one. He's still 4-1 and 3.
Now he's got his Heal Deny online.
Some armor pen now set up with the Mortal Reminder.
Yeah.
So not bad.
Feeling almost playable if you just cover the dead inhibitors up on your minimap.
Yeah, I think that if this was like Howling Abyss, it'd be kind of fine. The problem is there's way more map than that. And that's where they're really having some issues, is the Baron completely unseen by Nongshim. Gideon gonna try and get in there. If they can steal this away, then maybe there's an angle, maybe there's an option, maybe there's a way. Let's see what they can actually do.
This is risky for Hanwha, honestly.
It is. That's a flash charm to come through as Peanut getting taken down so incredibly low. Delight got it back, but Zeka finds 3 with a huge ulti. Calyx with his Zonyas though, and my god, this Ahri is popping off, lands another charm. It's a triple for the young man in the mid lane. And now, maybe that chance for Nongshim's looking real.
Oh, it was all wombo but no combo. Atlas, they got the knockups, they had the Yone ult, but there was no damage. Zeka's gonna come in here, but he's got nothing left in the tank. He's gotta get out. That's a Baron, and this was such a risky call into the Zeri comp.
Oh my
If you kill
god.
the Zeri, if you kill the Ahri, it's totally fine. Because Viper also is just completely out of the fight at the beginning of it because he has to use his ult. Look at his ult here. He's out.
Calyx
Nothing.
starting the fight as well.
Yeah, and look at Gideon's positioning here as well. It's so hard to follow up. Geo is untouched, and everybody's solo range. Like, Viper cannot close the gap.
Hang in.
It was just a beautiful play on basically every member of Nongshim had a part to play in that.
Yeah.
And it was super greedy. Hanwha Life thought that Delight and Zeka with their 1-2 punch were going to be able to just default win the fight, and they lined it up. It was beautiful, but where's the damage when Viper's stuck on the top side of the fight? Hanwha Life will turn this into a Cloud Soul take here. I don't think they can stop this one, but they're on the map. You know, that's plus 3,000 gold on the power play.
And the gold is within 2,000 now. It is actually going to get evened out as Kingin heads up towards his top side. He's got 3 items almost completed. Serpentspang actually coming in as the second option is kind of interesting. Lots of shields to be taken down though, you'd expect.
Yeah.
Especially if he's 1v1ing against Zeka in a side lane, so it's somewhat understandable. As there's a flash in from Peanut looking for Calyx, but there's no follow-up, and Peanut is just dead.
I've seen this attempt before. We saw it earlier in the game, and Calyx this time doesn't need to flash to make the play happen.
Yep. I mean, I guess the thinking is that you cannot charm when he's mid Twisted Advance. The problem is, once you've pressed Twisted Advance, you can't get out.
Can they get more here on the exit kills? I don't think so.
Oh, no.
The one thing that they get from this play, even though Peanut dies, is they waste a lot of time on the Baron. You know, they have 2 waves of super minions for a few more seconds here as the inhibitors are like a minute apiece left. So those have to be dealt with before you can start really breaking apart the base here of Hanwha Life. You can see with this Baron, they got a ton of money. They haven't really started to get the structures just yet. This does allow Hanwha to get back onto the map, but they have lost control of this game. I mean, I'm not saying they can't win it, but like, this Nidalee having to team fight on an Elder, for example, sounds a little scary, and these inhibitors will respawn. You won't just have permanent control anymore. Cloud Soul is also very helpful here, especially for Yone and Xayah, and the Rakan as well. But it's not a game-winning soul necessarily when you don't have that element of Zeri presses R and can hit 5 people with every auto. That's the scary thing. Plus, Calyx is playing out of his mind. He has 10 kills on the R, and he's looking for more!
Another charm is going to connect, and that is the nerf to the Yone at work, ladies and gentlemen. Zeka will be removed, and this turret is going to follow suit. Nongshim are going to win this game, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening.
Are just kind of running it down. Like, what is happening? Like, what was that? Why are you out there? Calyx getting disrespected, and he's showing you why you should respect this young player.
10-2-6, Wolf. He is 16 out of 18 as far as kill participation. He is massive in this game.
Chronicler's so proud.
Oh, he is. He is. He's all, and like I imagine there's also a lot of frustration going on as well because having to break down how this all happened is odd work. But as we can see, look at the blip.
Yeah.
Look at the little blue blip.
I mean, look at the reaction here from Nongshim as well. As soon as they get that turret, they get the pick. They're like, well, Zeus is missing. Not gonna let him go get that inhibitor. They instantly back 3 players. They send Calyx down to the bottom wave. And this Nidalee is not just going to be able to freely sneak in and find an inhibitor. They're not going to allow it. They're hunting for him. They're searching for him. Like, he's still missing. He's still not showing. Lehens is like, if he shows on that bottom wave, I might actually help you take him out. As he is looking for him. And Zeus, for the first time on this Nidalee pick, is actually being chased. He's actually being dealt with because they lost too many team fights. As there's another Calyx highlight angle here. Gets the charm in the rebind. And then Kingen, max range follow-up with Lehens. And that's the enter down.
Just gorgeous. Really beautiful stuff here from the young man in the mid lane. Now he's got a very cool hat.
I mean, he has Shadow Flame too. Like, this already does real team fight damage. GA done for Jiu here. And it will eventually be a Ambessa that can kind of actually fight. It's been so far behind this entire game, but sometimes all you need to do is get the follow-up ult.
Yep, Calyx has done the most damage in the game. You can feel the pride like actually reverberating through the entirety of LoL Park right now. This young man doing such great things on Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, the second they showed his damage stats, everybody starts cheering. You know, it's one of those things where you're like, he's finally had his moment. You know, when he first had his debut, shaky games, didn't have the confidence. Now he has nothing but confidence. Of course, and his raw mechanics we knew he always had. Looking for a catch here on a Jiu, potentially.
Oh no, he's able to skate his way out. Has he actually built enough distance, though, is the question, as the Nature's Grasp does dissipate.
He doesn't have to use either of his summoners. He had the cleanse there the whole time, had his flash, but didn't want to use them, and he piloted so well.
Zeri. You love to see it, don't you? Just press one button, and you skate away from everything.
Well, Peanut will have his ultimate down here for a little bit longer. Have it up for these big objectives. I think he knew that. And if he gets the kill on the Zeri there, that might just guarantee the Exodia that is spawning.
Yep. I actually kind of like the idea of like counting your cooldowns and having a look at the objectives and being like, well, I got one to throw now.
Yeah,
let's
fish
see
for something.
what we can do. Yeah,
exactly. No downside yet to this play.
Yep, it's non-committal, that one. As Gideon going to take a little bit of damage here from Zeka.
Zeus has TP. He's in the bottom lane. He is going to show on this wave. Every second he's down there is a second against Nongshim's time on how they want to set up on this objective, how quickly they can take out the Baron. As there's no answer to him right now. Kingen does have TP, but he alone won't be able to deal with this. And actually, Peanut hanging out down here as well. Baron's up in 12 seconds, and Nongshim definitely look like they want to take it as soon as possible. I say that, we have Gideon actually backing here.
Yeah, Zeus and Kingen fighting for this red buff.
Gideon gets Sterix, so I guess that's why he decided it was worth.
Yeah, we're going to turn off some vision here at the same time as the Extendo Beam does come on through. Over the wall goes the Zeri, and Jiu going to be able to lock that one down. Red buff for the entire team. That feels pretty good.
They gave up a decent amount of vision here to try to look for that play to deny Zeus and also to get the Sterix online here for Gideon for this fight. But I don't think I don't think Hanwha really won from the exchange. You know, they didn't win from that bottom side play there. And Gideon's back already. And this is it. This is probably one of the 2 fights we have left in this game, if it may be the last one.
I mean, this could just be like Exodia for HLE, right? They'll have Soul. If they win a fight here, it's Baron, it's Elder, it's everything.
If you win a fight cleanly, the game is done, 100%.
Yep. No matter who you are. As Lehens looking to try and turn it.
TP is available for King, and he's going to have to use it.
Yep, Zeus has made his way over. Lands the first spear there as Redemption. Going to get Calyx's health bar back, and you can see he is not scared to look for these flank angles. Spear not going to connect there either, as Lehens, his health bar, very important. Kingen.
He doesn't have a great teleport angle as Lehens going in.
Yeah, it's only a pulverize onto 1, and that's an ult onto 3 from Zeka, but he immediately goes down. They take the cow, and the Zeri has got 2. Public execution comes through. At the same time as up goes the Zeri, and down she goes, but they've got more damage. Zeus is not enough. He is just one Nidalee against the world, and over the wall they go, and they take him down. 7.8k damage for the young man Calyx. He Zeus very quickly becoming my favorite player in this entire league.
Man.
My God, this man!
Okay, there's 30 seconds on Yone, 35 seconds on Viper. They decide to go for the Elder here instead of just pushing to try to end. They didn't have a strong mid-wave here. Watch this fight. It's another one of those wombo combos, but there's just not enough late-game damage here after the fact that Zeus is doing very little in this fight, and even though Gio gets focused down, Calyx both gets the charm and also avoids the follow-up, and because he's basically full build on this Ahri, he just does massive damage. He has the Shadow Flame, he's got the Death Cap, his moves, his juke's fantastic here, and that is Elder buff over to Nongshim in live. And we'll see what else they can get with this. TP in from Calyx as they're going to try to go for Baron as well. With the Baron fight here, having that Elder buff on top of it, they're looking for the Exodia pickup. They'll be a little desynced here, but Nongshim should be able to secure the Purple Worm.
Yep. It is a little bit awkward. Of course, sometimes you want to just grab the Baron so that you maximize the uptime, but they went over to the Elder so that if they are a little bit slow, HLE don't have any way of stealing that one away. It's far more important in any of these fights. As now, Jiu's the one that does not have it. You can see everybody else with that cool border around their champion.
That is significant because he's the one who can apply it really easily, but they're not going to be able to contest this Baron. They may look to try to trade for one inhibitor. I don't think they can get two, and even getting one, I mean, they don't have a full wave here.
Yep, and there are pings out. This is HLE wanting to go for a trade.
They should probably use their Baron-empowered recalls to get back, and they will. No inhibitor going to go down. There's no vision here, of course. Remember, for Hanwha, so they didn't know how long the Baron took until they saw that saw it come up, of course, in the kill feed and what was happening there. Could have been a collapse for all they knew, but likely it was just going to be them getting a little bit of push and backing away. But at this point with Exodia, I mean, it feels like checkmate. How do Hanwha come back in this game now?
I mean, I feel like it has to be funny business, Wolf. It has to be playing around the fact that you've got two open inhibitors and you've got a Nidalee that runs so fast.
Yeah,
Cloud Soul Nidalee is you just like, because you press R so much, like you're just sprinting all the time.
The only way I see another window for them to win, but through a legitimate 5v5, is the Wombo with Delight and Zeka hits both Calyx and Jiu. And one of them doesn't survive and clean the fight. Because it seems like you only get one, and you still lose the fight, as Viper is still very low range on this Xayah, even though he's also almost full build here. QSS in the build here for Jiu now. So safe. His GA isn't back up just yet, but it's just so hard to actually fight with this Nidalee comp here, and Zeus is not allowed to be in the side lane. He's not allowed to split push. He's just grouped with his team, and that's exactly where Nongshim want him.
Yeah, that is going to be in a turret falling down here.
20 seconds on Elder.
It's now a 5,000 gold lead for Nongshim. Not that gold really matters right now, as Lehen's just pressing the headbutt button because he can, as Calyx is a madman. They have Elder Dragon, of course, so it's not exactly that crazy to go for fights, as Peanut sets up the Nature's Grasp. Charm not going to connect this time around, as in goes Zeka, but they do find a great redemption for the extra health, and now Jiu all the way out the back.
Yeah, he's like not even on the same planet. He's like, there's no way you're getting both of us. It's not going to happen.
He'll just say, beam me up, Scotty, when they like lose some of their cooldowns. Yeah, that's what's going to happen there.
You can nuke the Nongshim HQ. I'll be in Kentucky.
Thankfully, they actually do export there, so it's fine. They've got the setups. That's why you have an international noodle brand supporting your organization. That's the power.
They didn't get any inhibitors off of this, but I think they don't have to. I think they know that now that this is a full build Zeri, IE is completed. You just don't have to do anything but fight 5v5 and make sure that Zeus doesn't have a teleport angle. That whole time there were no minions for him to TP to, he had no teleport ward, and there's just no way for him to end the game or backdoor. There's always need to do their due diligence on that, because they're trying to force their way through that inhibitor, trying to force their way into the back. If there's a ward they didn't check, if there's a ward they don't know about, and then their recalls get stopped and Zeus starts pushing, they could lose the game over it. So they're just going to play completely safe, make sure all three waves are at least at the midway point of the map before they do anything.
Well, Gideon actually going to go in, as there is the Flash Pulverize onto Peanut. Extended Beam coming on forward as Calyx finds yet another gorgeous charm, and they end the jungler. And Zeus, he's on the bottom side of the map. Nongshim, they understand they need to send someone home. They could lose most of their base off the back of this one.
Zeus also backing.
Another beautiful redemption angle here.
King has TP.
Another inhibitor turret to go down.
Hanwha are going to have to make an engage happen here soon. They're going to have to make a tough call. Delight and Zeka, they're at the forefront of this. They're looking to fishing. Great defensive charm.
Yeah, Nongshim just so good at understanding the ebb and flow of this game, knowing when it's their turn to move forward and when they have to back off.
Yeah,
they take one inhibitor towards that top side and they do not overextend. This game still feels like it's up in the air, despite the fact that there was a Baron and Elder at the same time, despite the fact that Peanut gets picked off here. Calyx once again finding a gorgeous angle.
You know what Nongshim are doing though? Playing respectfully and playing not to lose, because they have this game 100% won as long as they don't let Zeus get into the side. As long as they don't get wombo comboed by Zeka and Delight, which is what the defensive charm and dash away there from Calyx was all about, his positioning there. Yes, they could just send it and try to end the game with the lead they have and the team fighting power they have that Hanwha doesn't have, but why do that when you could just win extremely carefully? 1 minute until Elder, and if you can keep Hanwha so far away from it they can't even contest, you feel good about that too.
Yep, they know exactly where the wards are now as well. They've kept Humble Life Esports in their base for so long. And Zeus, yeah, looking for that flank angle, actually has caught up to Jiu. As the rest of HLE gonna have to come on over. He has so much health. My God, Randuin's and Spirit Visage? What the heck? It's Tank Nidalee! As we have 44 kills in this game, about to catch up to Nongshim's other record against BNK FearX at 45. And I think we'll definitely have at least a couple more, as Calyx fishing for it once again, doesn't land the charm this time, as he gets a few buttons on cooldown. Okay, the poke's coming forward, he's looking for it again every time.
2 super minions stacking in the top side of the map. Someone is going to have to answer for that. Someone is going to have to go back. It is going to be Zeka who has TP, who goes over there. There's a lot of ways for him to come in here and join the fight, though. Not the greatest flank TPs. Zeus is running circles around denying minion waves here.
Oh, Cloud Soul, man. The value.
He's just saying you can't actually push to get this inhibitor.
Well, that's a Hex Flash and Headbutt Pole, but Zeus just able to get himself out of the way there. The Orbit Deception
Elder,
a lot of damage.
Elder?
With Lehens here, though, this is Zeus actually buying a lot of space. The Elder has been started as Redemption just to clear up the health bars of Lehens and Calyx, but can they get here in time is the question. As Gideon goes forward, he pulls Peanut out as the Twisted Advance comes on in, and it is the Elder secured by HLE. Now Kingen looking to get on top of Viper despite the fact that the Dragon's getting angry. And Calyx, can he be the hero again? I just don't think he can, as Extendo Beam not going to be taking down this tree, and despite everything that Nongshim were able to do, they just lose out on the Elder Drake because of a pesky kitty cat being annoying.
Zeus still just gets him, man. He still gets them. He still annoys them. He still ruins their day. He still outruns them. He outpaces them. He outsmarts them. And Zeka can defend the base as they push to end. 45 seconds till his Zeri comes up, and that is 45 seconds too long.
Yeah, no Baron, so maybe these minions are killable. The Calyx is really going to have to rely on these Nexus turrets, and Zeus is not going to let him. Charm is going to go wide, and the Dragon is just burning him down. And I think Nongshim, I think they know that this was a decent effort, just not quite enough to take down HLE here today.
Zeus, he will not be stopped, sure. I can't be in the team fight. I'm not going to be the main character there, but I can hold your minion wave. I can keep it relevant. I can get prio. He actually basically single-handedly outran them, outcircled them, ran circles around them to get prio for Elder. And unfortunately, Gideon ulted super early in the fight there on Elder.
The flash out, though, to bring the Elder Smite out of the pit with him, that was actually really sick.
Because otherwise I do think that it's probably like even harder to win.
Yeah.
Still, it's just a 50-50 where your damage dealers aren't hitting the Elder, and Viper is. And Viper's ready to call back his feathers, and he's ready to take that Elder. Once the Elder is over, I think that is definitely a playable team fight there, especially with how broken up it is for Nongshim. Hanwha Life, they get away with it again. They play with their food, they cook in the draft, they fall behind, they play fast and loose. Zeka's running into the mid lane alone and dying, and they're losing control of the map, but still Zeus says, all right, I guess I'll focus up and win the game, and goes into the mid lane. They chase him, he won't be killed. Calyx also getting a huge applause here, which is deserved.
I don't care about the fact that this is a 0-2 for Nongshim. Calyx had one of the greatest games I've seen out of the man. Like, late game Ahri it's difficult to look like you're doing a bajillion damage. But he did it with ease. It was gorgeously done. They had to repair so many broken things from the early game. They did so. It was an honest game in the end, just not quite enough to take down the most tenacious team that we have here in the LCK by a decent margin as well.
I mean, Chronicler and I both said it after game one. You know, it's number 2 against number 3 here in the LCK.
Yeah, this actually looked a little more like that in the end.
And Nongshim still play it close here in the second game after losing game 1 in such dominant fashion. they had such a deficit. I mean, in Italy was 4,000 gold ahead of the Ambessa, and they still were able to have the team fights they needed. They were still able to punish the disrespect of Hanwha, but can't get the W in the end. You know, that's the level of class that Hanwha has and that Zeus has right now. One of the biggest value off-season pickups, and it was a big shocker, of course, to everyone that he left T1 and joined Hanwha Life. But I can't think in recent memory of anything that like comes close. Like Viper returning to Hanwha Life might be the next biggest one, and he's on the same team as him.
Yep. And it's also just the way that he's fit into this roster as well that has really just kind of synced up with the team. There were some great plays on both sides. I think Zeka finding some huge ultimates in this game as well. And it just ultimately didn't matter in so many of these moments because Calix was just so good. Kingen, also teamfight Ambessa, looking pretty good later and later into the game as well, cutting down those shields with his Serpent's Fang. And Nongshim, like, we're just going to see, honestly, just an array of Nongshim teamfight wins, one after the other,
Show me
till they didn't.
Show me the cat running around with the minions behind the enemy team.
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. That's the real highlight of Hanwha Life here. The rest of it is Hanwha Life lowlights. And then Zeus eventually decides to help his team get prio. Look at how split everybody is chasing Zeus. The Gideon goes into the pit. You mentioned it. Follow here on the Peanut. But then now you've got Viper on the Dragon. Oh, Gio is barely not able to steal it away. Like, Gio actually tried really hard.
Yeah, and Calix also Spirit Rushed, but Delight put himself in the way. Quickness activated, and that meant that they couldn't get back to defend the President, and so Gio's left out to dry. And honestly, as soon as Viper is the one that locks down the Elder Dragon, that's when it's all done and dusted. But my God,
weirdly,
look at that damage. And they lost with a gold lead.
Yeah, weirdly, no comms for that last play. That tells you enough that it was probably really heated in the moment, and how intense it was, how the game state had gotten to the point that it was. Hanwha Life probably yelling real loud and coordinating that last fight, but Zeus, not the team fight in Italy, still does twice as much damage as Kingen on this pick. A lot of it just hitting Kingen repeatedly in the lane, but after what was a phenomenal performance from him in Game 1, I imagine he will, yes, in fact, be player of the match. And he is trying to gain on Chovy a little bit here. He's up to 500 points now himself.
What is it, 600 for Chovy at this point in time? It is.
Yeah, 600. Yeah, that's right. He got 600 in the last match, so he's just one series behind.
And you can understand why. Zeus has just looked real good. In this series especially, I think the Jace is the one that really pushes it over the line. And here it is, the POM standings. Gideon right up there with them as well at 300 points, as Zeus does collect another one as well. And so it was, I think Zeka is pretty close. I think he's sitting at 200. I mean, Gideon, last series, he almost made it to even.
Gideon just lost to Hanwha Life, was up there at 300. He's had so many big wins as well. And I feel like Hanwha eventually will stop getting away with it.
Yeah.
But if they keep getting away with it, they keep winning, and they're just still one series behind Gen G, and it feels like they can do no wrong. Even if they do a little bit wrong, it doesn't matter.
And also, that was a game 2. So theoretically, they just, say, oh, we didn't quite manage to do it, guys. Let's just get ready for the next one, hop over onto the blue side and finish it off. So they were never really under all that much stress. They really do like playing as many games as possible in series, as we learned from First Stand and LCK Cup. And so they're just fun to watch, man. For me, though, a lot of the story is about Nongshim, but let's hear from Zeus.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeus on the side of Hana Life Esports. Congratulations! Thank you. The first match of round 2. Hana takes the win to secure a 9th consecutive victory. How do you feel? There are many rough patches on today's match, but it feels a little iffy, but I'm still happy that we were able to win today. And you've reached 500 POM points right behind Chovy, who has 600 points. So does first place sound appealing? Chovy has been getting so many POMs. I haven't really thought much about it. In game 1, with Jace being left open, you locked him in blind as the B1 pick without hesitation. What did you think of them leaving Jace open? No, just thinking about what I could play well with in that game, I just thought that I would feel really comfortable playing Jace, so I think that's what really made me go with that pick. And looking at game 1, Jace usually takes Doran's shield or blade, but you started with longsword, so can you explain why? I think Jace, there was a trend where he would start longsword and 3 potions. And I feel like there are so many options, but I tried practicing with this build, and I feel like it actually did work well, just as practice on stage. And we saw some insane movement from you in game 1. Do you remember this part? Yeah. Can you walk us through this? No, I knew that they were coming to gank me, and I was just really trying to figure out how to flip this around, and you know, it actually just worked. So you even managed to get their flash out here. Yeah, that's right. And you moved forward here, so was that intentional? Yeah, I think I was just trying to really drag them in and make sure that they overextend, and I think I did my best in the worst possible situation. And in game 2, you played top Nidalee, but during the draft, we saw both Yone and Nidalee, and the Silas hover made us wonder which player will play what. Some serious mind games there, and so were you open to playing top Yone at all? You know, top Yone as a blind pick is a little overwhelming. And during the draft, we did think about flexing all these picks until the very end, until the 5th pick. And game 2 had some feisty plays by Nongshim with the kill score being 24-24, and you guys actually fell behind dangerously with almost 10k gold difference. So which part were you most wary of? I think when the enemy had both Baron and Elder, it actually made us feel a little scared. And last time we almost lost against them, so it actually did feel a little disappointing. So I think my role for getting today's win was just to be a pest and just be as annoying for them to deal with. And earlier, you know, Owner was doing his match interview, and we heard you and Peanut whispering to each other behind Owner. So what were you saying? No, we're just setting up. And we can't actually hear what they're doing and what they're saying during the interview, but we're just saying, why is it taking so long? So to keep this interview short, would you like to go ahead and give us a winning performance? We would like you to go ahead and do that. Can you give me a demonstration? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure Owner very much enjoyed that. What a pleasant start to round 2 with a victory. You'll play all 8 teams again, so which team are you looking forward to playing the most? You know, we lost against Genji, and I think I do look forward to our match against Genji and also against D plus Kia because she was a really good player, so I would say that I'm really looking forward to those teams. And that's the end of the interview with Zeus, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Glad we got Zeus to do it as well, and now we have Chronicler on it as well.
I can't do with the same.
It's very nice.
You know, the same energy.
Yeah. Not
Way to go.
quite. That game was really crazy. I don't know what that was, but Life
What do you
Esports
mean?
won in a clean 2-0, nothing to see here tonight. And
Yeah.
as Wolf said, they probably should have got punished, and eventually they will get punished, but not today. Today is not the day they get punished.
Sometimes two things can be true. And in this game, I think that, again, particularly Calix's performance, the caster talks about it a lot, but this is a guy that was sharing his spot, right? There was a continuous rotation in challengers between him and Call Me. And Call Me looked a lot better initially. So seeing Calix develop, I think, is amazing. I also think that particularly Peanut, Delight, and Zeka did not take Nongshim seriously throughout the mid-game, which is why the game was the way it was. Like, even for how well Nongshim was playing, Life at some point, I want to see them punished. This wasn't justice.
Honestly, it gave real vibes of a solo queue game where like one team gets tilted and they're just like so in their own heads. One person's trying to really make it happen. And the other team is like, oh, we're so far ahead. The game's basically over. Why haven't they FF'd? And then they start trolling a bit and it got very, very messy. A bit of a weird game to see in the LCK, but not too weird to come specifically from HLE because I feel like there's specific points, game 5 of playoffs where they're locked in. Not so much right now. I feel like there's
They're goofy.
They're goofy.
They're having a good time. They almost didn't have a good time, where they would have had to play a game 3 that maybe they would have lost. The PLM does go over to Zeus. Of course, we do have one imposter here on the desk. Anything to say for yourself?
Me and VNcast are just based. Everyone else is siding with Media. I sided with VNcast. We know ball. We know game, right?
I'm not hearing any reasoning.
No, I'm just explaining because he said it was just me. It wasn't just me. The thing is that when everything got goofy, everything got messy, it was Viper who was cool and collected. He also secured the Elder, right? He clutched that. He did Peanut's job for him. Zeus just running around in 80 Nidalee. Yes, he won lane, but that was mostly because Gideon kind of trolled into Peanut and also because he's playing 80 Nidalee. I think Viper was more consistent throughout than the whole goofy shenanigans that happened in game 2.
I could see it. I voted for Zeus because, you go watch the game at home.
All right, explain what this means.
So it's a reference. Dan knows.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this is a reference to. You'll have to explain this in detail. I'm not seeing the
joking.
reference.
It's Invincible. It's a great show. And there's a segment where I think Zeus in particular, even though game 2 ended up being kind of crazy, in that early game, when Kingen picks Ambessa, we kind of knew, and then Zeus just punches him into absolute smithereens, which is what happens when the quote is used in the comic. And then I know that everything else happened, but I don't think that was Zeus' fault.
I actually think King in the lane didn't go as bad as I thought it would. It went horribly, but I'm like, why would you pick Ambessa there? I actually think it didn't go as bad as I thought, but it still went terrible. Like, we can get to draft later. We probably have more comments.
We'll bring it up later.
Let's get through the comments here. We do have some other comments. First, I believe, from Wolf on the desk. I guess Zeus is a cat person. Yeah, he does.
As there are many of the LCK people.
A lot of our top laners are cat people.
But, this would have made more sense if he played Yorick game 1 with, like, the kitty cat skin, but he played Jace, so there's no consistent theme over the 2 games.
Is this where you just roast people?
No, I'm not roasting. I'm just saying, like, for example,
Jason Italy having
someone had a comment in the previous series about Oberyn Martell from Game of Thrones because he uses a spear, and both champions were spear champions. The cat only applies.
Next.
All right, let's look at the next comment. So we heard from Wolf. Hey, Zeus, I'm Helios. We're gods.
Context, please.
No, I think we'll just... Okay, hey Zeus, I'm Prince, we're stars.
Brendan, take it away. You're
All right,
Korean, maybe it makes
All right,
sense.
Oh, no, I get it now. The fact you guys don't get it, very silly. I get it. I don't want to spoil it for the people at home, so I'll let them work. I get it completely, so
Okay.
I'm in no way.
Definitely gets it for sure. Let's take a look at the next comment. Okay, warning: do not attempt. That's a good warning.
No, this isn't for us. This isn't for the other LCK teams. This is for everyone at home who is watching and wants to try this in solo queue.
Do not.
You're not Zeus.
You are not Zeus. Your teammates are not Humble Life.
Yeah, that's.
I know for a fact there is someone who will have already tuned out, locked in Nidalee, and is right now 0-3. At 5 minutes in the game.
There's definitely
yes,
somebody.
at this second.
So we do have one more. I told you to never follow Zeus.
He did at the end do the little chase, you know? Never chase a cat into the jungle.
Don't chase AD in Italy. It's yeah. Never follow a singed, you know? Oh, never follow a stranger. Okay. Let's get into the draft.
That is good advice, to be fair.
We do need to talk about this draft here. We did have an Ambesso that was picked. Very strange that it was picked here after knowing that Italy was top almost 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Neferi ban was weird because, you know, Pina has some picks he's excellent on, and he has some picks he's not excellent on. And the fact that they left Nidalee and the Yone, like the Nidalee's a flex, it's really frustrating to deal with. We've seen what Zeus can do with it, but also the Yone has been something teams have regularly banned. I just think the Neferi was a low-value ban there. And then the Ambessa pick, I feel like there's situations where in the right matchup, Ambessa can really be strong. She just scaled quite well in the late stages of the game, but I think there's so many rough matchups for her. And I think opting into this, into the Nidalee, was such a bad time. I think it was amplified by some of the early plays that happened, which wasn't really on Kingen, but I just think you're opting into a matchup where you're never gonna have fun. And it's not like you're playing like, you know, we've seen people struggle with like Sion into Nidalee, but at least Sion is Sion in the late game. I think you're just gonna always be down on gold as Ambessa, who is obviously a character you don't want to be down on gold in.
I think it's time for the highlight. Because
yeah, on that note,
I think I can explain and we can talk about the draft, but it's best to just show visually what transpired.
Ambessa is at like 29% win rate at the moment.
Yeah,
so
also that.
Just letting
so,
that float.
Gideon, yes, you are Xin Zhao. You do win the 1v1 against Maokai. That is true. There is also a Nidalee! She's right there!
Does Nidalee have an ability that turns her invisible? Because, I mean, from a spectator perspective, maybe we missed that. Because she was right there.
No, you might be, guys. Why is this the only highlight? Like a ton happened? No, the rest of the game was not real. It was a figment of our collective imagination. Right here,
Alex also
Hanwha Life
this one, you know?
won the game because, pull it up, we have a lower third, which is what we were talking about when Ox earlier was like, it wasn't as bad, which is true because our expectations for Ambessa truly are below the floor.
Yeah, this was 10 minutes into the game.
3.2k. It was better. It was better than expected.
Better than expected. Nidalee's always going to win lane, basically. We were talking about, like, hey, what else do you pick in this situation? Well, it's definitely not Ambessa. I think we kind of figured that one out.
Yeah, I think Ambessa's place in the meta, the reason her win rate's struggling is because she just has a lot of bad lane matchups that she's being punished in, and that's why I kind of said it, where I think, like, you know, there were moments where even Ambessa was finding some good trades against the Nidalee, but you're just always going to suffer. And then you're playing a champion who is pretty item reliant without those items, and this AD Nidalee is still going to be a problem for you in the side lane. So I just think it was so weird to me, because I actually think they had a good draft, a much better draft than game one. The Ambessa was the thing that kind of stuck out to me, and we saw they had much more of a fighting chance when it came to those later fights, but yeah, I think need to think a little bit longer on what to do there. Or just, you know, they could have just banned the Nidalee. They could have just done that. You know, it's not a surprise. We know they can play Nidalee. We know Pina can play Nidalee. Heck, I think Delight could probably play Nidalee too if he really wanted to. So just,
yeah,
you know.
I do think a lot of our top laners are getting into weird spots, especially in like game 2s, game 3s, where it's like, there's not a lot left. Ambessa is open. I'm confident on that. Let's just send it and see if it works. And it always doesn't work.
I think when you're playing against this, if teams want to legitimately beat HLE, and Genji's an exception, right? I think Keen is great at weathering the storm generally against Zeus, but if you want to beat them, stop just following the tier list. If you're like, oh, well, the best top open is Ambessa, and you know he's got AD Nidalee, or you could potentially pick something like that, you're going to lose. You really need to start thinking about what counters you can offer to his pool, more about the lane matchup, and not just, oh, this champion is ranked here on the tier list, because he loves punishing that. He loves people opting into the standard picks in the meta.
You're very right, Ox, but this is the LCK. It's very tier list, including our teams, which even like a force of God could not change Hanwha Life Esports winning game 2 somehow. Even Exodia picked up by Nongshim wasn't enough to win them game 2 because we have a tier list in both teams and in champions, and our teams very much adhered to that. Let's take a look at the standings, which is going to show Hanwha Life Esports up there in tier 1 next to Genji. Yes, they did lose to Genji. I still think they belong on a similar tier just based on how far ahead they are of everybody else.
Yeah, really the only difference is that Gen G is the student that is always like getting straight A's, but they also look very put together. They always have everything in order. They're never late. And Humble Life, you're like, how do you keep getting these grades? Like, what do you... Because they show up late for class. They're doing all these kind of weird moves, right? Zaze is playing Nivea top. But then you look at the score, and they are undoubtedly the only team that comes close to Gen G.
The thing is as well, the one loss HLE has was right at the start of the season against Gen G. So much has changed since then. I'm excited to see the second matchup against each other, see if they're able to take the advantage there and maybe challenge for the first place spot, because I think everyone else is really going to struggle to catch up right now with Gen G. But HLE, that second round robin matchup could be really important and could be a chance to sully that record they have currently.
Could actually still catch up. There's a lot of season left available here at the LCK. Tomorrow, Saturday Showdown, Gen G up against DK. It is also an LCK team roadshow, so it's going to be awesome. There's going to be a whole arena, tons of fans. It's a great matchup, right? It's Gen G versus DK. It has a lot of history, a lot of narrative points, right? You won't want to miss it.
I mean, we definitely get a 2-1 for Gen G in that one, and then we'll see what DRX versus BNK can bring.
Not going to fall for it again, Chronicler, right?
I will never fall for it again. Not happening.
He's always going to hope on the inside. He just doesn't express it.
Yeah. No, the feeling will be there, and it will be crushing, but I won't express it outwardly.
He'll fall for it again.
He's going to fall for it again, unfortunately. Well, Gen G versus DK should be fun. Tomorrow should be fun as a whole. DRX versus BNK as well should be awesome. But we are done here for today, guys. Hope you did enjoy it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
젠지를 또 나왔는가? 18번이나 실패하게 만들었습니까? 정말 성공합니다. 안 맺고 상대 잡을 수 있는 겁니다. 오늘인가?